When Yimo suddenly woke up, he realized that everything around him seemed to have changed. He has been transmigrated into the modern earth where spiritual energy is scarce. His pretty master from his former world was nowhere to be seen. Most importantly, he found himself in the body of a young man who has been abandoned by his clan for an embarrassing reason. Chapter 2001, Open Up Chaos World, Crack. The thin membrane on the blue bead cracked under Yimo's spirit control and everything in the blue bead cleared up to Yimo. The endless green lush world almost made Yimo exclaim. He had been running his golden page world for many years, but compared to this world, it was like a small hay house. This wasn't a matter of high level or low level. In terms of level, Yimo was certain that his golden page world was countless times higher than this blue bead world, but the purple-robed man has been operating the blue bead world to better completion. Rivers appeared in Yimo's spirit sense. There were some immortal spirit beasts running around on mountain peaks. There were plenty of level 9 immortal spirit herbs in the immortal spirit herb gardens, and even more below level 9, immortal crystals and immortal ranges came in piles and piles. Top-level magic artifacts stacked up in mountains. There was this huge flag that gave Yimo a familiar feeling. Yimo immediately came to this flag. It was a flag that didn't have a pole but emitted a powerful ferocious chi. Yimo's spirit sense fell on this huge flag and soon knew where it came from. The grey-robed immortal emperor's blue lightning pike had the exact same chi as this flag. At this moment, Yimo finally realized why the purple-robed man was going to fight the grey-robed immortal emperor. The flag and the pike were definitely a set. Once combined, it would be a top god artifact. That purple-robed immortal emperor thought that he could definitely beat the grey-robed immortal emperor after watching a few battles, but he didn't expect that the grey-robed immortal emperor was far stronger than he had thought. He had dominated the immortal realm but now died to a fighting stage in the god necropolis domain. As Yimo moved his eyes away from the flag, he saw an ordinary stool. The moment he saw the stone stool, Yimo's heart started beating rapidly because he had searched for this fifth stone all too long. Now that it was right before his eyes, he almost couldn't believe it. In this boundless universe, how hard would it be to find this stone stool? But he got the stone stool and gathered all 5. One needed great fortune and luck for this. Yimo looked at the stone stool and saw the word water. There was also some small worlds, 5 element united, world complete. Yimo breathed easy. He realized what the purple-robed man wanted. His blue bead world was going beyond truth spirit world. If he found the 5 element stone stools, his blue bead world would go a level higher. He could use it to vindicate Tao and enter divine emperor state, but now that Yimo gathered the 5 stone stools, of course he wasn't going to use it to perfect the blue bead world. Yimo immediately grabbed the stone stool out of the blue bead world and came into his golden page world. As soon as he came here, the entire golden page world rumbled. Before Yimo realized what was going on, his water element stone stool flew out. The other 4 stone stools suddenly flew out too. They spiraled in the golden page world and sped up into a blur. Soon, even Spirit Sense couldn't see them clearly. The golden page world was rumbling louder and louder as lightning even exploded. Shadowless and small ginseng were scared and hid under the bitter bamboo, not daring to move. Yimo wanted to check what was going on in the golden page world and felt his essence spirit hum. At this instant, his essence spirit seemed to about to leave his body and fuse with the golden page world. The rumbling continued and Yimo's consciousness gradually separated from his body. Before Yimo could do anything, an extremely clear world appeared in his consciousness. This world seemed to be a blank sheet that needed him to complete. Yimo subconsciously imagined the world he wanted. He imagined a river, and an endless river appeared in this world. At this moment Yimo realized what was going on. In his spirit sense and will, mountains, forests, lakes, rivers, seas and snow peaks erupted into existence. As his consciousness expanded out, the universe, stars, moons, gradually formed around the golden page world. Pieces of Tao laws sprung into existence. The universe chi, law chi filled the space. There was lightning, rain, ice and snow. There was night and day. There was the 4 seasons, ice, wind, lightning and light. All these formed with Yimo's will and there was no pause. Those law power and the law of the heavens gave Yimo more understanding. Yimo expanded his consciousness out, wanting to expand his world larger, but when his spirit sense touched that obscure chaos at the border of his golden page world, his spirit sense felt a wave of pain. The next moment, he couldn't hold on anymore and fell unconscious on the ground. Small Ginseng and Shadowless, who had seen the entire process of the golden page world form, were completely dazed. They clearly saw the golden page world go from a grayish dull world into a world full of essence chi with a red sun hanging in the east, rivers float everywhere, fishes sprung out of the waves as though rejoicing for becoming alive. Boss opened up primordial world? Shadowless took in a cold breath and murmured, "We're primordial spirits." Small Ginseng reacted and still reminisced the process of this world forming. He knew that after witnessing this chaos world forming, they were not only primordial spirits but could also have a world creation god art. But soon he thought of EMO and said, "Shadowless, boss seems to be unconscious. His body doesn't seem to be right." Shadowless realized and quickly came up to EMO with Small Ginseng. EMO's face was dimming, his skin was withering. Even his life force was dissipating. "Small Ginseng, what's going on?" Shadowless asked desperately. He had always been following EMO, and now that something happened to EMO, he was really worried. Small Ginseng frowned and said, "After a long while I remembered a legend of our universe's beginning. There was a powerful being called Pangu. After he opened up the universe, he died. Boss seemed to have done the same thing. Opening a chaos world. Boss's power seems much weaker than that Pangu. The world he opened isn't even complete. What do we do?" Small Ginseng, think of a way. "I'm so worried. What if something happens to boss? What do we do?" Shadowless spun around but couldn't think of a way. If it's acting cool and cursing at people, he would have all sorts of ideas, but for this situation there was nothing he could do. Small Ginseng immediately said, "We have to hurry and save boss. Once his life force completely disappears, even the best Dao fruit can't save him." "What?" Shadowless asked. Small Ginseng answered, "Do you feel that the world law suddenly became complete? Not only that, the universe law is starting to become complete. If I'm not wrong, boss isn't strong enough and therefore he has to fuse with the heaven laws to make it more complete." Then, Small Ginseng sliced open his arm and dripped a milky white liquid on EMO, but EMO's life force was still slowly dissipating. It slowed down a lot, but it didn't stop. "Small Ginseng, this doesn't seem to work." Shadowless said. Small Ginseng's face was pale and stopped his wound. "Indeed, but I thought of something that can definitely save boss." "What is it?" Shadowless asked desperately. "Chaos Tree. It's also called Tree of Life and World Tree. There's only one of this in the universe and boss happens to have found it. It's in here too and it's almost 3 meters tall." Small Ginseng then lifted up EMO's arm and said to Shadowless, "Hurry up and help me lift boss to below the Chaos Tree." Chapter 2002, Ages Fruit Ripe. EMO was just lifted under the Chaos Tree and the tree spurred out a soft golden light that completely covered EMO. Feeling EMO's life force recover, Small Ginseng quickly pulled Shadowless. "Boss should be fine, let's move aside and wait till he wakes up." Shadowless could tell that EMO was probably fine now and quickly moved aside with Small Ginseng while watching the Chaos Tree. The Chaos Tree illuminated a golden light that covered EMO and released endless life chi. Even Small Ginseng and Shadowless could feel this life chi clearly, and then they saw EMO's body starting to float. The Chaos Tree's life chi kept rushing into EMO's body. EMO's withered body became filled with life chi, and in a short time, EMO recovered to what he was before, but the Chaos Tree was getting more withered. 15 minutes later, EMO opened his eyes and saw that he was floating around the Chaos Tree. The Chaos Tree's life force nourished his essence, spirit, and meridians. However, the Chaos Tree was only 2 meters tall now. EMO quickly stopped the Chaos Tree from nourishing him and got up. Feeling EMO recover, the Chaos Tree emitted a joyful chi and then devoured the nearby immortal spirit chi like crazy. EMO took out a pile of God crystals and said to Small Ginseng, "Small Ginseng, quickly use the God crystals to nourish the Chaos Tree. I need to learn the world laws." Small Ginseng ran over joyfully. Before EMO gave him God crystals to play with, but it was just a few, not a large pile like this. Shadowless expanded his golden wings and flapped. "Boss, you almost died just then. Is the world tree this powerful?" EMO didn't have the time to watch the world he opened up. He felt a lot of world laws when he opened the world. These laws don't belong to him, it belonged to the chaos world, but he felt it once. He desperately wanted to know if he could learn these laws and use it to perfect his god art. He immediately sat under the bitter bamboo. EMO started to learn the laws he felt before, but a few days later, EMO could only obscurely feel those laws. He couldn't grasp anything. It was as though those laws were close to him, but when he reached out to grab it, they became very far. The only benefit EMO got was a deeper understanding of space laws. He already knew a bit of space law. His instant transmission came from space law, and because he experienced the golden page world forming, he understood instant transmission better. If he used instant transmission again, it would cause smaller space ripples. As his mastery of space law increased, he would cause less and less space ripples until it eventually disappeared. Yemo stopped learning. No matter if he could get anything at the Muhua God Mountain this time, he benefited quite a lot from this. Perfecting the golden page world was more important to Yemo than anything else. Yemo got up and then checked his newly formed golden page world. He could feel the complete connection with it. He didn't even need to scan with spirit sense and could know every movement in the world. At this moment, Yemo knew that his golden page world truly fused into one with him. Unless he died, no one could take the golden page world from him. Mountain ranges were interconnected, green waters reflected the mountains. A red sun hung high in the east, forming a beautiful landscape. The only thing missing were birds and immortal spirit beasts. Yemo was very satisfied with his world. This world was countless times more perfected than the blue bead world. The sun and stars in the blue bead world were formed by formations, but everything in his golden page world was formed by the 5 elements. His world was far from the outside universe. This wasn't that his golden page world was at a lower level, but because his cultivation level was too low. He couldn't control that vast universe void. Once his cultivation level increased, his world would expand out infinitely. Yemo flew up. The chaos world was his. He could subtly feel that this world was the same as an ordinary realm. If one had enough power, he could tear the golden page world and head towards the outside world. Yemo knew this was extremely hard. The golden page world had all 5 elements and the world laws were becoming completed. Even the incomplete golden page world was very hard to tear open unless that person was almighty. But how could Yemo let such a person stay in his golden page world? He could leave now, but he didn't choose to keep cultivating. Although he gave some god crystals to small ginseng, he still had tens of thousands of god crystals left. However, he was in the Muhua God Mountain now. He can't miss this opportunity. Since he came, he would give this place a good search. The mountain was this big, there was no way that Divine Emperor would be this lucky to encounter him again. At this moment on the Lightning Sound Ages fruit hill, the lightning was starting to disappear. The blue color on the fruit was gradually replaced by yellow. The chi of time gradually seeped out from the fruit. Everyone outside the hill held their breath. There was more than 20 people here and most of them knew the fruit was about to mature. The young mistress of the Hong Goth corner suppressed her excitement in sound transmission. The Lightning Sound Ages fruit is about to be mature. I have lightning mobility technique. As soon as it matures, I'll be the first to charge up. An elder Nyen help me on the way. Runin and martial brother Wen Yen hold still. When Elder Nyen receives the Lightning Sound Ages fruit from me, he will throw it to Runin and martial brother Wen Yen. After you two get it, immediately dash away. Elder Nyen and I will help you cut the chase. When we're safe again, we'll contact each other. Okay. Nyo Runin and martial brother Wen Yen immediately nodded. After 5 minutes, the last flicker of lightning disappeared. More than 20 dashing lights went over as quickly as possible. The young mistress was the third to reach the top. She grabbed 2 Lightning Sound Ages fruit. At the same time, she instantly left the Lightning Sound Ages fruit tree. She put the fruits in 2 jade boxes and threw it to Elder Nyen while she took out her magic artifact and stopped the 2 immortal emperor trying to rob it. When Elder Nyen caught it, he gave 1 each to Nyo Runin and Horseface. At the same time, he released his magic artifact to stop others from chasing the jade box. At this moment, everyone charged up onto the tree and no one cared about Nyo Runin and Horseface who were outside the hill. As soon as they received the jade boxes, they instantly split off. This process happened perfectly without any pause. Many people saw this and started to regret why they didn't think of such way. Soon, the people here reacted and started to fight over the other Lightning Sound Ages fruit. This hill was ravaged by essence chi and killing chi. No one cared about young mistress and Elder Nyen who didn't have the Lightning Sound Ages fruit anymore. They didn't join the battle and instead quietly left. After the 9 fruits were picked, the tree immediately withered and turned to dust, but not everyone gave up on hunting Nyo Runin and Horseface. There were at least 2 immortal emperors chasing behind Nyo Runin, although Nyo Runin left first. Her cultivation level was too low. It was barely Immortal Emperor middle stage and she didn't even stabilize her power. Seeing the two Immortal Emperors nearing, she was very desperate. She couldn't shake them off no matter what. Neil Runin knew that if they caught up to her, not only would she lose the fruit but she would also lose her life. She quickly sent a message to the young mistress, but she wasn't able to get very far before a dashing light stopped her path. Do you think a mere Immortal Emperor middle stage can escape from us, brothers? Keep dreaming. It was an Immortal Emperor peak stage who stopped her. His god spirit chi emanated around his body. At this moment, the Immortal Emperor tertiary stage came behind her. There was despair in Niu Runin's heart. She could only hope Elder Nian and young mistress could come quicker. Attack. The Immortal Emperor peak stage clearly knew Niu Runin had backup and didn't want to give her any chances. He released a 5-colored claw. It instantly surrounded Niu Runin. She could only barely release Lu Mingguan Yen Bell to form a protection. Good magic artifact. The Immortal Emperor peak stage said. He knew this was an attack and defensive magic artifact. Greed immediately showed up in his eyes. Chapter 2003, Small Test of Strength, Rumble. The 5-colored claw smashed on the bell. Although the bell was much stronger than the claw, Niu Runin's cultivation level was too weak. Just in that clash, she was smashed away. She spat a few mouthful of blood mid-air. The bell dimmed and instantly fell to the ground. If it wasn't for the bell, Niu Runin would be seriously injured. But even though the bell blocked the first attack for her, she couldn't escape from the second attack. Plus, the other person hadn't even moved yet. The Immortal Emperor peak stage didn't pursue killing Niu Runin but charged towards the bell. Before he could touch the bell, a wave flashed and that bell was gone. A blue-robed man held the bell and didn't even look at this Immortal Emperor peak stage. He stared at Niu Runin. "Yemo, how is it you?" Niu Runin recognized this person and called out in shock. However, she wasn't joyful at all. She knew that even if Yemo helped her, they wouldn't be a match for the other two. That Immortal Emperor peak stage was too terrifying. Seeing Niu Runin know this blue-robed Immortal Emperor, the other Immortal Emperor tertiary stage stopped and stood with that Immortal Emperor peak stage. What's going on? Did you get something good? Why are there two Immortal Emperor tertiary stages chasing after you? Yemo looked at Niu Runin in confusion. He was wondering where the other people of the Hang God Corner was. Before Niu Runin could reply, that Immortal Emperor peak stage landed before Yemo. If it wasn't that Yemo took the bell silently, he would have attacked already. He was concerned with how Yemo took the bell and he didn't notice at all. Dao friend, are you going to intervene in our affairs? The Immortal Emperor peak stage stared at the bell and said, intervene? When did you see me attack? Yemo said in contempt. The Immortal Emperor peak stage pointed at the bell in Yemo's hands. The magic artifact is now mine. You robbed my magic artifact. If that's not attacking, what is? Hearing this, Yemo raised the bell and said, this is clearly my magic artifact. When did it become yours? I sold this bell to Niu Runin and she still hasn't paid me the full sum yet. Did she sell this to you? Hearing this, the Immortal Emperor tertiary stage glanced at Niu Runin and immediately knew that Yemo was telling the truth. Attack! The two Immortal Emperor made eye contact and attack. The other Immortal Emperor released a 4C's God Stump and attacked Yemo. At the same time, Yemo gave the bell back to Domain while expanding his lethal force domain. Yemo quite approved of Niu Runin. He felt this dark skin was a much better person than that beautiful young mistress. With the bell in her hand, Niu Runin immediately wanted to go help Yemo, but at this moment, she found in shock she couldn't break into Yemo's domain at all. Yemo's domain swept out like crazy. This was the first time Yemo fused the lethal force from the Qingwei Abyssal River into his domain. Before, he was almost bound by that divine emperor. This made him feel his domain was lacking something. This meant that his domain was too amicable. The murderous Qi from the Abyssal River could make up for this. The two Immortal Emperors immediately felt huge pressure. They felt that their domains stacked together was weaker than Yemo's domain. Under Yemo's pressure, their domain made cracking sounds. The Immortal Emperor peak stage's face changed. He realized that Yemo was very powerful. The 5-colored claw expanded and activated countless 5-colored lethal beams that loomed over Yemo. Niu Runin could only retreat back again. It was the best time now for her to run, but she never even thought about it. Yemo was ganged up on due to her. Even if she couldn't help, she couldn't just run away. When the 4C God Stump activated, boundless waves came, only now did GMO release Zisu. If it wasn't that GMO wanted to see what their god arts were like, they might even not get the chance to use it. GMO was in a stage where he was fusing all sorts of god arts. The god arts he saw, the more inspiration he would get, even if his immortal essence hadn't completely converted to god essence. GMO wasn't scared of the two immortal emperors. Now, almost all his immortal essence had converted to the stronger god essence. He really didn't care about their attacks. Zisu was released, God Art Crevice, the 30 kilometers long purple sword ray sliced across the void. The space that was touched by the sword instantly crumpled. It was as though the strike took away all the things in the space. The extremely murderous lethal force fused with the sword ray and hacked past the 5-colored lethal beam. The newly formed 5-color lethal beam was like snow that instantly melted under the hot sun. Neil Runin was watching with her jaws wide open. She had never expected that insignificant purple sword GMO carried on his back would be this powerful. She didn't know that this was GMO suppressing his power. If it wasn't that the space here was very tough and GMO was holding back, he could easily hack out 300 kilometers long sword ray. When GMO hacked out the crevice god art, the surrounding 30 kilometers of space were bound under this sword ray. He was really despaired. He had never thought someone could use sword art god art to this degree. He had seen god art that gathering space lethal force and crumbled space. However, he had never seen someone like EMO gather all the space lethal force into an extremely fine sword ray. The 5-colored lethal beam had completely melted. This immortal Emperor peak stage didn't dare to think about anything and forcefully activated the 5-colored claws and blocked in front of him. At the same time, an extremely huge round shield appeared before him. Even if he had to fight with his life, he had to block this move first. The other immortal Emperor's sea waves had zero chi. Those who were suppressed by it wouldn't even be able to breath. But just when he activated the first wave, a huge fist appeared before the wave. EMO didn't need to use crevice against an immortal Emperor tertiary stage. With the void god art smashed out, the first stump immediately tilted. The huge water wave had a hole inside and completely spilled out. The battle formed a huge flood sweeping all the nearby sand away. Thud, Zisu hacked on the round shield creating this heaven-shocking sound. The immortal Emperor tertiary stage was smashed back and spat mouthful of blood in the air. He looked worse than Neil Ronan. The other immortal Emperor's face changed. Before he could react, his team was smashed away by EMO. There was even a deep gash on the forehead. Immediately, he realized that them two combined was no match for EMO. The immortal Emperor tertiary stage retreated desperately. The other immortal Emperor peak stage landed on the ground. He immediately bowed to EMO Qianbei. Wanbei offended you, please forgive me. The immortal Emperor peak stage put away his magic artifact and quickly retreated with the other immortal Emperor. Seeing the two leave, EMO didn't go hunt them. Only now did Neil Runin come out of her shock. She finally realized why EMO was here. With his power, it would be strange if he didn't win the tournament. Chapter 2004, Betrayed. EMO interrupted Neil Runin and asked, why did these two gang up on you? Did you get some top treasure? Hearing this, Neil Runin hesitated before saying, it's not mine, it's young mistress's lightning sound aegis fruit. She felt EMO was a good person and he just saved her life. He didn't know her and dared to let her own him god crystals, so she said it. But then she immediately regretted. Who knew if EMO would fight for such Dao fruit? What, aegis fruit? EMO exclaimed in shock. From the jade slip he bought at the marketplace, he knew what the aegis fruit was. Even EMO would dream to get such Dao fruit. He didn't expect Neil Runin was hunted for this. EMO's heart heated up. If he could get the fruit and learn time law or just a sliver, it would be a huge increase to his power. Seeing EMO's shocked tone, Neil Runin's heart sunk. She felt she shouldn't have said this, but then she thought, even if she didn't say it, there would be a reason two immortal Emperor tertiary stage were hunting her. EMO could guess she got something good. Thinking about this, Neil Runin quickly said, this time Dao fruit isn't mine. It's young mistress's. After she grabbed the fruit, she gave it to me and helped stall the people hunting me. Wait. EMO interrupted her, you're saying she gave you the fruit and stayed to stop the others from robbing the fruit? Neil Runin didn't really want to show the fruit to EMO and answered, yes, but this Dao fruit isn't mine. If it's mine, I'm willing to give it to you to thank you for saving my life. EMO smiled, time Dao fruit is very precious, I want it indeed, but I wouldn't rob yours. Don't worry. I just feel this thing is about strange. It's not that I'm looking down on her, but she's indeed not so much a good person. Hearing this, Nyo Runen's face became uneasy. If it wasn't that she owed Emo and he saved her, she would get angry. Seeing her face, Emo said, since she gave the Dao fruit to you, she would catch up on time. However, you were gained up on by 2 immortal emperor tertiary stages. Other than me, no one came. Even now I don't see your young mistress. Dao friend Runen, don't tell me you didn't send a message yet or that young mistress doesn't know how to find you. I won't believe this. Nyo Runen's face changed. Things were really as Emo said. She sent messages, but the young mistress still hasn't come to help her. If it wasn't for Emo, she would have been long dead. She's helping me cut the chase. She's stopping all those who want to chase for the fruit, or she would be here already. Nyo Runen said with low confidence. Emo sneered. Everyone saw her throw the Dao fruit to you, right? Since they saw it, would they stop her? Those 2 hunted you were a good example. Do you think she would waste time there having meaningless battle? If I was her, I would come back you up immediately, but in reality, she didn't come, right? Nyo Runen's face was bad and she didn't talk. Emo added, let's imagine this. If the young mistress gave you the time Dao fruit, she would chase up to you immediately. Other people knows the Dao fruit isn't on her, so they wouldn't waste time with her. She didn't come over, so this means she probably didn't give you the time Dao fruit. If she really didn't give it to you, then she wouldn't be coming to find you but get as far away from you as possible. Nyo Runen's face was getting pale. Since young mistress didn't come to back her up immediately, it meant that she probably has a fake Dao fruit. Since she was given the fake box, there was only one reason. She was used as the decoy scapegoat. Nyo Runen's face was more and more pale. She didn't dare to keep thinking. She had been with the young mistress for all these years. She had been very loyal. If she was just completely used, she wouldn't be able to accept this fact. Before Emo said anything, she took out the jade box and opened it. There was a god crystals laying inside, no lightning sound Aegis fruit. Although he knew what he said was probably, Emo was still disappointed when he saw the box was fake. He really wanted to see the Aegis fruit. Nyo Runen's face was pale. Her face was extremely dejected. If the young mistress was in trouble and her life was needed, she wouldn't hesitate at all. But being used as a bait and sacrifice like this, she was just sad and disappointed. Just when Emo was thinking about how to leave Nyo Runen suddenly said, since I was very young, my mother left me. The Hind God corner took me in and raised me up. I'd been with the young mistress since then and she never mistreated me. She even gave me a spot into the mountain. If it wasn't for her, I would have long been dead. Emo, thanks for saving me. If it wasn't for you, I would be dead today. My life is pretty much returned to the young mistress. I don't owe the Hung God corner anymore. I owe you a life. Emo quickly interrupted her. Don't take these small things to heart. I'm going, goodbye. Wait. Nyo Runen stopped Emo. Nyo Runen took out a jade slip and gave it to Emo. These are the places with the best Dao fruits and materials in the mountain. You might not know since you have never been here. You can have this. Seeing Emo take the jade slip, Nyo Runen said goodbye and left. Emo scanned the jade slip. The information was a bit obscure but had an approximate location. Shanyun Cliff. There's often source abstruse silk appearing there. It's a material that could be used to time law magic artifact. It's also said that there's a 7-star extreme well there. This is a well that can refine the body. It can also fuse body refinement god art. Chengjiang Lake, there's frequent discovery of Qing Tao Qilan there. It's a top herb that can be used to concoct Dao molding pills. The jade slip even marked out some routes where time whirlpools appeared. Emo put the jade slip and was very grateful to Nyo Runen. She helped him quite a bit. The mountain was boundless and spirit sense was limited. God art was also suppressed. If Nyo Runen didn't tell him, even if he searched for a year, he might not find these places. If he accidentally went into time whirlpools, he might die. These god necropolis domain powers indeed had their own ways. The first place Emo chose to go was Mowa Floating Valley. The 7-star extreme well was very important to him. He was now immortal god body peak. Emo felt annoyed he couldn't break through to divine body. To him, breakthrough to divine body was important, but more importantly it was learning god arts. He had quite some god arts but didn't have a great god art nor a body refinement god art. His body refinement is purely defense. If he could learn a body refinement god art, his power would increase many times. As Yemo walked, his spirit sense carefully scanned out. He had to be careful of time whirlpools. 6 bluish-green herbs appeared in Yemo's spirit sense. Yemo immediately recognized this was red cloud god herb. It was a spirit eye-type god herb. It couldn't be found in the immortal realm. If there was an immortal cultivating spirit eye god art, this herb would be invaluable. Chapter 2005, Instant Kill Immortal Emperor. Before Yemo could get close to them, 2 dashing lights charged over. Yemo knew this place was the God Mountain and was very careful, but these 2 dashed like lightning without any concern. Moments later, these 2 were only 10 meters from the herbs. Yemo sneered. He found these herbs first, there was no way he was going to give it up easily. Just when Yemo was about to charge up, he saw the 2 people suddenly disappear. This was the first time Yemo had seen such an eerie situation. They definitely didn't have a golden page world like him and suddenly went in. Yemo subconsciously stopped. An extremely terrifying time flow seemed to have brushed past him. Yemo subconsciously retreated 10 more meters before that feeling was gone. At the same time, he saw the 2 figures again. They were just 3 meters from the place they disappeared. But now, they had become white bones. They went for a few more steps and fell to the ground. When Yemo looked carefully, he noticed there were many bones around those red cloud god herbs. Yemo took in a cold breath. This was too scary. 3-meter distance, a few seconds, and 2 immortal emperor tertiary stages became bones. Even divine emperors wouldn't be able to do this. Yemo soon realized that there must be an invisible time whirlpool around the red cloud god herb. No matter how much he wanted the herbs, Yemo didn't dare to joke with his life. He called out Shadowless and Small Ginseng and told them the situation here. Shadowless and Small Ginseng shook their heads, clearly didn't know how to go past the time whirlpool. Yemo's spirit sense carefully went forward. His spirit sense went past without any problem. Yemo didn't give up. He used a few spirit sense blades in the time whirlpool. As soon as he did, an extremely powerful time flow blew away his spirit sense. The feeling of losing life came up. Yemo quickly took back his spirit sense but found that the spirit sense the time whirlpool swept in was gone. Such a powerful time whirlpool. Yemo murmured. It would be fortunate if he wasn't heavily injured in front of this time whirlpool, much less learn time law. The people in the mountain were very careful. If it wasn't for the red cloud god herbs, they wouldn't rush like that. The time whirlpool was strange. It would only be activated with spirit sense waves. It seemed his cultivation level was too low. He couldn't learn the time law here. He had to collect things to increase his cultivation level. After making this decision, Yemo planned to ask Small Ginseng to help him find treasures. Yemo knew that since Nyo Runin had the Jade Slip, other powers would have them too. Perhaps those places were plowed open already. Yemo gave up the red cloud god herbs. Small Ginseng had an innate talent to sense laws. He would be able to sense some subtle time whirlpools. Yemo followed Small Ginseng and soon found tens of good god herbs and a golden-colored golden bell Buddha fruit. Its value wasn't much lower than Aegis fruit, but it had no value to Yemo. It could allow one to learn Buddhist god art. To Yemo, if he could see Dufeng Monk, he would give him this Dao fruit. Mowa Hanging Valley should be ahead. We'll go check if there's 7-star extreme well. Small Ginseng followed Shadowless closely. Don't go too far. Yemo saw Small Ginseng was some distance from him and called out. Small Ginseng agreed and ran off with Shadowless. Yemo was helpless. Although the Golden Page world was now a complete 5-element world, Small Ginseng and Shadowless were too lonely inside. They had no playmates. In here, there were immortal spirit beasts and god beasts. Yemo had decided to get some more immortal spirit beasts into the Golden Page world after he went out to prevent his Golden Page world from being too boring. A sharp scream sounded that interrupted Yemo's thoughts. He immediately dashed out. The sound was made by Shadowless. In just 10 seconds, Yemo landed next to Shadowless and Small Ginseng. There were 4 people who had surrounded Small Ginseng and Shadowless. There were 2 Immortal Emperor tertiary stages. 1 Immortal Emperor peak stage and 1 half divine. The Immortal Emperor peak stage had blue hair, but his god essence was weaker than the 2 Immortal Emperor tertiary stages. Rumble. Yemo smashed away the Immortal Emperor tertiary stage's black stick attack on Shadowless while releasing Zisu that hung in the air. Who are you? How dare you stop me grabbing immortal pet? The immortal emperor tertiary stage said, Stop you grab immortal pet? Small ginseng and shadowless are my friends, what right do you have to grab them? Yemo's face sunk, your thing? There are all too many things in the mountain, what right do you have to say that this ice ginseng king is yours? A woman behind the immortal emperor tertiary stage said. Why waste time with him? A mere immortal emperor middle stage, just kill him. The immortal emperor peak stage said impatiently. The two immortal emperor tertiary stage agreed immediately okay. Before they finished, two magic artifacts were released, one black one white that swept at Yemo. Yemo released in his murderous immortal emperor domain stacked with his spirit sense domain. Yemo wasn't going to show any mercy to those who wanted to kill him. While they still underestimated him, he would kill two first. Zisu sliced across the air and the man and woman immediately felt a powerful space binding. Their immortal emperor domains crumbled like eggs. Rumble, the white and black meg struck with Zisu splashing rays in the void. A subtle space ripple spread out, the half-divine's face changed, his heaven shocking lamp had been released, he chose a very good time but even so, he was still a bit slow. Zisu brought out two bloody mists. These two immortal emperor tertiary stages were killed in one move. They didn't even completely release their god arts, it's not that they couldn't use it but that they didn't take EMO seriously at all. However, as soon as they clashed, they realized they were severely wrong and this cost them their lives. Two essence spirits seeped out and was gulped by Shadowless who was waiting on the side. The immortal emperor peak stage was just a bit slower than that half-divine. His face changed immediately and released his Wither Zen dual swords. EMO wasn't worried about that. He was worried about the heaven shocking lamp. Upon release, it formed heaven-covering light that locked onto him. The endless light were like stars falling that smashed towards Emo. Emo felt his essence spirit was about to cripple, he couldn't even gather his god essence. Although the half-divine didn't stop him from killing the two immortal emperors, he chose the perfect opportunity to attack, putting him at the lower hand. Those lights spun more rapidly until it grew brighter and brighter. This reminded Emo of his Heaven Flame 9 Suns. Heaven Flame 9 Suns grew more and more brighter later on. Under the binding of the light, Emo could clearly feel the terror of these lights and he could feel that the more the light spun, the stronger his domain was. If this continued, Emo wouldn't even be able to take back Zisu. Shadowless saw this and flapped his wings towards that half-divine and bit down. Chapter 2006, Muhua Floating Valley. This gathering light domain was bitten a hole by Shadowless. Emo felt easy and before the lamp could fill the hole up, he punched out. Fist God Art Shatter Sky. At the same time, Shadowless was smashed back by the backlash of the domain and smashed into a huge mountain rock. Emo was planning to burn his god essence to break free from the domain but Shadowless helped him so he didn't hesitate at all. 9 void lethal forces rose and this space was instantly swept inside. The endless light was suppressed by the fist wind before it could be repaired. The 9 fist forces clashed with the endless light. The endless light seemed to have been smashed by asteroid and scattered to a few hundred kms nearby. The half-divine saw that his heaven-shocking lamp domain was broken by Emo and was extremely shocked. He still had other means but only he knew that the time you picked to ambush Emo was perfect and yet under such situation, he still wasn't able to make Emo seriously injured. Emo's power was definitely no weaker than his heaven-shocking lamp lit up again. An eerie light came up that charged at Emo's fist wind. At this moment, the blue-haired immortal emperor tertiary stage finally released his magic artifact. The two swords sealed Emo's surroundings like two sword dragons. Emo raised his hand and a huge drum appeared before him. Dong dong dong. Emo struck the drum 9 times but it sounded like tens of thousands of horses racing. The sky became dark with lethal force. The two immortal emperors attacking Emo felt endless immortal soldiers raising their spears and attacking. This wasn't the battle between 3 but between millions. Emo didn't take back the fist wind and raised out a few more lightning bolts. Before, Emo was almost backlashed by the drum sound with just one strike but now he struck it 9 times and was completely fine. The dual swords was suppressed by the drum sounds and could only circulate around Emo's domain. The eerie green light of the half-divine was also suppressed and immediately slowed down. However, Emo's 5 lightning lights were becoming clearer. Those drum sounds struck the half-divine's chests making his god essence cripple. But this wasn't the end. At the same time, 5 extremely clear lightning spears appeared. The half-divine's face changed. Although his domain was bit open by Shadowless, it was still under a slight upper hand. But when the drum sounded, he was at the lower hand. Now that the 5 lightning spears was about to smash down and he was completely bound to it, how could he keep attacking EMO? At the same time, the green light changed directions and swept at the 5 lightning spear. Destruction, rumble. The lightning spears smashed with the green light, creating this huge shocking sound that exploded all the nearby space, destroying the nearby forest and small hill. More than half of the lightning spears was gone, but it kept falling. It just wasn't as powerful as before. The heaven-shocking lamp suddenly expanded, becoming a red sun. Crack. A few more sounds appeared and the remaining lightning spear completely smashed on the heaven-shocking lamp. The lamp immediately dimmed down and even made a cracking sound. The half-divine blocked Yemo's shatter space god art and the drum sound, as well as the 5 lightning spear destruction. However, his face became pale. After blocking the 5 lightning spear destruction, he immediately put away his lamp and dashed away. A half-divine and an immortal emperor peak stage was attacking Emo together, but he fell first. Seeing this half-divine run, Emo had no power to chase him. Seeing this, the blue-haired immortal emperor peak stage's face looked back. He wanted to take back his magic artifact and run, but Emo was facing him alone now. How could he run easily? Yemo's immortal emperor domain and spirit sense domain completely expanded, binding this immortal emperor peak stage before punching again. The shatter sky gathered a few void lethal force and completely sealed off his exit. The blue-haired immortal emperor was already no match for Emo. Now that he just wanted to run, he had less chances of stopping Emo's god art. He wasn't that half-divine. Although he was immortal emperor peak stage, he was weaker than ordinary immortal emperor tertiary stage. Facing such a powerful lethal blow, he could only beg, "Don't attack. I'm Zi Chang, God Corners Hellion Yul. I'm from the Hellion family." For those who wanted to kill him, Emo wasn't going to let them go even if they were the God Lord. Shatter Sky's fist force swept the blue-haired immortal emperor to pulp. 3 storage rings fell into Emo's golden page world. Then he walked up to Shadowless and asked what was going on. Shadowless was thick-skinned, and although he was smashed away by the half-divine's domain, he was fine. Small Ginseng quickly said, "I felt a top treasure here, and just when I was charging forward I was stopped by those 4. Shadowless quickly said that blue-haired saw through that Small Ginseng was Ice Ginseng King and wanted to capture Small Ginseng. Of course we didn't agree, but before I attacked, I was attacked by that woman." He offended another power. Emo just didn't bother to think about it and said to Small Ginseng, "Lead the way, let's see where that treasure is." He offended too many people. When the mountain was about to open, he would just stay in here. He found what he wanted anyways. If he wasn't afraid that people would find the tunnel to the immortal realm, he would rather go back to the immortal realm. Emo really didn't like this god necropolis domain. Hearing that Emo was going to find what he sensed, Small Ginseng immediately came and dashed out in a white light. Emo didn't dare to follow from afar and stuck close by Small Ginseng. In less than 2 hours, Small Ginseng came to a huge valley. What made Emo feel amazed was that there were steep cliffs on the 2 sides of the valley. The lower half of the cliff was covered by mist and only the top half showed. From a distance, it was like floating in the air. The valley was wide and deep. Spirit sense couldn't even scan to its edges. Even if Emo didn't ask, he knew this was Mu-Wa floating valley. Small Ginseng didn't stop and charged in immediately. 5 minutes later, Small Ginseng had to stop. 2 immortal emperors were having a huge battle here that almost turned the valley around. Emo could tell that both of them were immortal emperor tertiary stage. The long-haired man was stronger, meanwhile the gray-robed man looked older. "Boss, there's just some way to there, but these 2 are blocking our way." Small Ginseng said angrily, "If there was no special situation, Emo wouldn't want to fly in here." These 2 were having such an intense battle that it sealed the path shut. Emo could only go up and say, "You 2 please wait a bit, let us pass." Chapter 2007, 7-star extreme. Well, the 2 immortal emperor tertiary stages saw that a mere immortal emperor middle stage asked them to stop fighting and give way. They didn't understand where Emo got the audacity from, but the older immortal emperor moved to the side, clearly agreeing. The long-haired immortal emperor saw Shadowless and Small Ginseng running behind Emo. As though feeling that someone who could own these 2 weren't ordinary, he hesitated and moved aside too. Emo waved his hand and was going to pass between the 2. At this moment, the gray-robed immortal emperor suddenly attacked. He released an extremely powerful ray that bound the entire space. Even Emo felt the terror of this dark ray and suspected he might not be able to dodge it if he didn't convert his immortal essence. At this moment, Small Ginseng and Shadowless were in this bound space and was about to be pierced. Shadowless was more experienced in battle and instantly stopped Small Ginseng and bit. Crack! There was an almost indistinguishable sound and that bound space was bit open a bit. Shadowless took Small Ginseng to retreat a few steps and escaped from the border. Emo was furious. He didn't expect this careful-looking gray old man was this shameless and used him to ambush. If it was some ordinary person, he would have been dead already. The next moment, his domain pressed over and used shatter space. 9 terrifying void fist forces swept at the old man. Emo didn't even hid the murderous chi, it fused with the void lethal force that would even make spirit sense shiver. The old man wanted to use his dark ray rune, but the long-haired immortal emperor stopped him and prevented him from using it. Now that Emo was going past here, he immediately caught onto the opportunity. The instant the rune was activated, the gray-robed immortal emperor breathed easy. He knew he was fine now. No matter how strong the long-haired immortal emperor was, he would be heavily injured or killed by the rune. As for the mere immortal emperor middle stage, the gray-robed old man felt Emo was suicidal to intervene in the immortal emperor tertiary stage battle, but the instant he activated the rune, he felt things weren't right. That dragon horse-like beast bit open the dark ray domain. That immortal emperor middle stage who was bound by the dark ray domain could move freely and even punched over. His face changed greatly. That extremely powerful lethal force already locked onto him tightly. He could clear sense it, but he couldn't dodge it. The murderous killing intent hurt his body before it even reached him. His body was about to split apart. Such a terrifying fist force, such murderous killing intent. The gray-robed man instantly realized he caused a big trouble. This guy was no immortal emperor middle stage, this power was Tao Vindication divine emperor. The nearby space was completely bound and even the old man's spirit sense was locked on. He couldn't even make a word even if he wanted to beg for mercy. He could only watch as the void lethal force came. His eyes were full of regret and terror. He didn't expect he messed with someone this tough so casually. Thud. The void fist force smashed together and the old man's body exploded. He couldn't even move his finger and could only watch. This only happened in a second. The long-haired immortal emperor noticed the ambush, but that dark ray domain was too strong and he couldn't break free. Luckily Shadowless bit open the domain and Emo's shatter sky tore this domain open. The long-haired immortal emperor immediately used the opportunity to move aside, but even so, the dark ray still took away all the clothes on him as well as some flesh. One could imagine that if he was a bit later, that dark ray would heavily injure him. Before he could breathe easy, he saw Emo punch the old man to dust. That extremely fierce and terrifying lethal force made the long-haired man shiver even though he wasn't at the full front of it, such powerful fist force. The long-haired man rejoiced that he didn't forcefully block the way or he would be the one dead. No wonder this immortal emperor middle stage dared to roam around with an ice ginseng king. With such power, who would dare to attack him? He even suspected that Emo was fishing for an excuse to kill people. Just when the man wanted to walk to Emo and thank him, a huge explosion stopped him. The long-haired man didn't mind, he knew that it was the dark ray hitting a cliff. "Boss, it's this place, it's been smashed open." Small Ginseng quickly came over and pointed at the cliff. Emo already saw it. An extremely dense god spirit chi-chi with slivers of Tao waves diffused. There was also an extremely good aroma that purified cultivation and the body. 7-star extreme well. The long-haired man called out in shock. A huge stone pond appeared and inside was extremely clear liquid. The god spirit chi that seeped out squeezed away the clouds, making it seem like an immortal pond floating in the air. It's indeed 7-star extreme well, not bad. Small Ginseng did huge work this time. Emo said happily. The next moment, Emo took a storage ring and landed on the side of the well. He took out a jade kettle that wasn't very big. Emo was an immortal artifact grandmaster. Although it was hard to buy dimensional jade kettles for others, but Emo made a pile in the golden page world to collect treasures like this. The long-haired man's face changed a few times, but he eventually didn't dare to do anything. The 7-star extreme well was precious, but he didn't have the balls to fight over it with Emo. However, he also flew over and saluted with his fists to Emo, the stout friend. "Thank you for saving my life. I want to see if there would be 7-star extreme wells on the side." "Would that affect Tao friend?" Emo looked and nodded. "Do as you please." The long-haired man rejoiced and immediately started to dig places not far from Yemo's 7-star extreme well. He had researched many information before and knew that around the 7-star extreme well, there would be side wells. This is still 7-star extreme well but just has less quantity. When the original 7-star extreme well was full, the liquid would flow to another place, so that place was side well. The liquid in the well was brought out by Emo and flowed into the jade kettle like a water fountain. One couldn't even stop the extremely pure well chi from spreading. Emo knew that this would definitely attract people to come. He had to collect this quickly. Crack. Emo knew that the other man succeeded because after this crack, there was more well chi seeping out. Found it. The long-haired man rejoiced. Emo looked over. 10 meters from him, there was a sink-sized well. Emo didn't plan to fight over it. He already had this much, so he didn't need more. Plus, the man found it himself. The man wasn't slower than Emo and instantly took out a jade bottle and quickly filled up the well. At this moment, a few more dashing lights came in and Emo just finished collecting the well water. Chapter 2008, Talk with Power, 7-star extreme well. A few shocked voices and 4 figures landed. Then, 2 more dashing lights came and called out the same words. Emo landed and waved to Shadowless and Small Ginseng, "Let's go." The long-haired man saw this and quickly followed Emo. Wait. At least 3 of the 6 came out and stopped Emo. Emo frowned. He knew that he took all the well water, so it was probably hard for him to leave peacefully. Ice Ginseng King. Another person saw Small Ginseng and exclaimed, Emo was only Immortal Emperor peak stage and yet got this many 7-star extreme well water and the Ice Ginseng King. Even the dragon horse probably wasn't simple. People's eyes immediately went red. Emo waved his hand and took Shadowless and Small Ginseng. At the same time, Zisu floated in the air. Since this was unavoidable, he might as well fight. The strongest here was only Immortal Emperor peak stage and there was only one. One person here was even Immortal Monarch peak stage. Emo didn't need to worry about this at all nor need Shadowless help. Seeing Emo put away Small Ginseng and Shadowless, a few people sneered. It was pointless to put away things that were already seen. At this moment, 3 more dashing lights came. Emo was speechless as Emo knew 2 of them. It was the 2 that stopped Nil Runin and was taught a lesson by Emo. The 3 immediately saw the empty 7-star extreme well, but then the other 2 Immortal Emperors recognized Emo. Their faces changed, but they didn't leave. They stood afar and watched. Seeing one of the 2 was Immortal Emperor peak stage, the first 6 who came saluted with their fists to the 3. The Immortal Emperor peak stage in the group of 6 was white-skinned, but his eyes looked evil. He greeted the 3 and walked up to the long-haired man. "Dao friend, you've got quite some luck. The well is that big here, you probably got quite a lot, right?" The long-haired man saluted with his fists. "I got some well water, but I got the side one. As for the main well, it's because I came a bit late." The Immortal Emperor peak stage dazed. To him, it was Emo and the long-haired Immortal Emperor who split the 7-star extreme well. Emo was weaker, so he must have gotten less, but the results were different. Then he reacted and smiled to the long-haired man. "Dao friend, you're a nice person. I admire you." The side well was only the size of a water sink, not even 1/10 of the main well. Yet, the man still didn't rob Emo's well. The long-haired man smiled but said nothing. Was he a good person? He felt Emo was a good person. If it was someone else, he wouldn't even get the sides. This evil-eyed Immortal Emperor peak stage looked at Emo and casually saluted with his fists. "Dao friend, you're quite lucky to get an entire well of 7-star extreme well. I'm Hung Hong God Corner E Kong. There's plenty of treasures in the mountain, but the 7-star extreme well is extremely rare. Since everyone saw it, can you share some?" Emo smiled. "Of course, there's that many 7-star extreme wells, I can't use it all." E Kong laughed. "Dao friend, nice, how about this? Take out the 7-star extreme well and I'll split it up?" Seeing that Emo was willing to share the 7-star extreme well, he immediately knew Emo was scared. He was facing 9 Immortal Emperors and Emo was only an Immortal Emperor middle stage. How could Emo not be scared? The 2 Immortal Emperors who had seen Emo before knew he definitely wasn't so easy to talk to. They saw others go up but they stayed afar. "Why should I let you split my things?" Emo said plainly, but killing chi was gathering around Zisu. He was about to attack. Feeling Emo's faint-killing chi, Ekong frowned and said coldly, "Didn't you say you can't use this many 7-star extreme well water and wanted to share it? Are you regretting?" Emo smiled. "Of course I won't regret, but if you want my well water you need to trade it. You guys didn't take anything out and want me to share the well water with you. Do you want to rob me?" Ekong heard this and was furious. "So you're playing with me?" Then, his force rose as killing intent circulated around him. Before he could attack, the brown-robed Immortal Emperor tertiary stage next to him went up first and released a rusty ghost chain and attacked Emo. "Martial brother Kong, you don't need to deal with this cocky bastard. I, Guan Ruisi, am enough." As soon as the ghost chains came out, the valley became ghastly. It was as though countless ghosts came alive. Howling ghost voices sounded with the black smoke that was about to tear Emo apart. The long-haired man standing not far felt his mind unstable and immediately retreated while releasing his defensive magic artifact. "The ghost chains are not bad," Emo said and sliced with Zisu. He really felt the ghost chains were good, but this Immortal Emperor tertiary stage couldn't fully activate it. Emo expanded his domain out and the grey-robed Immortal Emperor's domain cracked like an egg. The Immortal Emperor immediately knew he wrongly estimated Yemo's cultivation level, but Zisu already smashed down on the ghost chains with the space-lethal force, Rumble. Essence Chi blasted and the nearby Immortal Emperors released their magic artifacts while retreating quickly. Kang's face changed. He instantly realized that Guan Ruisi was no match for Emo. He instantly released his magic artifact, but the long purple sword ray had already hacked on the ghost chains. Sizzling sounds came and the endless ghost figures were melted into nothing but the purple rays. Guan Ruisi felt his ghost chain shiver. The long purple sword ray suddenly cracked and then turned into heaven-covering purple shards that enveloped him. At this moment, Guan Ruisi was completely in despair. He realized that even if he didn't underestimate Emo could still kill him easily. Splurge. Blood mist sprayed and the Immortal Emperor tertiary stage who was going to kill Emo a few seconds ago was turned to dust. At this moment, Kang's 5-flame Chen Kuan wheel was just released. Emo didn't put away Zisu. He flew up and punched. Emo felt very satisfied. His crevice god art finally broke through just then, forming endless crevice shards. He derived this from Illusion Cloud 9 strikes and Heaven Shocking Lamp domain. After crevice cracked, the endless sword rays can form another domain strike. If it enveloped the opponent, it would kill for sure. Before the 5 sun-like rings of the wheel spread out, it was swept by Emo's fist force. Rumble, 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 rumble. After 5 huge explosions, flame shot everywhere in this space and Earth was completely turned to dust. Even the 2 valleys were powdered. Kong flew back and there was a sliver of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was extremely shocked. Although he attacked in a rush, Emo attacked after Emo killed an Immortal Emperor. Emo counter-attacked in a rush. Thinking about this, Kong soon realized he was far from a match for Emo. Kong stumbled a few steps. His face was pale. He finally realized why Emo didn't care. He didn't need to care. Even if 6 more of them came, Emo could just go. If Emo wanted to go, who here could stop him? The long-haired man breathed easy. Chapter 2009, Tao Essence Divine Estate. Out of the first 6 people who came, 1 was instantly killed and the Immortal Emperor peak stage was smashed away. The remaining 4 had 1 Immortal Monarch and 2 Immortal Emperor primary stages. Their faces were extremely pale and subconsciously looked at the 3 who came later. They finally realized why there was 2 who didn't come up. They already knew how strong Emo was. Saying Emo take the storage ring and ghost chain and walk towards him, Kong quickly put away his wheel and saluted with his fists. "I was too impulsive. I'm willing to compensate for Dao Friend's losses." Seeing Emo completely ignore him, Kong said again, "There's a Dao Essence Divine Estate in the mountain. I just got news and sensed the well chi here. That's why I came over." Emo stopped. Dao Essence was the pinnacle of the God Necropolis domain. He must go check out that Dao Essence estate. Up until now, his 3 birth chant didn't have Dao Vindication cultivation method, mainly because he had never come in contact with a Dao Vindication Divine Emperor. Even though he was hunted by one, he didn't fight one. "Tell me where it is, and I'll let you live." Emo said plainly. Kong quickly said the Dao Essence Divine Estate is at Chengzhen Lake. People were searching for Qing Tao Qilan there and accidentally activated the ancient Dao Essence Divine Estate. It said that this place might be left behind by a powerful being before the god necropolis domain was broken. There would be top-level divine Tao cultivation method and god art. Okay, if you don't want my well water then piss off. Yemo said. Kang's face showed a sliver of anger, but he quickly hid it and said, Tao friend, that 3 treasured ghost chain is one of the top magic artifact of our Hanghong God corner. Please, you want it? Yemo looked asked. Kang bit his teeth and said yes, that's something very important to us. We're willing to pay some price for it. Yemo said you can have it back if you use a Dao fruit to trade it. Any Dao fruit will do, otherwise, no deal. If you can give me Lightning Sound Ages fruit, I can not only give the chains back but also give you a bottle of 7-star extreme well water. Yemo said loudly, but no one at the scene reacted. He knew that these people definitely didn't get the fruit. Seeing Yemo about to leave, Kang was really desperate. He quickly sound transmission to Yemo, Dao friend, I really don't have Dao fruit, but I know who does, and I know he has 2 Lightning Sound Ages fruit. Yemo said coldly, what does that have to do with you? Do you think I'm going to give you the ghost chains if you told me who has the Lightning Sound Ages fruit? Seeing Yemo speak out his sound transmission, Kang didn't dare to blame Yemo and said, I know that person will be going to the ancient Dao Essence Divine Estate, and I know he really wants the well water. If Dao friend is willing to trade with the well water, I believe he's willing to give out a Lightning Sound Ages fruit. Lead the way. When I see the person I will give it to you, otherwise you can wait to die. Yemo sneered. Kang was furious, but he could only suppress his anger and lead the way at the front. Shenbei. The 2 immortal emperors who were beaten away by Yemo before could only greet Yemo. Yemo knew that they were only like this due to his power, and if he was weaker, they would come attack him without hesitation. However, there were all sorts of people like this everywhere. He didn't need to care that much. He just needed to increase his power. Seeing Yemo head towards the Changjiang Lake, the rest of the people followed, but the long-haired immortal emperor changed direction and left. The reason Changjiang Lake was famous was because Qing Tao Qilan would often be found here. It was a material used for concocting top-level Dao molding pills. Those who came to the mountain would all go there for a spin. Who would give up Dao vindication? If one vindicated Dao, the first step would be Dao molding. The best material for learning Dao molding was Qing Tao Qilan. However, this herb was very rare in the God Necropolis domain, even in the Changjiang Lake. Changjiang Lake was half a day's distance from the floating valley because they couldn't fly. If they could fly, they would be able to get there in half an hour. When Yemo came to the outskirts of the lake, he found there were already 50 people here. These people surrounded a huge lake. The lake looked boundless and had a layer of mist. The white mist seemed to have materialized. Yemo's spirit sense blades scanned out and forced open the white mist. He found that the water underneath was red like blood. There was also some cold killing chi inside. When Yemo and them came over, they just casually glanced and didn't care. Most of them were staring inside the lake. Yemo frowned when he saw the lake water was this strange. Dao friend, it's that person wearing the yellow cloud robes who has 2 Dao fruits. He's a body refinement cultivator and he definitely needs the 7-star extreme well. Kang quickly sound transmission to Yemo. Yemo already saw that body refinement immortal. His muscles bulged up and essence chi formed faint ripples around him. His cultivation level was half divine. It was no wonder he dared to appear after getting 2 Lightning Sound Ages fruits. Who is this person? Give me a set off Changjiang Lake information. Yemo said casually. Kang said Changjiang Lake has been a place producing lots of Qing Tao Qilan since the ancient times. The lake water is red. It's fabled that an ancient grey dragon molded his Dao here, but he encountered an unprecedented divine damnation. This divine damnation took the divine damnation, but his essence spirit cracked due to this and died here. Eventually, his essence blood and essence chi formed the lake, and the Qing Tao Qilan next to the lake has a sliver of dragon will. It's more valuable than Qing Tao Qi Lan from other places. The lake surface is so flat, even if there were Qing Tao Qilan, wouldn't it be harvested away? Yemo asked. Kang answered, people can't see the lake every time the mountain opens, as the mountain opens from a different position. So in time, people can find Qing Tao Qilan around the lake. Yemo nodded and looked at the half-divine. Tell me about this person. He's very mysterious. It said he's not from the 16 God corners and 5 castles. After he came here, he went around challenging everyone and no one was a match for him. he killed a few top prodigies. Later, there was Tao Vindication Divine Emperor attacking him, but he has an extremely powerful space mobility technique. Even Divine Emperors find it very difficult to keep him. If any Divine Emperor attacked him, he would come back to revenge the Divine Emperor's sect after a while. As time went on, no one dares to mess with him. Yi Kong subconsciously looked at the half-divine. The half-divine seemed to have felt someone look at him. He looked up and glanced over coldly. Yi Kong subconsciously shivered in sound transmission. He knows we're discussing about him. Yi threw out the ghost chains and said, "You have no business here." Yi Kong took the ghost chains and quickly left. He didn't want to be connected with Yi at all. However, before Yi went over, that half-divine came over. He studied Yi from head to toe before saying in a coarse voice, "You were prying news about me?" Chapter 2010, Divine Estate Scheme. Yi just wanted to answer the yellow cloud-robed half-divine when the center of the lake Shadowless exploded with a 1 km tall water pillar. However, it seemed quite eerie as the pillar was red. Okay, another formation flag opened. Someone clapped. Soon, a few figures jumped up from the bottom of the lake and landed by the river. Before anyone said anything, a few more people went into the lake. The water pillar gradually fell back. At this moment, a Tao Vindication Divine Emperor drew 8 over to the side, clearly wanting them to get prepared. Yi finally realized what was going on. It seemed that Tao Essence Divine Estate was at the bottom of the lake and people went down in turns to break the formation. When one formation flag was opened, the 8 people who were just appointed would go down to attack the next formation flag. The Divine Emperor is probably the commander of this operation. Yi was shocked. There was such massive attacks at the bottom of the lake, but nothing could be seen from the lake surface. Only when the formation flag was broken would there be a water pillar. "I'm asking you something." The half-divine saw Yi stare at the lake and think, so his tone grew cold. Yi turned around and saluted with his fists. "I heard Tao friend is a body refinement cultivator. I just came from Muhua Hanging Valley. You're not going to say you found the 7-star extreme well, right?" Beams shot out of the half-divine's eyes as though he was almost about to eat Yi. Yi said calmly, "That's right, I found it and I got a big pond." The half-divine rejoiced. He had been to the Hanging Valley many times but didn't find any marks of the well. Yet, someone said he found a large pond of it. How could he contain his joy? The well was invaluable to him. He would rob it even if he had to. Just when he was going to speak, he saw Yi's face change and he jumped into the lake without hesitation. The half-divine dazed, but he soon reacted. He followed Yi into the river without hesitation. The rest of the immortals didn't expect someone would jump in the lake at this time. Those who didn't understand thought the formation was opened and jumped in too. More and more people jumped in. The Divine Emperor holding the formation saw that he was the only one here and gritted his teeth. "A mere immortal emperor middle stage dares to mess up my plan." He brought over a Tao Actualization Divine Emperor. Just when Yi jumped in the lake, a Tao Actualization Divine Emperor came over a few seconds later. The Tao Actualization Divine Emperor also jumped in the lake. This Divine Emperor immediately guessed that the Tao Actualization Divine Emperor was hunting Yi. Then, he jumped in the lake too. Of course, the Tao Essence Divine Estate's formation wasn't broken, but Yi had to jump in. His spirit sense sensed the Divine Emperor who was hunting him head towards the lake, and his spirit sense locked onto him when it scanned the lake. In just a few seconds, the Divine Emperor would be here. He didn't think he could get away this time. The Tao Actualization Divine Emperor's spirit sense was locked onto him. Yi jumped into the lake. He couldn't think of anywhere else where he could escape the spirit sense. Yi believed that no matter how strong the Divine Emperor's spirit sense was, it couldn't scan into the bottom of the lake. As soon as Yi jumped in, the spirit sense lock-on was removed. Yi could go into the Golden Page world now, but he didn't choose to. He still had an opportunity to run. Yi was at his max speed and kept dashing around at the bottom of the lake. He knew that the Divine Emperor was in the lake now, but his spirit sense was limited in the lake, so he couldn't be sure where he was. Rumble. The water splashed apart and Yi immediately knew something was going on at the bottom of the lake. He carefully dived but found a huge golden door was wide open. Yi saw the Tao Essence Divine Estate's restriction was smashed open and a few people went inside. The latter people also dashed in. Yi's first impulse was to go in too, but he instantly changed his mind. He didn't go in and instead threw down a surveillance formation disc like the rocks at the lake bed and left. He controlled the Golden Page world to mix into the mud at the lake. Hiding in the Golden Page world, Emo was confused. Why was there no Tao Essence Chi in this Tao Essence Divine Estate? Emo had never seen Tao Essence Chi, but there was very little ancient feeling to this estate. Soon, Emo felt he was thinking too much. Perhaps the Tao Essence Divine Emperor didn't die for long. With the Tao Essence Divine Estate open, even the half-divine outside the Divine Estate couldn't resist. The Tao Essence Divine Estate attracted him too much. To him, the well was very important, but it could be delayed. Going in the Tao Essence Divine Estate was the most important thing. Seeing that Divine Emperor go into the Tao Essence Divine Estate, Emo breathed easy. The only pity was that he couldn't go in to get rich and that half-divine went inside. He couldn't even deal with him. Just when Emo wanted to leave the Golden Page world and flee, another figure appeared in the surveillance formation disk. Emo quickly stopped. He almost forgot about the Divine Emperor breaking the formation. How did this guy come so late? What shocked Emo was that this Divine Emperor didn't go in and instead sneered before throwing down tens of formation flags. This Divine Emperor was clearly setting up a top trap and attack formation. Even he can't set up such formation. As the Divine Emperor kept throwing out formation flags, the golden door slowly shut. Such an evil guy. Emo took in a cold breath clearly. He wanted to catch everyone who went in. At this moment, Emo realized that this Tao Essence Divine Estate was just a bit. As for what it was used for, Emo knew it was related to the Divine Emperor's cultivation method. It was already extremely eerie with the blood-red lake water, and now with the Tao Vindication Divine Emperor trapping people here with a Tao Essence Divine Estate. Emo didn't want to stay here an extra minute, but the Divine Emperor kept throwing out formation flags and restrictions. Emo didn't dare to leave at this moment. Emo watched the Divine Emperor and waited for the opportunity to go. After 15 minutes, the Divine Emperor suddenly took out a red jade bottle and gulped at the bottle. Once he finished, he suddenly sensed something and frowned. The next moment, he landed next to Emo's formation disc. He picked up that stone-like disc. Emo was shocked. This old monster was so cunning. He didn't do anything, and yet the surveillance formation disc was found. With this, Emo knew he couldn't keep hiding. It would only expose his Golden Page world. Without hesitation, Emo dashed out of the Golden Page world and charged out. He just escaped from a Tao Actualization Divine Emperor and was now wanted by a Tao Molding Divine Emperor. Emo was speechless. Chapter 2011, Insect Without Tao Vindication. This Divine Emperor immediately woke up when Emo escaped and sneered. He stepped out and punched without even releasing magic artifact. At this moment, Emo was 1 km from the Divine Emperor, but this punch rattled the entire lake water. The lake water smashed onto Emo as a whole body. Emo couldn't even resist and spat a few mouthfuls of blood. His body felt like it was about to collapse. If he was an immortal god body, his body would have been completely pulverized. Emo was extremely shocked. He was originally planning to fight this Divine Emperor. After all, Tao Molding Divine Emperor was just the beginning of Tao Vindication. He thought that if he could fight with a half-divine, he might be able to fight a few rounds with Tao Molding Divine Emperor. However, this Tao Molding Divine Emperor's punch shattered Emo's fantasy. This was at a 1 kilometer distance. If it was face-to-face, Emo probably couldn't even move. He was on par with half-divine, but he was a far cry from Tao Vindicators. Realizing this, Emo dashed towards the lake surface, a top-level body refinement cultivator. The Divine Emperor thought that an immortal Emperor middle stage would certainly die to this punch, but Emo actually escaped and only just spat a few mouthfuls of blood. Emo brought over a Tao Actualization Divine Emperor and saw his secret. How could he let Emo go? But just when he moved, the formation flags he set up hummed and seemed to about to explode. The Divine Emperor's face changed. Of course he knew that the Tao Actualization Divine Emperor was doing this. If the formation was broken, all his work would have been for nothing. He had to give up Emo and go back to that door again and keep spraying down formation flags. He had to seal this formation completely shut. Emo's spirit sense was watching the actions of this Tao Molding Divine Emperor. Seeing him go back, Emo's heart relaxed. He dashed out of the lake as quickly as he could. He couldn't care about time whirlpools and used a few instant transmissions and used mobility technique for an entire day before stopping. He escaped to a swamp, but Emo wasn't happy at all. He finally realized the difference between Tao Vindicators and ordinary immortal emperors. This was the difference of great god art. Even if he reached Immortal Emperor peak stage, if he didn't know a big god art, he might not be a match for a Tao Vindication Divine Emperor. That Divine Emperor's attack carried space law. All the waters within his law range were moved by his law. He completely used the force of the world to pressure him. This definitely wasn't something that his god art could counter. Emo felt he was quite lucky. He originally thought that even if he was caught up to buy that Tao Actualization Divine Emperor, he would use great transmission god art and fight with his life. But now, he realized that if he was really caught up, the Tao Actualization Divine Emperor might bind the entire space. This wasn't the space binding of domain. Once space was bound, he wouldn't be able to use any god art. The insolent was fearless. If you didn't reach that level, you would never know the power of that level. Emo didn't have the confidence it had before. In this world you're an insect if you didn't vindicate Tao. If he wanted to survive in this world, he would have to quickly vindicate Tao or he would die. Luckily, his golden page world was complete and he could use that to vindicate Tao. But before this, he would have to understand how to vindicate Tao. Emo immediately called out Small Ginseng and Shadowless and said, "We're too weak right now. We have to find God Spirit range and God crystals to speed up cultivation. You two go out immediately and find God crystals and God Spirit range." Small Ginseng and Shadowless were very happy to do such things. They immediately went outside. A day later, Small Ginseng found a small God crystals mine. Emo dug inside for a whole day and only got a few thousand top-grade God crystals and tens of thousands of middle-grade God crystals. The second day, Small Ginseng seemed to have found something top-level and ran around like mad. Emo and Shadowless knew of Small Ginseng's capabilities and immediately became excited. 2 hours later, Emo looked at where Small Ginseng pointed speechlessly. He saw a God Spirit range, a low-grade God Spirit range, and it was surrounded by hills. Even a low-grade God Spirit range was worth more than tens of extreme-grade immortal ranges. More importantly, it contained God Spirit Chi that was suitable for Emo's cultivation now. Emo was speechless because he saw more than 10 people surround it. No matter how shameless he was, he couldn't go up and rob it. Plus, there were 2 half-divines there. If they joined up, he would be outmatched. Never mind, there's already people here. Let's go to another place. Emo shook his head. Small Ginseng said desperately, "Boss, I'm not talking about this one. A few thousand steps ahead of this one, there's more God Spirit range. I don't know how many exactly, but I have to get close to be sure." Shadowless pretended and said, "Yeah boss, I feel there's God Spirit range over there too." He knew he was a far cry from Small Ginseng in terms of treasure hunting, but he said this to prevent boss from thinking he's useless and throw him into the golden page world again. Emo saw the people ahead and said, "Why don't we wait till they dig it before we go?" "No, if they dig it, they can sense the other God Spirit ranges there. They don't know yet because they haven't pulled the God Spirit range out. If they don't pull it out, the natural spirit stealthing formation won't be broken." Small Ginseng said desperately, "In that case, let's hurry and go there." Emo dashed over the sky. He was more desperate than Small Ginseng. When Emo came here, people already saw him. They haven't decided on how to split it, so they haven't dug it yet. Seeing an Immortal Emperor middle stage dare to come here seemingly wanting a share too, those Immortal Emperors looked at him with contempt. God Spirit range was good, but one needed the power to get it. But soon, they realized Emo didn't come for them and went alone to another mountain and released a shovel magic artifact and dug. He didn't stop at all. They were shocked because this shovel was an extreme grade immortal artifact and had no offensive capabilities. It was purely designed for digging God Spirit range. With each shovel, a small mountain-sized mud was swept away. There's someone like him." One Immortal Emperor laughed. They were like watching a clown put on a show. They just dug out a low-grade God Spirit range and now someone wanted to try their luck on the side. If there were that many God Spirit ranges, they wouldn't need to have Discord in deciding how to split it. He seems to have an Ice Ginseng King next to him. That's something equivalent to a Dao fruit or even better. Some people already saw Small Ginseng, many people didn't say anything. They were planning to follow Emo when he left. There really is God Spirit range. Someone called out in shock. When Emo dug for the third shovel, dense God Spirit Chi came out. "It's not one, it's 2, it's Yin Yang duo range." Another voice said, Emo didn't understand Yin Yang dual range before, but now he did. It was the best range for setting up sect formation. Putting the two together could automatically fill in God's spirit chi that was tens of times better than a single range. Its use for cultivation was much better than one God spirit range too. He had dug out Yin Yang dual range at the Luo Chu 18 discs and 36 heaven domains, but he didn't understand it at the time and wasted. Yimo was very quick. Before these people could come up, he already sent the two God spirit range into this golden page world. Chapter 2012. If you can't reason then fight. We chose the spot and haven't begun digging, but you took the Yin Yang range away. Aren't you a bit too dominant? One immortal emperor middle stage who was signaled by a half-divine stopped Yimo who was going to leave and said, Yimo ignored the immortal emperor middle stage and put away small ginseng before saying to Shadowless, get ready to fight. Ha ha. I, Nye Minglai, have never seen an immortal emperor middle stage this cocky before. If it wasn't that my eyes are still open, I would have thought it was a divine emperor talking to me. Brother Lu, have you seen him before? A half-divine said from the distant. Unexpectedly, the Luo half-divine smiled. I've really seen it. Nye Minglai sneered, clearly thinking that the half-divine was saying this to compete God's spirit range with him. He said to that immortal emperor middle stage, kill him. In this world, power was everything. You could be weak, but you needed to know to respect the powerful. If you didn't, then people would kill you for no reason. In his view, Yimo should have long been dead. That immortal emperor middle stage was waiting for the half-divine to say this and immediately released his but as soon as he did, he felt a powerful domain binding. The next moment, his magic artifact slowed and even the light from it dimmed. Yimo hacked out with Zisu. God Art Crevice, the small basin land couldn't cover the heaven-shattering purple beam. This purple beam was much more stronger than when Yimo used Crevice before. The purple ray sliced across the entire basin and didn't care about the two half-divines and more than 10 immortal emperors standing in front of it. When this god art sliced down, all the people under it released their magic artifact. When they sensed the lethal force, even that half-divine's face changed. Splurge. That immortal emperor middle stage who wanted to stop Yimo was killed before he could release his god art. The purple ray disappeared. Zisu was still floating above, but the basin was very quiet. Yimo scanned the rest and said, if no one else wants to rob me, I'm going. Nye Minglia's face changed. Even he couldn't kill that immortal emperor middle stage in one move before he could activate his god art. What made him so annoyed was that Yimo was only immortal emperor middle stage, but he used god art so recklessly. Everyone was under the attack. This person is too cocky. Brother Luo, what do you think? Nye Minglai would have attacked already if he was the only half-divine here. However, the other half-divine smiled and said, Brother Nye, although we came first, but now I've changed my mind. I only want half of this low-grade God Spirit range. You can have that God Spirit herb from before. Then, Lu half-divine waved his hand and that low-grade God Spirit range was brought up. He hacked with his magic artifact and it was split evenly from the middle. Then he sliced one half of it into 5 pieces and said, you guys split it equally. Hearing this, the 5 took a piece without hesitation. Seeing this, Nye Minglia's face changed and split the other half into 6 and he took the larger piece. Yimo didn't say anything. He knew things weren't over yet. He was ready for a big battle, but from the attitude of that Lu half-divine, Yimo didn't feel he wanted to fight him. After they split the God Spirit range, they found there was a broken natural stealth formation, so that's it. Nye Minglai finally understood why Yimo was going to dig out the 2 God Spirit ranges immediately. The Lu half-divine's face was bad. He realized this too. Although Yimo didn't dig the God Spirit range they found, it was pretty much robbing their thing. If we dig out the first God Spirit range, the Yin Yang dual range would be exposed. You dug it before us. If this isn't robbing, what is? Nye Minglai released his magic artifact and stopped in front of Yimo. The other 5 stopped in front of Yimo too. The Lu half-divine didn't leave and subtly sealed off Yimo's exit path. Clearly, he was unhappy with what Yimo did. When I dug the 2 God Spirit ranges, did you know about it or not? Yimo asked. Nye Minglai didn't want to fall into Yimo's word traps. I clearly knew there were 2 low-grade God Spirit ranges there. Nye Minglai sneered. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he said this, Yimo punched over. He thought Nye Minglai was going to reason and he was going to explain. But since this guy was this shameless, what's the point in talking? As Yimo released Shatter Sky, he smashed out 5 lightning spear destruction, while pressing over with his immortal emperor domain. Yemo had decided to kill Nie Minglai first, so he used Spirit Sense God Art Crevice as well. Yemo used this move before and almost killed Fengkong Grand Emperor. Fengkong Grand Emperor's power at the time was no weaker than this half-divine. In Yemo's eyes, if Fengkong Grand Emperor's immortal essence was completely converted to God essence, this Nie Minglai would be no match at all. The Void Fist force immediately swept over lethal force. Nie Minglai, who was amongst this terrifying lethal force, was very shocked. Facing against this terrifying space lethal force punch, he was like a small ship in raging ocean waters. Before he could think, he released his magic artifact 3 God Flame Sand. It instantly formed 3 heaven sand rivers, black, white and red. They were separated at the beginning, but as time went on, they were completely mixed, forming a whirlpool with soul-shocking flame, rumble. Yemo's Shatter Sky Fist force was swept in and disappeared in a few seconds. Yemo was shocked too. This was his first time seeing such terrifying magic artifact. When the two fought, no one came to gang up on him. Only Yemo knew it was because his domain's murderous chi was too ferocious and the others weren't that close with Nie Minglai, so they wanted to conserve strength. No one wanted to be killed like that immortal emperor middle stage. Nie Minglai was more shocked. Usually, when his sands devoured a god art, it would activated the flame in the middle of the sand. At this moment, if he activated the flame with full power, he would easily be able to kill his opponent, but today, his sands didn't ignite the middle flame. This meant that he would need to use his own god essence to light it up. That was very god essence consuming. He was also annoyed that no one else attacked Yemo. He couldn't care about that much, and just when he was going to use his god essence to activate the flame, he felt a 10 kilometers long purple sword ray appear in his sea of consciousness suddenly. It appeared from the edge of the heavens and was about to slice his sea of consciousness in half. He was all too familiar with this sword ray. Now that it appeared in his sea of consciousness, he immediately realized it was a top spirit sense god art. Nie Minglai couldn't care about activating his sand flames. He stacked up spirit sense walls wanting to seal this terrifying purple sword ray. Chapter 2013, he doesn't dare, crack. That extremely terrifying tearing sound exploded in Nie Minglai's sea of consciousness. His face went pale as a paper. In his sea of consciousness, the purple sword ray easily broke his spirit sense wall and smashed into his sea of consciousness. Nie Minglai knew he was over. Other people couldn't hear the terrifying sound, but Nie Minglai knew how unbearable it was. There was a huge long crevice in his sea of consciousness and his spirit sense withered rapidly. He could no longer control his magic artifact and god art. The 3-color sand whirlpool slowed down and couldn't even defend, much less attack. Rumble. A few more lightning sounds came. 5 300-meter-long lightning spears suddenly arrived. Nie Minglai knew he should use the 3-color sand to stop it, but he couldn't control it. In just 1 second, the 5 lightning spear destruction drowned Nie Minglai. When the lightning disappeared and people could see clearly, Nie Minglai's burnt corpse remained on the ground. His storage ring and 3-color sand were already taken by Yemo. Those immortal emperors who surrounded Yemo quickly retreated in shock. The other half-divine was extremely shocked too. He could feel that Yemo wasn't ordinary. That's why he didn't agree to join up with Nie Minglai. Now that Yemo killed Nie Minglai in such a short time, he was truly shocked. He knew Nie Minglai's means clearly, especially the 3-colored magic artifact. He didn't have the absolute confidence to beat Nie Minglai, but this immortal emperor middle stage killed Nie Minglai easily. His power was definitely much stronger than him. Nie Minglai's face was suddenly pale and his magic artifact dimmed. Clearly, he was ambushed by Spirit Sense Cultivation Method. Spirit Sense Cultivation Method wasn't rare in the God Necropolis domain, but to use it to ambush a half-divine meant it was definitely a top Spirit Sense Cultivation Method. He didn't believe Nie Minglai was underestimating the enemy, so the only possibility was that the Spirit Sense Cultivation Method was too strong and this immortal Emperor middle stage's Spirit Sense was too powerful. Yemo ate a few dual spirit pills. The level wasn't high, but it was very helpful in recovering Spirit Sense. It was a huge toll on his Spirit Sense to ambush a half-divine. If the other 5 attacked him together or that other half-divine attacked too, Yemo wasn't going to keep fighting. But Yemo calculated that when he killed Nie Minglai so quickly, the other people wouldn't dare to come up. He guessed right, those immortal emperors not only didn't dare to gang up on him but retreated instead. The other half-divine didn't seem to want to fight at all. Dao friend, you're strong. I'm Starfall Castle, Lu Guanyu. What's your name? The half-divine saluted with his fists. Yemo said plainly, I'm just passing by. If Brother Lu doesn't have any other business, then farewell now. Lu Guanyu didn't expect that Yemo didn't want to connect with him at all. He felt a bit awkward, but soon a dashing light came. Seeing this, Yemo stopped wanting to leave. He knew this dashing light, it was Hung God Corner young mistress. She was covered in blood right now and no longer had her pride. There was only horror in her eyes. Yemo's spirit sense immediately saw someone hunting her. He also knew the person hunting her. It was a half-divine who escaped from him, and his magic artifact was the heaven-shocking lamp. It gave him a strong impression as it could buff domain. The young mistress was very tattered. Seeing a few people here, she immediately charged over and called out, I'm Hung God Corner Hung Wan Man. Dao friends. She saw someone familiar and immediately landed next to Yemo. Yemo, please help me on Runan's account. The Hung God Corner will thank you greatly. She was so desperate that she didn't even ask how Yemo got in here. Yemo's power was nothing to her, but she needed to ask him for help. She knew that if she kept fleeing she would truly die. Yemo sneered. Her words were like shit to him. If it wasn't for Runan, he would have attacked her already, but Yemo didn't look attack. He didn't care if she looked down on him because they would be people of two worlds. He hasn't left yet because she has something he wants. He knew from Runan that she had at least 2 lightning sound ages fruits. He really needed it now, so he immediately said, these are all my friends here. If you give me a lightning sound ages fruit, I promise you'll be fine. How do you know I have it? The young mistress looked at Yemo in horror, but she calmed down a bit as she saw the half-divine didn't come over to Yemo. She had the feeling that the half-divine wasn't looking at her but at Yemo. You don't need to worry about that. You just need to give me one and you'll be safe. Otherwise, even if I don't attack you, everyone here has heard it and you won't get away. Yemo said casually. Young mistress's face changed. She looked around at everyone and saw they were all looking at her. Now that it was exposed, she was certain if she left here, it wouldn't just be a half-divine hunting her. This basin was silent, but young mistress could tell no one came over. She subconsciously looked at the burnt body on the ground and actually believed these people were all Yemo's friends. Otherwise, why did no one attack her? At this moment, one immortal emperor tertiary stage suddenly saluted with his fists. Everyone, I'll be leaving first. Clearly he didn't want to mess with Yemo nor wait at this troublesome place, but just when he said this, Yemo said, it's no rush. I'm discussing business with someone. Go after I'm done with this. Perhaps I might have some business to discuss with you. The immortal emperor tertiary stage's face changed. How could it be good that Yemo was discussing business with him? But he didn't move his foot at all. He had seen Yemo's power. If Yemo attacked him, how could he get away? Young mistress, who was very dubious, saw that with one word from Yemo, an immortal emperor tertiary stage didn't dare to leave. She was more certain of Yemo's words. Regardless if these were Yemo's friends, they were scared of him. She didn't hesitate and took out a lightning sound ages fruit jade box. This is one, it's yours. Yemo felt the powerful time wave in the box and took it while saying, let me check its authenticity. The young mistress was furious. She felt Yemo was targeting her with this. Yemo opened the box and indeed the flow of time came from the Dao fruit. There was a calling for him to explore. Yemo immediately closed the jade box and took in a long breath while putting the jade box away. He knew this was the real lightning sound ages fruit for sure. At this moment, Yemo saluted with his fists to everyone. I just made a deal with this person. Dao friends, please give me some face and let this Hung God Corner young mistress leave 5 minutes early. After that I won't care about anything else. Do you have any opinions? No one replied, but no one left. Yemo turned around to the extremely shocked young mistress. You have 5 minutes, that's enough, right? Young mistress suppressed her shock and immediately said, that's completely enough. I'm worried about the person who came hunting for me. Then, she looked at that half-divine, clearly fearful of his god art. Yemo sneered, he doesn't dare to. I've let him go before. If he dares to attack, I will chase him through the entire Muhua God Mountains if need be to kill him. The Lu half-divine was even more shocked. He knew who this half-divine hunting the young mistress was. Yet, even he lost to this immortal emperor middle stage. 5 minutes was nothing to him and he was willing to give Yemo some face. He didn't need to fight Yemo for this 5 minutes, however, the half-divine who chased over's face was green. There was killing chi circulating his body. It was as though he was about to explode at any time. Chapter 2014. Get something good again, although the half-divine was threatened by Emo and wanted to immediately kill him. He thought of Emo's powerful attacks and stopped his impulse. Soon, he thought of something else and showed some coldness in his eyes. His expression calmed down and he listened to Emo, staying where he was. Seeing that the half-divine with a green face and not dare to hunt her, she rejoiced and disappeared in a dashing light. Seeing her leave, Emo saluted with his fists and said, "Thank you for helping Dao friends. Now that there's 5 minches left, let's do some business." Hearing this, no one answered. Emo just did some business with the young mistress and a lightning sound age's fruit was gone like that. Who else dared to do business with Emo? Did they think they had too much good things on them? Emo didn't mind seeing this. He took out a stone table and placed a big jade bowl on the table. Then, he poured down at the jade bowl with the jade bottle. Everyone was confused with what Emo was doing. They all stared at the jade bowl wanting to see what Emo was pouring out. It's 7-star extreme well. People immediately recognized and stared at it with their eyes wide open. Was this something that could be taken out so easily? This was a treasure that could compare with Dao fruits. If it wasn't that Emo's power was too absurd, there would be people going up and robbing it. Emo didn't mind and said, "That's right, this is 7-star extreme well. I'm using it to exchange for fake chaos spirit herbs or some divine Dao spirit items." God spirit herbs were fake chaos spirit herbs. It didn't have level difference, but different God spirit herb had huge difference in price. Emo wanted to exchange for these God spirit herbs to get ready to break through to Divine Pill Emperor. Those who could concoct God level and above pills were Divine Pill Emperors. Whether you concocted pills for Dao molding Divine Emperor or Primordial Essence Divine Emperor, they were all called Divine Pill Emperor. Since the ancient times, it was extremely rare for people to reach Pill Divine, as it not only required pill concoction skills but also cultivation level. You even had to have God Flame or you couldn't become Divine Pill Emperor. You could concoct God pills with Immortal Flames or even Nirvana Flames, but that was the lowest level God pill. It didn't even have God runes, much less Dao runes or World Law. If it involved Dao fruit or top-level God spirit herb, then God Flame was required. In order to concoct God pill, you must fuse inside your understanding of World Law and preserve the World Law of the Dao fruits. You couldn't do this if you didn't have high enough cultivation level. Although everyone who could concoct God pills were called Divine Pill Emperors, but in order to divide them there was names respective to the cultivation level. Those who could concoct Dao molding God pills were called Dao molding Divine Pill Emperor. Those who could concoct Dao actualization God pills were called Dao actualization Divine Pill Emperor. In fact, after immortals vindicate Dao, they rarely use pills, as the cultivation after Dao vindication is determined by your understanding of world laws. Fusing these understandings into your great God arc required not just pills. Most importantly, there were pretty much no Divine Pill Emperors after Dao essence. Therefore, people had to rely on themselves to learn world laws, and because of that, Dao fruits and chaos spirit items are so precious. Even if Dao fruits and chaos spirit items are consumed directly, their effects are amazing. Emo didn't take out the well water to be cocky. He had his plans. He had the yin-yang dual range and the age's fruit. He was planning to go to a place for solitary cultivation. He wasn't going to wait till the mountain closed and then go out with everyone. If he dared to go out, it would be suicide. Emo asked Niu Runan about the Muhua God Mountain. If the place closed, you had to go out where the time whirlpools would ravage everywhere. Emo didn't want to go out, but he had his own way. His Golden Page world's 5 elements were complete. If he stayed in here, even if he couldn't go anywhere else, he could stay inside the Golden Page world and cultivate. Emo suspected that the Dao Vindication Divine Emperor at the Changzhang Lake had been cultivating in the mountain. With this precedent, what would Emo be afraid of? Seeing the well, the eyes of that Lu half-divine lit up. He immediately took out more than 10 types of God Spirit herb to Emo and said, "Dao friend, have a look at how much these God Spirit herb can get." Emo saw that the God Spirit herbs were very ordinary. They were hard to find in the immortal realm, but not so extraordinary in the God Necropolis domain, so he said, "You can get 1 bottle. I'll give you the bottle, you put it in yourself." Then, Emo waved out a jade bottle. Seeing this, the Lu half-divine rejoiced, feeling that this trip was worth it. He was only expecting half as much. With this, the other immortal emperors took out their God Spirit herbs to trade with Emo. They wouldn't take out their precious ones, it was just ordinary ones, but GMO didn't reject them at all. 5 minutes later, the bowl of well water was long gone, only that half-divine with the heaven-shocking lamp didn't come, but he didn't leave either. His eyes were very calm as though the differences between them were settled. GMO put away everything and said thank you everyone. The business will end here today, it was a pleasant deal. Goodbye. Then, turned and left. Everyone said goodbye to EMO. After EMO left, the half-divine followed the direction EMO left. Just after 10 seconds, EMO stopped and looked coldly at the half-divine and said, "Do you want to fight with me again? I promise you won't get away this time." EMO had his concerns. He used too much spirit sense before, and although he didn't fear fighting this half-divine, it was probably hard to keep him here. "I'm no match for you, it's pointless to keep fighting." The half-divine said calmly, "Then what did you chase me up for?" EMO asked. The half-divine took out a gust of gray lines and said, "Because of this, if you want it we can collaborate." EMO scanned the line and his eyes narrowed quickly. This line gave him the same feel as the age's fruit. However, this line carried the murderous chi of the ages. This was definitely a top-level treasure. "What is this?" EMO asked calmly. However, this half-divine just threw it to EMO and said, "Have a look. If you like it, we can discuss the collaboration." EMO grabbed the gray line and felt the impure time chi. He blurted out, "This is primordial abstruse string?" The half-divine laughed. "You're right, it's only a bit, but if you're willing to collaborate we can get tens or even hundreds of times more." EMO didn't think this half-divine would be good enough to collaborate with him, but he didn't want to give this line back, so he said, "Sure, how much for this string?" "This string is nothing. If we collaborate, there's large sums of them waiting for us to collect." The half-divine persisted. EMO smiled. "I have to get this deal done before we collaborate. Name your price." "Okay. You can give me any bowl of 7-star extreme well water. The main part is the discussion on how we share things." The half-divine spoke as though he didn't care about the well at all. "You took out a bowl only 1/10 of the one before and gave it to him. Done deal. And I gave you a jade bowl for free. Since this guy wanted to act cool, he'll let him have it. If he had smaller bowls, he would take it out." Chapter 2015, Improve Power. To EMO, he would deal without hesitation even if he took out a few of the first big bowls. Getting this ball of primordial abstruse silk was a big earn for him. He wouldn't hesitate at all. "Okay." This half-divine put a few restrictions on the jade bowl while the corner of his lips spasmed. "Okay. Let's talk about our collaboration." He meant a bowl that was as big as before, but he didn't expect EMO to give such a small bowl. However, he said nothing. With how greedy EMO was, he would fall into traps eventually. "Tell me, I'm listening." EMO said casually, "The place I'm talking about is Shan Yun Cliff. It's 10,000 km from Shan Yun Cliff. I got my string there. If you're willing to collaborate, we can go there together." The half-divine didn't seem to be worried. EMO couldn't see any signs of lying from the half-divine's eyes, but he still asked, "Since there's such a good place, why would you invite me over?" The half-divine said plainly, "Although I want to kill you, but I know only you have the right to get the strings with me. If it's someone weaker, he would be no match for that person." "You're saying there's already someone there?" EMO asked with a scorn. The half-divine said, "It's because I can't deal with him alone that I left helplessly. Don't worry, although that person isn't weak, he doesn't know where the exact location of the primordial abstruse strings are. I've seen your heaven-shocking lamp. Whose god art could be more powerful than that? You wouldn't be lying to me, right?" EMO's tone went cold. He wanted the primordial abstruse strings, but his spirit sense power hasn't recovered yet. He didn't trust this half-divine at all. "It's because that person knows a great god art." "So, what you're saying, he knows great god art?" EMO interrupted. "Yes, it's because of that I want to find a powerful help." EMO sneered. "You can go find one then." Then EMO ignored this person and left in a dashing light. If that half-divine still chases him, he would kill him without hesitation, even if it meant him using his spirit sense again. If it was before, EMO might really impulsively go fight an immortal who knows great god art, but after seeing the Tao Vindication Divine Emperor's god art, he completely realized that no matter how invincible he was amongst peers, he would be no match for Tao Vindication Divine Emperor. Those who knew great god art was Divine Emperor for sure. This half-divine wanted to trick him over so he could kill him using someone else. Even if that person was not Divine Emperor, EMO wasn't going to fight him if the new god art. He knew that before he reached Tao Vindication, he definitely wouldn't be able to beat those powerful beings with great god art. That's why EMO left without explanation. The half-divine's face went green. BTU, he didn't dare to keep chasing EMO. If he dared to, then EMO would kill him. He didn't expect EMO to have fought someone with great god art. If he knew, he might try another way. Usually, no matter how powerful the immortal emperor, if he fought with a being with god art, he would die. How could GMO live freely, such a cunning guy? When I reach Tao Vindication, the first I will kill is you. The half-divine said. A few days later, EMO found this extremely far barren lands and went underground and into the Golden Page world. After coming in, EMO found in shock that his world had completely changed. The world was almost changing every moment. He stood in the air and felt that once his cultivation level reached a certain level he could control the weather in this world. EMO looked at the chaos tree. It withered quite a lot due to saving him before, but now it had completely grown and was greener than before. EMO could still feel its intimacy and calling to him. EMO thought of what small ginseng said. If his world was completed, the chaos tree could recognize him as master. But EMO didn't do this immediately. He wanted to do this after he vindicated Tao. Chaos tree was a spirit item and even had its own thinking. EMO had the feeling that when he vindicated Tao, the chaos tree and golden page world could all help him. Everything was going as EMO pleased. He put down the rest of the things and started to organize the storage rings. What made GMO rejoiced was that in these storage rings, he found nearly 200k top-grade God crystals and half a low-grade God spirit range. Other than this, he found tens of God spirit herb and even 2 Dao fruits. Regardless if it was Law Dao fruit or not, it was still extremely valuable. EMO was forgery grandmaster, so he didn't care about magic artifact, but even so, he still found a low-grade flying God artifact. It was even faster than the spacetime boat. EMO held a fist-sized rock. It was completely blue and had strong spiritual power. There's a purple way stone. EMO rejoiced. This stone was almost as valuable to him as Dao fruit. It's said that only purple way stars would have this stone. It's a top-level God artifact forgery material. He didn't expect a half-divine to have this. His Zisu desperately needed an upgrade, and getting the purple way stone and the primordial abstruse strings was perfect. With these two materials, EMO could definitely keep upgrading his Zisu. He was a top forgery grandmaster and he wasn't worried about flame. His blue like morning sky was already a top immortal flame. He just needed astral flame marrow to upgrade it, and he happened to have it but just haven't used it yet. He put away these things and started to set up the yin-yang dual range and the time formation disk. He cultivated to Immortal Emperor peak stage. He would large amounts of God crystals and God spirit chi. As for Dao fruits, EMO didn't use it now. He didn't even take it out to look again. He knew now that if he used them now, it would be a waste. At the bottom of the Changjiang Lake, the Dao molding Divine Emperor eventually didn't trap the Dao actualization Divine Emperor. After his Golden Gate was attacked a few times, that Dao actualization Divine Emperor smashed it open with magic artifact. Those tens of immortal emperors tricked and came out with the Dao actualization Divine Emperor. Seeing this, the Dao molding Divine Emperor immediately ran off. However, what he didn't expect was that this Dao actualization Divine Emperor didn't chase after him immediately and instead kept looking for EMO. Clearly, he knew from other immortal emperors that EMO got more good things. Even that yellow cloud robe half-divine was looking for EMO. Chapter 2016, Difficult Decision. Time flew by. EMO had been in the Muhua God Mountain for a few decades, and that Dao actualization Divine Emperor who waited outside left that desert. But before he left, he still set up all sorts of formations and restrictions. If EMO came out and touched these formations and restriction, he would know immediately. He didn't believe that Immortal Emperor middle stage would die. He was certain that EMO didn't die. The blue bead EMO took from the purple-robed man was beyond truth spirit world. Such thing might really survive the Muhua God Mountain. In a place outside the immortal realm 33 heaven domains, there was an extended mountain range. The nearby rivers surrounded this mountain range, and extremely dense immortal spirit wells surrounded the area. Immortal birds and immortal spirit beasts ran around. If one didn't come here personally, they would definitely not know there was such a beautiful place outside the 33 heaven domains. This place was the small heaven domain. On the main peak of the mountain range, there was an extremely ancient yet exquisite palace, doors opening. Two women came here with dashing light, come in. A benign voice sounded, sect members Luo Biyue and Mu Xiaoyun Greek Master. The two women came in and bowed down. There was a man sitting at the top of the palace whose age couldn't be seen. He seemed really old in one moment and really young in another moment. He nodded and said, "Stand on the side." Luo Biyue and Mu Xiaoyun carefully stood on the side, and this man said, "I've been out once. There was a battle at the top of Snow Volcano. The top is heavily damaged, it's probably very hard for you to rebuild the Gemini sect." The two listened intently. Seeing this, the man nodded and continued, "I went out of solitary cultivation and heard about something. There's a tunnel to the god Necropolis domain from the immortal realm. This is a realm formation door. However, you must be at least immortal emperor to enter. Biyue, your cultivation speed recovered quickly and you're already immortal emperor primary stage. Xiaoyun is an unbelievable prodigy, you've reached abstruse immortal in less than 100 years. Master, what is the god Necropolis domain?" Luo Biyue asked in shock. The man sighed, "The sacred grounds for Dao vindication. I heard it's extremely broken down, but even so, Dao vindication is common there. One can not only reach Dao vindication but also go beyond that. You can surpass Dao molding divine emperor and even reach Dao essence or higher. There's no Dao vindicator who doesn't want to go to god Necropolis domain. I've seen divine emperor from the god Necropolis domain come. He didn't reach Dao essence, but the immortal realm is broken due to him. His great god art still scares me when I think about it." "Master, are you going to the god Necropolis domain?" Luo Biyue asked in confusion. She felt this place was very good. She wanted to rebuild the Gemini sect, not go to some god Necropolis domain. The man said, "Yes, you're already immortal emperor power. There's no pressure going to god Necropolis domain. As for Xiaoyun, I can barely bring her in with my DMBD. Her talent is extremely absurd. If she can cultivate in the god Necropolis domain, she can probably surpass me in the future." "Master, disciple don't want to go to the god Necropolis domain." Mu Xiaoyun quickly said, "Why? You have more future and potential there. I've seen the void formation door, its formation means are extremely high. Even so, it won't last very long. Once the door breaks, the god Necropolis domain people can come into immortal realm. Everyone in the immortal realm will be fish on chopping board. Entering the god Necropolis domain is for self-protection." The man said, "My cultivation motivation has been to find my husband. Now, I've come to the immortal realm. It's even further than the magical continent. If I go to the god Necropolis domain, I wouldn't know when I would be able to see my husband again." Mu Xiaoyun quickly said. The man frowned upon hearing this. "Even a Dao vindication divine emperor like me can't break into the cultivation realm easily, much less enter a mortal realm. I went out once just for your matter. There's an ancient realm traversing formation in the immortal realm. If you find that formation and then use them runes, you can go to the cultivation realm, master." Mu Xiaoyun called out in excitement. If there really was that formation, she could go back to the magic continent and see EMO again. According to martial sister Biyue, EMO might be foundation establishment state. If she kept wasting time and EMO couldn't reach golden core state, she wouldn't be able to see her husband again. If she could see EMO, she wouldn't care about some cultivation or Dao vindication. The man sighed, "But after I'd been to that place, the formation is already broken due to use. At least 3 bunch of people used it. Even with my capabilities, I can't repair it. Despite having some top-level realm traversing runes, it's pointless if we don't have the formation." Seeing Mu Xiaoyun's pitiful look, the man could only say, "Xiaoyun, other than that person, you're the most talented person I've seen. With your talent, if you can reach Dao vindication quickly and reach Dao actualization, you can probably tear the realm barrier of the immortal realm and return to the cultivation realm. So it's not hard for you to go to the god Necropolis domain, and it's not bad either. Your cultivation method has a very big origin, even I can't see through it. That will benefit you even more. Master, after going in the god Necropolis domain, can I come back to the immortal realm?" Mu Xiaoyun felt more sad. No matter how much she trusted Yemo, in a spirit chi-arid place like the magical continents, Yemo wouldn't be able to reach golden core state. She didn't believe Emo could find the place she went. Even if Emo found that place and entered the cultivation realm, it was the law of the jungle everywhere. Would Emo be lucky to get protected by a sect? She hoped Emo reached Golden Core State and found a place to hide so she can go find him after she reached Tao actualization. Hearing this, the man said slowly, "No, if one can easily return to the immortal realm from the god Necropolis domain, I believe the immortal realm would have long been taken over." "Master, I don't want to go," Mu Xiaoyun said in a low voice. She had her plans. If she stayed in the immortal realm, even if she couldn't go back to the magical continent one day, Emo might be able to ascend to the immortal realm. Then, she would be able to see Emo again. If she went to the god Necropolis domain, then there was almost no chance to see Emo. The man clearly knew what Mu Xiaoyun thought and said calmly, "I can understand what you think. I can clearly tell you that the formation door will only last a few hundred years. After that, the formation door will break and people from the god Necropolis domain can easily entree the immortal realm. If they do, it might mean the entire immortal realm would be forged into a truth spirit world." Luo Bua shivered. This would mean that everyone in the immortal realm would be insects and livestock. Mu Xiaoyun shivered. She clearly knew what this meant too. Seeing this, the man continued, "And I feel that an enemy of mine hasn't died. His soul has gathered, and in at most 100 years, he would rebirth. If this person returns to life, my small heaven domain would be crushed. This is why I have to go to the god Necropolis domain." "Who is this person, master?" Luo Bua subconsciously asked. The man sighed. "He's called Truth Divine Emperor. Although I'm a Divine Emperor and have a title called Jinzhong Divine Emperor, I feel the things I did before wasn't careful at all. Since this has already happened, there's no point complaining." Despite this, the man was satisfied as he was the only one who survived the battle with Truth Divine Emperor entirely. Chapter 2017, Immortal Ascension. "Young girl, do you come from Luoyu continent?" Outside an Immortal Ascension palace in Moe Heaven, an abstruse immortal carefully asked a pretty blue-robed girl. She looked like she was 18 and was extremely pretty. It was like she was a true immortal and the rest of the immortals here were mortals. Luo Xian shook her head. "No, I've never heard of Luoyu continent." She carefully scanned her spirit sense out and thought, was this the immortal realm? The immortal spirit chi here was indeed very dense. She fell off the dual stone cliff and went into a void teleportation formation and was teleported to a cultivation realm called Xinxiong. Unlike Mu Xiaoyun, she was teleported to an immortal estate ruin. It was left behind by someone called Lingbo Goddess. There were not only plenty of cultivation resource but also a precise description of the cultivation realm. After she ascended to the immortal realm, she left behind that immortal estate. Luo Xian's cultivation knowledge came from Lingpe estate. She reached foundation establishment state in the estate before going out carefully. After going out, she realized how cruel the cultivation realm was. There were many times she almost fell into the hands of other people. She also realized what cultivation slave was, so she went back to the estate and cultivated. Due to the top-level resources left behind and her talent was top-notch, she reached truth realization state peak stage in a few hundred years. After that, Luo Xian's spirit controlled the estate and roamed the Xinxiong continent. Her cultivation level was peak of the entire continent. No one would offend a truth realization state peak stage for no reason. She traveled the entire cultivation realm to find a way back to the magical continent. She finally realized that Emo was a cultivator and why Emo said to her that his dream would never be realized. At the same time, she realized the terrifying value of the 2 golden pages she gave Emo. However, she didn't care about the golden pages. She wanted to go back and see Emo and help him fulfill his ideal. Emo helped her fulfill her wish. She knew that after all these years, her sect would be vastly different. If there was one person she knew she could see, it was Emo. After all, Emo was a cultivator. She really wanted to find Emo and see if the small jade bottle she left Emo was still there, but she had searched for a few decades and had no results. Her cultivation level reached peak and couldn't keep staying, so she was forced to ascend to the immortal realm. Hearing Luo Xian wasn't from the Luoyu continent, the abstruse immortal moved iced in disappointment but still said, "Our Mou immortal sect is taking in disciples. If you want to join, I can bring you there." "Thank you, Qian Bei. Wan Bei don't want to join a sect yet." Luo Xian rejected. The abstruse immortal nodded and said, "You've just ascended. I suggest you cultivate in the city and consider leaving after you convert your cultivation essence to immortal essence. Luo Xin thanked again. At the same time, in a small mosque in Huangzhang Heaven, a woman who was sitting with her eyes closed opened her eyes and said in disbelief, "You got my heritage and came to the immortal realm? Let me see who this person is." She suddenly got up and seemed ethereal. She had this serene feeling to her as though some Tao wave was emanating from her. She didn't need to use any music instrument and there was Buddhist sound surrounding her, making her seem like the goddess of the immortal realm. She moved and disappeared from the mosque. "Goddess, I'm from Zishuang sect Moe Heaven. It's an immortal king sect. If you're willing to join us, I can test your immortal spirit root." Another man came up and saluted with his fists. Before Luo Xin could answer, she heard a cold voice, "You won't join your Zishuang sect, move aside." The man was going to get angry but found it was an extremely beautiful goddess. There was a rainbow behind her back like she was some female Buddha. The sect members quickly ate his words and retreated with his hands together. Even the rest of the people moved aside. Luo Xian looked at this goddess that made people want to worship her and had this strange feeling. "Do you want to come with me?" She said calmly, but her voice seemed to lure Luo Xian into nodding. Seeing this, the goddess waved up a rainbow and disappeared with Luo Xian. After a while, Luo Xian reacted and bowed. "Qianbei, Wanbei just ascended to the immortal realm. Why did Qianbei bring Wanbei?" The goddess smiled. "Due to fate." "Fate?" Luo Xian stared at her in shock. "There is fate between us. When I was in the cultivation realm, I had a title called Lingpa. People called me Lingpa goddess." Hearing this, Luo Xian immediately bowed. "Wanbei, greet Lingpa Qianbei. Wanbei got Qianbei's immortal estate and that's why I was able to ascend to the immortal realm." Lingpa smiled. "That is fate. Before I was powerful and left a few tunnels to the cultivation realm and a few mortal realms. Only you got my heritage. This is fate. Which realm did you come from?" "Wanbei came from magical continent?" Luo Xian quickly said, "It's that place?" Lingpa repeated with a strange face but instantly recovered and asked, "What's your name?" "Wanbei Luo Xian." Luo Xian said. Lingpa goddess nodded. "Luo Xian, you cultivated the heritage I left behind in the cultivation realm. Do you want to be my disciple and keep cultivating with me?" Luo Xian hesitated briefly and said, "I'm willing." "Okay." Lingpa goddess nodded in satisfaction. "I have another title called Lingpa Divine Emperor. You don't know now, but it's okay, you will eventually know." She looked into the distant void and said, "I should have long left here, but I always felt I lost something. Now that you came, that feeling disappeared. One could see there's indeed fate between us. There will be a huge turmoil in the immortal realm. I'm too weak and can't change things. The only path is to go to the source of the turmoil." Luo Xian didn't know what Divine Emperor was, and now that Lingpa goddess said her power was too weak, she thought her master was only an ordinary being in the immortal realm. So she asked, "Master, where is the only path?" "God Necropolis domain." Lingpa Divine Emperor answered seriously, "I really want those smart people in the immortal realm to head towards the God Necropolis domain and offer their power in preserving the immortal realm. However, there aren't many like this. A few went to the God Necropolis domain, but it's purely for themselves. No matter what, just because a few grand emperors went in, didn't mean that more people went in. There was no news of those who headed towards the God Necropolis domain yet. No one would care about how many from the immortal realm went to the God Necropolis domain, nor did GMO. Yemo was in a crucial moment. His cultivation level was no longer Immortal Emperor middle stage. After the time formation disk ran for 100 years, almost 10,000 years had passed inside. Yemo's cultivation level was almost Immortal Emperor peak stage, crack. The yin-yang dual range turned to dust. The god crystals he got were used up, but he was still only at Immortal Emperor tertiary stage, Yi-Mo side. He had used plenty of 7-star extreme well water, but his body refinement cultivation was still stuck at Immortal God body peak stage. Now that he used up all his god crystals and god spirit range, he was still that bit from Immortal Emperor peak stage. Chapter 2018, Instant or Eternity. If there was something he got out of these years, he upgraded his blue like morning sky to god flame and raised Zisu to half god artifact. Zisu changed from an ugly look to a pretty murder weapon. It carried a slab of purple color, and when released, it seemed there were blue stars circulating it. Even if it wasn't released, there was a sliver of aged feeling. It wasn't that the materials Yemo had weren't good, but Yemo's forgery skills weren't good enough. The aged feeling was due to the primordial abstruse string. The stars circulating it was caused by the purple waystone. Time passed really quickly. Yemo sighed and put away the time formation disk but didn't dare to come out of the golden page world. He expanded his spirit sense out of the golden page world and it was immediately annihilated by the time whirlpools. They seemed to be everywhere. Yemo could imagine that if he wasn't in the golden page world and went out, he would be instantly torn to pieces or turned to bones. That's right, his power was much higher than Immortal Emperor middle stage, but was there any use? If he wasn't experienced in time law, he wouldn't be able to walk in here. Yemo concocted a pile of dual spirit pill and started to carefully sense the time law outside the golden page world. His spirit sense kept getting annihilated, but he kept sending his spirit sense out. If it was some ordinary person, he would have crippled already or his sea of consciousness would have exploded, but although Yemo's face was pale, he didn't give up. He reached out his spirit sense again and again. Although Yemo didn't learn the time law, this method of cultivation made his spirit sense tougher. However, his spirit sense was receiving a huge toll. He ate again the dual spirit pills again and again. He was even ready to eat that lightning sound ages fruit. It was a waste to eat it now, but Yemo had no choice. Even if it was a waste, he would have to eat it. As long as he could learn a sliver of time law by eating it, he could improve his power. At this moment, he felt that he was about to capture that sliver of time chi, but he couldn't completely grasp it. It was like something was in his hands, but every time he tried to grab it, it would slip out. Yemo opened the jade box and grabbed that ages Dao fruit. He had decided to use it. Regardless if it worked or not, he would have to try. Time law was one of the hardest law to master. Yemo held the fruit in his hand and there was this indescribable feeling of time emitting from the fruit. Yemo immediately felt that he stood in a river of time. Endless waters of time flew past him. He felt the house in Ninghai, the prosperity of Luoyu City. He felt Qingshui he carried on his back before. He felt that small house under the mountain in Luoying who embraced him. Time flew by like water. Like falling leaves that turned to rotten leaves on the ground before disappearing. Time flew by and life seemed to be in the flick of a finger. This subtle law flowed into his essence, spirit and consciousness from the ages fruit. He just obscurely felt the passing and flow of time. Perhaps countless years passed, perhaps it was just an instant. At this moment, Yemo felt everything around suddenly stop. The fruit brought out a lightning spark that went into his consciousness. Yemo suddenly woke up and subconsciously grabbed with his hands. That sliver of time chi seemed to have been grabbed by his hand. The world seemed to have stopped in this instant in eternity by his hand. The four seons were all in his will. Yemo suddenly had this sliver of enlightenment. He released Zisu and a 30 kilometers purple sword ray split the space apart. There was sliver of lightning around the sword ray as though the thunder god was striking down. The purple ray landed and Yemo suddenly took a step forward. The light breathe in the space seemed to have been paused. The entire space paused. But that purple ray still sliced across this silent world and smashed into the ground, creating a terrifying ravine. After everything passed, the light wind continued to blow forward and everything returned to animation. Instant, eternity, eternity, instant. Yemo looked at the long ravine and murmured with a pale face. When he paused the space in that instant, everything was eternity. I understand. Yemo put away Zisu and murmured, his move could pause the surrounding time for 1 second. He could kill anything in this second. That second was instant, but the time in that instant was eternity. This was just a sliver of time law. His move was near great god art but was far from great god art. He used this one move and all his god essence was sucked dry. Such terrifying time law. This move will be called instant second. Perhaps one day, I can hack out a move truly worthy of being called eternity. Yemo murmured. He raised his hand and that lightning sound ages fruit was long gone. He didn't need it, it just disappeared in his hand. It's good indeed. Yemo said with a pity and then ate a few pills. 15 minutes later, Yemo raised his hand again. That 30 kilometers long ravine was instantly repaired, so that person didn't use a great god art. It was just the difference in cultivation level. Yemo was at the border of creating a great god art and finally knew that Tao molding divine emperor's move wasn't great god art. True great god arts were god arts fused with law. That Tao-molding divine emperor controlled the Changjiang lake water, but he forcefully used his powerful essence qi and domain. It only had a sliver of space law inside. If it was a real great god art, the lake water could easily kill him. Yimo breathed easy. Although his instant second only went for a second, one could do many things in a second. His Zisu could completely use this second to kill someone, and his shatter space could tear the opponent apart. Yimo realized that time law was more terrifying than space law. Just when Yimo carefully extended his spirit sense outside the golden page world again, there was this cracking sound in his bones. At this moment, his god essence seemed more powerful and his sea of consciousness was clearer as it expanded even more. At this moment, Yimo looked at his meridians and Dan Tian in disbelief. After learning Ist, his cultivation level reached peak stage. All sorts of Dao runes circulated in Yimo's will. Yimo knew he was Immortal Emperor peak stage. Yimo could no longer suppress his joy. It was time to go out. Yimo soon calmed down and scanned his spirit sense outside the golden page world again. Now that he mastered a sliver of time law, he could go out. Even if he couldn't leave the mountain, he was going to leave the golden page world. Chapter 2019, Battle Divine Emperor. Yimo's spirit sense just appeared outside and moments later, a time whirlpool swept by. Yimo felt his sea of consciousness twisting in pain and soon, his spirit sense disappeared. Yimo ate a few dual spirit pills and his face was bad. Although he learned instant second, going out now was suicide. If he couldn't go in the mountain, it meant that if the mountain didn't open again, he would have to stay here forever. It wasn't easy for the mountain to reopen. From the news he got, it sometimes opened once every tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years. Sometimes, it was just in 2 or 3 years. There was no rule to it. Yimo suddenly thought of the Tao-molding divine emperor next to the lake. He wondered if that guy went out. Yimo was certain that Tao-molding divine emperor had always been in the Muhua God mountain and was cultivating there. That divine estate at the bottom of the lake probably helped him stay there. Thinking about this, Yimo immediately wanted to go over to the Changjiang lake and see. He couldn't go over, but he could control the golden page world to go over. He definitely wouldn't be able to beat that Tao-molding divine emperor despite him being Immortal Emperor peak stage and knowing instant second god art. He had a trump card against divine emperors, but if it couldn't kill the divine emperor, he would have to wait for death. But Yimo wasn't very worried. Even if he couldn't kill the Tao-molding divine emperor, he could run away. A few months later, Yimo came back to the Changjiang lake. His face was pale and his sea of consciousness was heavily injured. It was very slow to control the golden page world to fly, and he had to keep scanning his spirit sense out. If it was some other immortal emperor, he probably wouldn't be able to come this far. Luckily, he knew a sliver of time law and had plenty of dual spirit pills. Next to the lake, Yimo started repairing his sea of consciousness. After an entire year, Yimo's sea of consciousness recovered. After all this, his spirit sense became sharper and more powerful. It was also more flexible. The lake was still the same, but there was a thin layer of mist. Yimo scanned his spirit sense out again. Yimo was soon shocked. He found that if he reached his spirit sense near 30 meters of the lake, there was no time whirlpool. Yimo suppressed his joy and continued to watch for a day before confirming it really was so. Yimo breathed easy and came out of the golden page world standing at the border of the lake. The blood-red lake water looked eerie and scary. At this moment, he seemed to see countless souls screaming. His spirit sense couldn't scan to the bottom, so Yimo flew out into the lake without hesitation. He needed to check that divine estate, so he would have to dive down. Yimo was very careful. He was scared that the Tao-molding divine emperor hadn't left. As soon as Yimo went into the water, he felt a powerful special pressure squeeze at him. There was this lethal force that wanted to shatter his soul squeeze in from the two sides. The invisible space had completely bound him, making him unable to escape. Yimo was carefully watching out at every moment. When this space lethal force squeezed over, he immediately attacked. Shatter Sky Punch smashed out. There was clearly a space law covering the lake. If he couldn't break it, he would have to wait and die. The shatter space also carried a sliver of space law. Yimo learned a sliver of space law when he was just an abstruse immortal. Although he didn't progress much from it, the Tao-molding divine emperor only learned a sliver too. The Shatter Sky Punch brought out the nearby blood lake water and formed 9 space fist forces and smashed on this invisible space barrier. Rumble. The space binding broke apart with the Shatter Sky Punch. An invisible crack appeared on the space barrier. There was only small cracking sounds. Yemo dashed out as soon as the clash happened. The space binding already cracked once, and with Yemo dashing like this, it disappeared like the nearby water bubbles. Without this space binding pressure, the lake water instantly squeezed out, forming a 1 km tall water pillar. Yemo used this blood water pill to dash out of the lake and land next to the lake. At this moment, a red axe hacked open where Yemo was before. After being hacked, the lake didn't seem to be a lake but a huge watermelon that was sliced open from the middle. In a second, the water closed up again and a man dashed out of the lake. It was the Tao Molding Divine Emperor who attacked you again. It's you again. The Tao Molding Divine Emperor stared at Yemo and said word by word. You ruined my business before and now you fell into my hands again. It seems you have quite some good things to be able to stay in Muhua God Mountain and break my space barrier. You not only have your own world but also know a sliver of space law. Yemo glanced at the red axe and reached out his hand. Zisu suddenly appeared in his hand. Then he said slowly, I guess that there was something strange about this lake. Luckily I came today, otherwise, I'll know what time I would be locked up till. You probably cultivated in the mountain for many years. What a pity, the immortal Emperor essence blood that you needed for cultivation was lost due to the Tao actualization Divine Emperor I brought over. Ha ha ha, the Divine Emperor laughed. You think it's good? You were able to reach Immortal Emperor peak stage from Immortal Emperor middle stage in a mere 100 years. It seems you have more secrets than me. So what if you're Immortal Emperor peak stage? You're still an insect to me, Taba Fei Yang. Do you think you can escape? You want to escape from me using the little sliver of space law, keep dreaming. Even though I didn't get a single Immortal Emperor essence blood, you can make up for it. Suddenly, the red axe smashed down. A 30 kilometers long red axe figure sliced across the time whirlpool place outside the lake. The terrifying space pressure came. Yemo could feel he was in mud while fighting with Taba Fei Yang. He didn't even move and the space was bound by the axe. He felt like he couldn't dodge this and could only wait as he was hacked apart. Yemo didn't dare to waste time. He released Zisu and 5 lightning spear destruction at the same time. He couldn't escape casually. He couldn't get into the Golden Page world in time with the space pressure. Even if he got into the Golden Page world, how far could he go into the time whirlpool outside? Plus, Taba Fei Yang had been living here for countless years. If he knew how to travel outside, he would be over. Yemo stacked his Immortal Emperor domain and Spirit Sense domain. But even so, Zisu Crevice still slowed down a lot. The Divine Emperor only knew a sliver of time law, but it was much more than him. The 5 lightning spear destruction was very clear. It wasn't as fast as before. You still want to struggle under my space? Just wait to be disembodied by my blood refining axe and taste my 6 glory soul shaking light. Taba Fei Yang sneered and shot out this pale light. As soon as this light came out, Yemo felt his soul and essence spirit wanting to leave his body. This was definitely an extremely fierce magic artifact. Yemo didn't think and punched out, Shatter Space God Art. He had to break the space binding. Otherwise, how could he fight this battle? Rumble, the punch swept over the nearby space lethal force and tore through the space. Taba Fei Yang's space instantly made cracking sounds. 5 lightning spear destruction also sped up and clashed with the 6 glory soul shaking light. At the same time, the red axe also clashed with Zisu, Chapter 2020, Yemo's lethal blow, Rumble. The rays splashed out. Yemo's 5 lightning spear destruction turned into flash lightning and disappeared. Meanwhile, an eerie light seeped out of the 5 lightning spear destruction and smashed on Yemo. Even with his immortal god body peak stage body, Yemo couldn't take it. But after the light went into Yemo's body, it was already weak and was easily burned by blue like morning sky. Crack. The purple sword ray of Zisu smashed together with the red axe shadow but created a materialized sound. Even though the space here was extremely stable, there were ripples, so powerful. Yemo was shocked and flew back. He forcefully controlled his body and didn't leave the safety range of the lake. No wonder you're so cocky. You have a few moves. Taba Fei Yang didn't move, but he was more shocked than Yemo. He had seen quite some Immortal Emperor peak stage and even half-divines, but never an Immortal Emperor as powerful as Yemo. An ordinary Immortal Emperor peak stage would have long been killed, but Yemo was only at a slight lower hand. 6 glory soul shaking light, soul shaking extermination.
The stronger Yemo was, the more Taba Feyan wanted to kill him and take everything. Yemo knew this person was stronger than him. If he allowed the light to completely activate, it definitely wasn't good. It just shot out one light before and his 5 lightning spear destruction couldn't stop it. If it was completely activated, it would be overwhelming. He didn't have the right to stall out the battle with this divine emperor. He had to finish the battle quick, and if he was outmatched, run immediately. Yemo calmed his essence chi and took out a golden bone arrow, and at the same time, a big golden bow appeared in his hand. This terrifying heaven chi rustled, rolling in all the nearby space. The extreme lethal force of the golden bow of immortal extermination fused with the world and seemed to rip the space the next moment. Yemo's cultivation level was far stronger than Zhizong Immortal Emperor, and he refined to a much higher level of restriction, golden bow of divine extermination. Taba Feyan called out in horror. His body was shaking with terror. He only activated half of the 6 glory light, but he didn't dare to keep activating anymore. He didn't dare to move at all. He knew that if he was shot by the golden bone arrow of divine extermination, he would definitely die. He was shaking. Half out of fear but half out of excitement. The golden bow of divine extermination appeared. This meant that if he killed this small immortal emperor, it would be his. Once he found 9 bone arrows, he would dominate the entire God Necropolis domain. Even if he didn't find the 9 arrows and just found 5 arrows, he wouldn't fear ordinary Tao actualization divine emperor anymore. But now, the killing intent of the golden bow of divine extermination was getting more and more intense. He didn't dare to move at all. All the lethal force of the space was drawn to the arrow, even the bleak killing intent of the lake. It formed this materialized killing intent around the golden bone arrow. Taba Feyan was scared, but he didn't think he would die to it. He believed that even if Yemo got all 9 arrows, he wouldn't be able to completely spirit control it. The original 9 arrows of the golden bow of immortal extermination were invisible in the God Necropolis domain, but many people knew that 4 of the arrows were lost. There were only 5 true arrows with the golden bow of immortal extermination. The owner of the golden bow of divine extermination found the top forgery grand master of the God Necropolis domain to make 4 more arrows. However, these 4 arrows were far weaker than the original 5. It was because of this that Taba Feyan believed he could dodge Yemo's golden bone arrows. If he did, then Yemo was his to play with, so it was golden bow of divine extermination, Yemo realized. Perhaps when he reached 72th level or higher restriction, the name of the bow would change again. Seeing Taba Feyan's nervous and worried look, Yemo was very satisfied. He was threatened by these bow and arrows before, but now he could use it to threaten others. It seemed this bow was extremely famous in the God Necropolis domain. If he killed this Taba Feyan, no one would know he has the golden bow of divine extermination. Yemo's spirit sense was very powerful and sea of consciousness was very sturdy. Even so, it was very difficult for him to draw open the bow. He had to constantly insert his lethal force in. He couldn't let the lethal force fall or the opponent would grasp the opportunity. He had to preserve strength as he knew the first arrow definitely wouldn't be able to kill Taba Feyan. Compared to Yemo, Taba Feyan found this more unbearable. He didn't know when Yemo would shoot the arrow nor how many arrows Yemo had, as the lethal force grew bigger. Taba Feyan felt greater pressure. He knew he couldn't move first. When the lethal force gathered to a peak, Yemo knew he couldn't keep holding it. Otherwise, the lethal force would drop. There was another thud from outside the lake. Yemo shot the arrow without hesitation at the same time. The crisp sound came like phoenix chirping as the arrow tore open all space in front of it. The arrow's lethal force left no return. As the bow sounded, the bone arrow shot out. In that instant, Taba Feyan's 6 glory light was completely activated. A horrid light veil shot out. At the same time, Taba Feyan released the blood axe. He deeply knew how powerful the golden bow of divine extermination was. With the power of this immortal emperor, there wouldn't be just only one arrow. The golden arrow shot into that veil and the veil melted extremely rapidly. Crack. The pale veil finally disappeared, but the killing intent of the bone arrow was completely wiped. Its force was still there, but it just didn't have the original lethal force. Taba Feyan's face was calm. He quickly took back the 6 glory light. He knew Yemo didn't have just one arrow. How could Yemo let him take back the light? The sound of arrow release came again. 2 golden arrows shot in the left and right of Taba Feyan. Their killing intent almost materialized. Even if Taba Feiyan wanted to dodge it, he couldn't. Taba Feiyan knew that the golden bone arrow couldn't be dodged easily. One arrow had possibility of being dodged, but if he tried to dodge two arrows it was suicide. If he dodged one arrow, his force would weaken. The second arrow would lock on him and kill him. If the golden bow of divine extermination and arrow was so easily dodged, it wouldn't be feared so much. At the same time EMO shot the second and third arrow, Taba Feiyan's blood axe was released and smashed at the golden bone arrow. Crack, the blood axe was completely broken by the bone arrow and turned to blood-colored pieces. However, with this the golden arrow paused a bit. Taba Feiyan couldn't block the third one. The terrifying killing intent completely enveloped him. A substitute wooden clone appeared next to his body suddenly and blocked the third arrow. This was his essence spirit substitution clone. It would use up a portion of his essence spirit, but it could save his life. The instant the essence spirit clone came out, it was completely smashed by the third arrow. The clone was instantly torn to pieces, but the third arrow was blocked by the essence spirit pieces and the killing intent eased. Before Taba Feiyan could be happy, he saw the fourth golden arrow shoot at him. Before the sound of the bow rung, that extremely terrifying killing intent swept over. The space around Chengjiang Lake became dead. It seemed that almost all life force was taken away by this fourth bone arrow. That terrifying killing intent locked the entire space, leaving him nowhere to escape. The fourth arrow was the real lethal arrow, Taba Feiyan suddenly realized. Yemo knew the three arrows couldn't kill him, so he gathered all the lethal force on the fourth arrow. He was certain that Yemo only had 4 arrows. Even if he had a fifth, he wouldn't be able to shoot it. Yemo's extremely pale face showed that he had used all his power. If he survived this fourth arrow, Yemo would be defenseless. Chapter 2021, God Art Instant Second. Taba Feiyan showed a cruel smile on his face. He was certain he could block this arrow. Even though he used all his cards and was heavily injured, if he blocked this arrow, he would get return that was multiple times. Other than the golden bow of divine extermination, this little immortal emperor must have plenty of good things. Otherwise, that Tao actualization divine emperor wouldn't leave him behind and hunt this immortal emperor instead. The nearby life force completely disappeared. The golden bone arrow dominated this space. Suddenly, layers of black mist appeared around Taba Feiyan. His hair instantly turned white and his body aged. A huge golden estate appeared. He was burning his life to defend against this arrow. He knew that even if this golden arrow hit his divine estate, it would be fine. No one knew how terrifying this divine estate was other than him. He had been in the Muhua God Mountain spirit controlling this estate for countless years. Even though he burned his life now, he could only barely move the estate. This was with him being on the Changjiang Lake and having the Abyss Metal card. Otherwise, even if he spirit controlled for millions of years, he wouldn't be able to move the estate. To be specific, he can't mobilize the estate. The Abyss Metal card mobilized it. This all happened in an instant. The bone arrow would definitely hit his estate and maybe it could break the divine estate, but he would definitely be fine. Although Yemo's face was extremely pale, his body suddenly had this flow of time. He walked up and raised his hand saying instant, second. That instant was eternity. When Yemo waved out instant second, eternity was set. The rivers of time swept, taking away countless pitiful scenes. These scenes flowed past Taba Feiyan's eyes. Everything paused at this moment, and so did Taba Feiyan. He saw the girl he grew up with leave him. He saw the tragedy he experienced when he first began cultivation. He saw his parents and brothers. He saw everything in the past. Time sped away before Taba Feiyan could reflect himself in this river of time and think about what he had lost. The scene flowed again. Taba Feiyan suddenly woke up, but the golden bone arrow had already touched his body. Death and disintegration of life instantly perfused in his body. Time law, pause, so terrifying. Taba Feiyan could only say these words as his body suddenly exploded, rumble. The huge divine estate disappeared again. Yemo spat many mouthful of blood. The golden bow of divine extermination fell to the ground, and at that instant, his dark black hair turned snow white again. The entire lake fell silent, but moments later, small ginseng and small ginseng came out of the golden page world. They didn't wait for long before Yemo was awake. They said in post-terror, "This person is so strong. Boss, you're so strong. You're not even a divine emperor, but you killed a Tao vindication divine emperor." No one would believe such a thing.
Shadowless quickly said. Emo ate a few pills and shook his head. Without the golden bow of divine extermination, I wouldn't be able to kill him. If he didn't underestimate me and called out that golden estate earlier, I still wouldn't be able to kill him. At some other place, even if I killed him, I would be dead myself too. With my current power, I'm still far from facing Dao molding divine emperor. Small Ginseng and Shadowless were speechless. Emo combed his essence chi and came up to Taba Feiyang's body. The blood axe was gone, but the six glory soul shaking light was still there. It looked like a fist-sized orb, however, there was some cracks on the orb. One can see just how terrifying the golden bow of divine extermination was. Emo picked the orb up and put it in his golden page world. He didn't find a storage ring. Other than this, he found an extremely thin mask and a shiny black metal card. Emo immediately thought of that disappearing golden estate. It seemed that belonged to Taba Feiyang, but he didn't keep that with him. It might be at the bottom of the lake and his things would be in that divine estate. Thinking about this, Emo picked up the mask and metal card. The mask was fine after being shot by the golden bone arrow. It definitely wasn't something simple. Emo casually put this mask on his face and soon, he was shocked. He found that he couldn't even feel he wore a mask. He thought of the Tao actualization divine emperor he offended. Emo didn't take off the mask. He was thinking whether that divine emperor would be constantly watching him. He picked up the metal card but found that with his immortal emperor peak stage spirit sense, he couldn't scan in. Emo was very shocked. He released Blue like Morning Sky. Blue like Morning Sky was now a god flame and could even melt the top materials of the god Necropolis domain, but Blue like Morning Sky burned the card for 15 minutes and the card didn't show any signs of melting. Instead, instant second in chi was growing stronger. Emo put the metal card in a jade box and put it in his golden page world. He felt he might be able to use it in the future. After collecting his loot, Emo didn't go inside the lake immediately. He had less than 10% of his power. He had to recover his power first. Otherwise, it would be dangerous if he encountered something else at the bottom of the lake. He let Shadowless and Small Ginseng go into the golden page world. Emo went in too and controlled the golden page world to go back into the time whirlpools of the mountain. After a few months, Emo came back to the lake. His god essence had recovered. Although his sea of consciousness hadn't completely recovered. It was just a matter of time. His snow-white hair turned gray. If it wasn't that his face was still young, he would seem like an old man now. Even though he killed the Tao molding divine emperor, Emo felt this lake was still strange. There was an eerie chi and a ghost chi. Emo didn't believe it was caused by Taba Feiyang killing too many immortal emperors. He wouldn't leave behind any of their chi. Emo was very careful to enter the lake. 2 hours later, he finally came to the bottom of the lake. Emo found that where the divine estate was before, there was nothing. Chapter 2022, Eerie Stairway. Emo stood where he was in disappointment. The divine estate was called out by Taba Feiyang, but it was interrupted by his instant second god art and disappeared. Because of this, Emo thought the estate would be where it was before, but now it wasn't there. Without it, he wouldn't be able to get Taba Feiyang's belongings. Emo took out that metal card again. He felt this card was related to the divine estate. Emo's spirit sense scanned this metal card again, but it still couldn't scan in. Just when Emo was going to put it away and search around, he felt the metal card grow colder in his hands. A black light flowed in the metal card, and at the same time, for subtle words showed in Emo's consciousness: "In Abyss metal card." This card was called In Abyss metal card? Emo just thought of this and saw a divine estate slowly appear out of thin air. The huge divine estate slowly cleared up to Emo's surprise. In just 10 seconds, that huge door appeared again, so the divine estate is activated by the metal card. Emo murmured. At this moment, the door had appeared, so Emo went near it without hesitation. When he came to the side, he realized that there was no blood lake water around the divine estate. He didn't need to keep up a water barrier with God essence. Emo grabbed the card and carefully went into the estate. After going in, there was this in chi surrounding him. Emo was even more careful. His spirit sense scanned in the palace and found that the palace was very empty. There was nothing but a yin-yang fish painting. There were all sorts of paintings on the walls and Emo didn't understand a single one of them. No wonder those immortal emperors immediately wanted to come out after coming in this palace. This estate was empty, it was very obvious.
They didn't need to waste time to search. Emo walked to the yin-yang fish painting and found that it was slowly spinning. His spirit sense scanned in but was pushed out by the fish, such a strange pattern. Emo soon saw a metal card picture next to the yin-yang fish painting. The picture of the metal card was exactly the same one as in his hand. Emo compared them side by side. They were exactly the same. More strangely, the metal card stuck into the metal card image itself. It went deeper and deeper until eventually completely immersing into it. Then, it became a level surface with the painting. Emo quickly grabbed the metal card, but no matter how much force he used, it was tightly sealed into the painting. Emo didn't keep trying to get the card. He was a bit disappointed. This was no Tao Essence Divine Emperor nor the place Taba Feiyang stored his things. Taba Feiyang's storage ring was probably completely destroyed by his golden bone arrow. This was normal. He wasn't able to control the bone arrow an instant second to a specific level. It was difficult to preserve the storage ring. Just when Emo got up in disappointment, the yin-yang fish painting made a cracking sound. Then, the two fish split apart. As they separated, a deep stairway appeared before Emo. Emo scanned his spirit sense in and found that his spirit sense couldn't even penetrate 1 meter. He could only see 3 stairs with his eyes. Emo stared at this obscure stairway in shock. He didn't know where it led to, nor has he seen such an eerie place. There was nothing stopping him, but his spirit sense could only see 3 steps. After hesitating moments later, Emo released Zisu and stepped on the first step. The stair seemed very hollow and could disappear at any time. The entire stairway seemed to be shaking as though it could fall into the void at any time. Emo stopped. He wasn't just worried about the stairway disappearing but also about the calling of souls and the extremely bleak chi coming from below the stairs. Emo breathed slowly. He finally realized why there was a bleak chi. It was the calling of ghosts. It was all below the stairs. He wondered what thing could have such dense chi. He finally realized why Taba Feiyang didn't want to leave this place. He got the metal card somewhere and opened this divine estate. His cultivation method might need this ghost in bleak chi. As for the immortal emperors he brought here, it was probably not just for cultivation. In fact, Emo guessed pretty much right. Taba Feiyang always cultivated here. The yin chi here was too heavy. He had to keep finding some extreme yang essence blood to mediate his essence spirit that was corroded by yin chi, otherwise, he would become half human half ghost. Emo went down 2 more stairs. He felt the more he went down, the heavier the yin chi was. There was also hatred attached to it. Emo felt it was difficult after going down less than 5 stairs. Before Emo could adjust, a powerful bleak chi struck him. Even though he was Immortal Emperor peak stage, he couldn't resist at all and was smashed back onto the Divine Estate Hall. Crack. The yin-yang fish closed, the metal card flew out and landed in the middle of the hall. Emo picked up the card and felt a little annoyed. He placed the metal card on his hand and said that Taba Feiyang could cultivate here. Perhaps he even controlled how to open the Muhua God Mountain. But I can't even leave here. After talking, Emo found his metal card flash with dark light. It seemed like it was about to be activated at any time. Did it have teleporting capabilities? Emo grabbed the metal card in joy and called teleport out. Take me out of here. Out of Muhua God Mountain. Emo tried all sorts of sayings, but the metal card just flowed with dark rays and nothing else. Chapter 2023, I shall vindicate Tao. After this, Emo searched the Divine Estate for a few more days and didn't find any way out. He did find some formation flag marks left behind by Taba Feiyang. A few days later, Emo could only return to the Golden Page world helplessly. Coming in again this time, Emo was ready to vindicate Tao. He had never come in contact with Tao Vindication Divine Emperor cultivation method nor knew anything about Tao Vindication. There was no predecessor experience he could borrow. He had no cultivation resources nor anything to do now, so he could only seek Tao Vindication. Other people might not have a high-level world spirit item for Tao Vindication, but Emo had plenty. He had the newly opened Chaos World as well as the Bitter Bamboo and Chaos Tree. Emo looked at the Bitter Bamboo and Chaos Tree. He didn't hesitate and chose to be enlightened under the Chaos Tree. They were unique things in the world, but the Chaos Tree contained Tao Chi while Bitter Bamboo only had Spirit Item Chi. Ever since the beginning, Emo spent all his time either finding cultivation resources or cultivating after finding cultivation resources. He had never really had the time to sit down quietly and meditate. Now, he really had nothing to do, so he sat down below the Chaos Tree to learn his Tao. As soon Emo sat down, he didn't need to calm down and was immersed in the vast Qi of the chaos tree. He seemed to have entered an endless scroll of existence. From the underworld to the mortal realm, then the cultivation realm. Immortal realm, and then to the divine Tao realm. The clearly separated realms appeared in front of his eyes like a beautiful landscape scroll painting. He saw the clear divisions of the stars and the prosperity in the universe, but as time went on, the beautiful cosmos became obscure. Resources were depleted and competition grew more intense. There was battle raging in the mortal realms, there was fighting everywhere in the cultivation realm and immortal realm. A Qi of destruction emanated in the realms. At this moment, a small seed blossomed in the void and grew. The small seed grew into the chaos tree that stretched across many realms. The dense life force emitted from the tree went back to nourish the endless cosmos. The obscure and desolate realms returned to their original state and flourished more, but the tree that crossed many realms was eventually found. These powerful beings started to fight over this huge tree of life. Battles, carnage, destruction, wither, all sorts of Qi filled the universe. The chaos tree with dense life force was attacked by all sorts of things and started to wither. Despite this, no one stopped the fight. Everyone wanted to own the chaos tree for themselves. Everyone wanted to be the ruler of the cosmos. Powerful beings were killed, sects were annihilated. Planets were spirit-controlled, heaven domains were crumbled, the highest sacred land in this universe. The divine Tao realm finally cracked open from such terrifying battles. The beautiful landscape became devastated. Some powerful beings fled the divine Tao realm and went to foreign lands. When a few top powerful beings left, the remaining people didn't have the power to fight for the chaos tree, but at this moment, the big tree started to wither. Its essence turned into a drop of tear and the tear transformed into a small seed. Without the nourishment of the tree, the void became pale. The abyssal realm was broken. There were souls calling everywhere. The cultivation realm was deprived of resources and the immortal realm was crippled. In the golden page world, the chaos tree was blossoming green and the dense green Qi completely enveloped Yimo. I shall vindicate Tao. Yimo woke up from that scene and slowly spat these words. He was still feeling the vast Tao Qi under the chaos tree emotionlessly. The world fragmented, divine Tao broken, immortal realm crippled, laws incomplete. How to vindicate Tao? A voice sounded in Yimo's sea of consciousness. This voice cycled over again and again as though it would never stop. What confused Yimo was that this voice sounded a bit like his. Yimo's consciousness was long connected with the chaos tree now. He suddenly felt unjust. How come other people could vindicate Tao but he couldn't? There were Tao vindicators in the God Necropolis domain and immortal realm. There were even some Tao essence divine emperors. How come he was extra to Tao vindication? I shall vindicate Tao. Yimo said without hesitation and firmly. He didn't know the rules to Tao vindication. If he did, he would have long vindicated his Tao. The world is incomplete, instant second Taos or small Taos. The voice seemed to know what Yimo thought and said. Was there a difference between Tao? Yimo didn't completely understand. Did he have to wait till the God Necropolis domain was repaired to divine Tao realm before he could vindicate great Tao? Or wait till the immortal realm was repaired? He didn't have such capability now. Suddenly, Yimo gained this enlightenment. This was making him promise to repair the God Necropolis domain and bring together the 33 heavens of the immortal realm. There was a subtle voice calling in his voice that if he was willing to promise to do all this, his Tao would come together and he would be vindicating the highest Tao. When I vindicate Tao, I shall do my best to repair the God Necropolis domain. When I vindicate Tao, I shall do my best to repair the divine Tao realm. When I vindicate, I shall do my best to close together the immortal realm. Yimo suddenly felt that if he said these words loudly he would succeed in Tao vindication and vindicate the highest Tao. Yimo cultivated the three-birth chant and knew his heart very well. At this moment, there was this extreme discomfort rising from the bottom of his heart. He didn't like this feeling of being threatened. This was like making him promise to do things and then he could vindicate Tao. Whether or not he did those things was his choice. It was irrelevant to Tao vindication. In his past life and this life, he did things based on his heart. Regardless if the threat was good or bad for him, he had this feeling from the depth of his heart that he didn't want to be forced. Even if he could never vindicate Tao in his life, he didn't want to be forced by this foreign will. Yimo suddenly stopped his meditation and opened his eyes as he got up and yelled, "The golden page world is mine. I planted the chaos tree. I shall vindicate my own Tao. I do everything on my own will. Nothing in the world No one in the world shall control my Tao. If there's any foreign will, sever, Yemo said and sliced down with Zisu in the void. A gray light seeped out from the chaos tree and was sliced to pieces. Yemo took a long breath and this feeling of comfort rose up. This feeling was indescribable. This was the feeling of freedom. At the same time, he felt the heavy and serious chaos tree become light and joyful. It was like an old man turned to a playful kid. The next moment, a green light fused into Yemo's dantian. Yemo shook and truly woke up. The world seemed to have become clear to him. Even the nearby space became very meticulous. He felt he found a way to improve his god art. Yemo knew he didn't vindicate Tao, but he became a half-divine. The power of law became clearer to him. Where is the chaos tree? Yemo immediately found that the chaos tree next to him disappeared. Before he could ask small ginseng and shadowless, there was this joyful emotion coming from his dantian. He soon a green tree happily waving in his dantian. I understand. Yemo said. He severed the wool planted in the chaos tree. With this, the chaos tree immediately recognized him as master. Chapter 2024, Unreasonable Disaster. Yemo knew that with his talent and learning, half-divine was the extreme. Even if he went into solitary cultivation for countless years, he would still be half-divine without new enlightenments. He wanted to vindicate Tao, so he would have to leave the golden page world and go back to the greater world to experience things. Yemo wasn't sad. He was the master of the chaos tree now and his power increased another level. If he wasn't blasted to a million pieces, he wouldn't die with the chaos tree in his dantian. When he came out of the golden page world and stood in the divine estate palace again, he knew that the only way out of the Muhua God mountain was through this mysterious divine estate. Yemo didn't open that yin yang fish tunnel again. He knew that even though with his increased tower, he wouldn't be able to pass that stairway. He would at most go down a few extra steps. And Yemo was certain that tunnel didn't lead outside. With the powerful resistance there, even Taba Feiyan wouldn't be able to go down. Yemo walked to the first painting of the palace. The painting looked like it was sculpted on there. The surface was uneven, but when Yemo subconsciously felt it with his hands, it felt extremely smooth and even. This first painting was very simple. A servant who was wearing a hat struggled to carry water. Yemo focused on it for a few minutes and suddenly felt that he was about to be embedded into the painting. He was shocked and subconsciously retreated. Rumble. A powerful force from the painting smashed him away. Yemo didn't dare to keep looking at the first one. He came to the second one. It was two people running. Yemo didn't scan his spirit sense in. He felt this wasn't the way out he was looking for. Third to fourth, when Yemo walked to the seventh painting, he stopped again. He felt this painting gave him the least pressure. It was very simple. It was of a grand sect. There were mountain ranges rising and descending. There was 4 great golden words before the sect, Suyu Divine Tao. A gray-robed man stood before the sect and looked at these 4 words. There was only his back. His hands were behind his back and his clothes seemed to wave with the wind. It was just a painting. There was no will nor essence spirit, but Yemo still felt the man's terrifying power. It was as though he could turn him to dust easily. This made Yemo extremely uncomfortable. Just when his eyes were going to leave this figure, another metal card image appeared next to the figure. The image was his abyss metal card. Yemo took it out without hesitation. He felt another dark ray flow out of the painting that connected with the dark ray from the metal card. An extremely powerful force came and Yemo was surrounded by this dark ray. Not good, he was going to get dragged into the painting. Yemo used all his god essence to try to break free, but no matter what he did, he couldn't break free at all. The next moment, Yemo felt this light sweep him into a void tunnel. Yemo stopped struggling. He felt the tunnel didn't bring him into that painting but really teleported him away. Rumble. Yemo landed on solid ground. He immediately protected himself with god essence and clutched Zisu tightly. Moments later, Yemo relaxed. There were ravines everywhere and broken walls. Half of that mountain range was sideways on the ground. Yemo looked at the metal card. There seemed to be this melancholic chi inside, but it soon disappeared. Even the light from the metal card disappeared. This metal card became icy cold again. This metal card wasn't simple. It seemed the first painting wasn't trying to suck him in but teleport him to somewhere. Perhaps every painting in that palace could teleport him somewhere. Yemo put away the metal card and started to study his surrounding.
He was certain he was teleported out of the Muhwagad mountain. At the same time, Yemo realized that he was standing at where the figure was standing in the painting. Yemo took in a cold breath. There were ravines that his spirit sense couldn't scan to the bottom and the destroyed tens of thousands of km of mountain range. Just how much power was needed for this? Suyu Divine Tao was clearly a powerful ancient sect, but now it was destroyed to this level. A black figure suddenly charged out of the ravine. Yemo punched and the figure made a sharp scream before dispersing. A black beast core fell on the ground. Yemo picked it up and immediately realized I came back to the God Necropolis domain. He just killed a mist demon beast, but his power was now much stronger than when he first came to the God Necropolis domain. Yemo immediately left this destroyed sect. A few days later, Yemo's spirit sense found a marketplace. After making sure there was no top-level Tao Vindication powerful beings, Yemo came to this market. He wanted to ask how far this place was from the Muhwa God Mountain. He also needed to find a way to other big cities and find ways people vindicated Tao. To Yemo, he didn't know what Tao Vindication was at all. In the God Necropolis domain, many Tao Vindicators vindicated small Tao, but that didn't affect Yemo from learning their experience. His 3 birth chant could utilize other people's experience to walk out his own great Tao. Yemo entered and stopped an ordinary immortal monarch tertiary stage. He saluted with his fists and asked, "Tao friend, may I ask?" Before Yemo could finish, that immortal monarch tertiary stage's face changed and quickly said, "Shinbei, Wanbei don't know." Then, he soon disappeared into the crowd. Yemo looked at this with confusion. What was going on? Just when Yemo wanted to ask someone else, he found that everyone avoided him like the plague. Yemo soon realized it was this mask. He got the mask from Taba Fei Yang. It seemed he really did do a lot of bad things, but wait. When Taba Fei Yang directed people to attack the divine estate, no one said anything to him. Die, Taba Fei Yang. A few powerful dashing lights came. Yemo suspected one of them was Divine Emperor power. They sealed off his exit and released all sorts of magic artifact. Yemo cursed. He wore this mask to prevent the Tao Actualization Divine Emperor from finding him, but this Taba Fei Yang offended more people. No wonder he hid in the mountain. Yemo dashed away without hesitation. It wasn't that he was scared of these people. He just didn't want to have these meaningless fights. Chapter 2025, The Extra Martial Sister. Yemo didn't use instant transmission means. His 5-element mobility technique was far more powerful than before. He quickly charged out of the marketplace. This is really unlucky. Yemo was about to pull the mask off. An extremely subtle space wave made Yemo stop the action. He knew someone was coming and was immediately about to flee. Martial brother Fei Yang, it's really you. A voice of surprise and joy sounded. At the same time, a white-robed female immortal appeared before Yemo. She was actually half divine power. She had long eyebrows and snow-white skin. Her black hair was tied up. There was a yellow immortal cloud silk wrapped around her chest, but it couldn't constrict the high peaks. The immortal skirt flowed in the wind. Accompanied with her looks, one had to be amazed by her beauty. Yemo thought. Would this woman be Taba Fei Yang's partner? Taba Fei Yang looked like a ghost, and yet he had such a good-looking partner. Martial brother, come back with me. The voice pleaded with a sad and soft tone. Clearly, she wasn't just ordinary relationship with Taba Fei Yang. He couldn't go so casually now. Otherwise, if she was suspicious, it might be another power hunting after him. Seeing Yemo not talk, the woman could only continue. Fei Yang, Tao Vindication isn't as easy as you think. Without the help of sect and family, neither of us can reach Tao Vindication. Plus, it's extremely hard to vindicate Tao with your cultivation method. You've offended too many people trying to cultivate that cultivation method. You did too many things that go against the interest of the sect. Fei Yang, I want you to wake up. I will definitely help you vindicate Tao. And, I want to vindicate Tao with you. The emotions in her eyes were obvious. Yemo's brain thought rapidly. He suspected that the Taba Fei Yang he killed wasn't her martial brother. It might be that martial brother Fei Yang was killed by that Tao molding divine emperor, and that Tao molding divine emperor used the mask to change into Taba Fei Yang's look and used this identity to do bad things everywhere. I will vindicate Tao through my own capabilities. Yemo mimicked the Tao molding divine emperor's voice and said coldly. There was tears in the woman's eyes. Fei Yang, I know it's been hard for you all these years. You're so much older than before. When you left many years ago, you were half divine and now you're still half divine. The woman seemed too sad and didn't continue talking about this and said Chang Fei Divine Dao City has a Divine Emperor Dao discussion square. There will be half a years of Dao discussion. After that, those who have enlightened can go to the border of God Necropolis domain to attain the fortune of great God art. Hearing this, Yi Mo almost called out. God Necropolis domain, was he not at God Necropolis domain? If he was at God Necropolis domain, why would the woman say go to God Necropolis domain? However, Yi Mo was interested in that Divine Emperor Dao discussion square. Yi Mo knew his talent. It was probably very hard to vindicate Dao just with his own experience. He didn't have to copy other people's path completely but just know how they vindicated Dao. Seeing Yi Mo not answer, the woman continued before, the place you wanted to go the most was God Necropolis domain. Now that you have a chance and to listen to other people discussing Dao, why are you giving up? Did you forget what you said before? I've offended too many people. Yi Mo said heavily. Hearing this, the woman said in surprise and joy, it's okay, I have a face mask magic artifact here. Just come back with me and once we vindicate Dao, everything else will be insects. The woman took out a mask magic artifact and gave it to Yi Mo. Yi Mo took the mask and felt there was some danger but he couldn't exactly tell what danger it was. Martial's sister, can you mark me a jade slip about the God Necropolis domain? Yi Mo hesitated and asked. The woman dazed and then took out a jade slip and some things to Yi Mo I know about the same as you. I've added some things, have it. Yi Mo took it but didn't look at it. He said to this woman, I want to be alone for a while. Wait for me at Chang Fei Divine Dao City. If I want to go I will go there to find you. If not, don't feel bad, don't keep waiting for me. Then, Yi Mo used mobility technique and disappeared. He really wanted to go to the Dao discussion but he wasn't that dumb to go with this woman. No matter how well he acted, if he got too close with this woman, he would be spotted out. Seeing Yi Mo leave alone, that joyful face sunk. She didn't chase Yi Mo but stared at Yi Mo's direction for a long time before saying coldly, you killed my martial brother Fei Yang. Even if you escape to the edges of heaven, I, Shan Yingyao, will annihilate your soul. Yi Mo didn't know he was already spotted out but he wasn't relying on her. He was just using her. 10 million km away, Yi Mo found a quiet place to enter the Golden Page world. Yi Mo immediately took out the jade slip she gave him. Yi Mo immediately noticed something wrong. There seemed to be a subtle spirit sense mark but he searched the jade slip with spirit sense and found nothing. Yi Mo threw the jade slip away without hesitation. A spirit sense mark invisible to spirit sense and the eye shot at him. If it wasn't that this world was his, he wouldn't be able to feel it. How could Yi Mo let this spirit sense mark fall on him? There was time-space law in the spirit sense mark. Yi Mo's domain and God essence couldn't stop this mark, not bind it. Instant second, Yi Mo used instant second in his shock. As soon as the spirit sense mark was frozen by instant second, he released blue like morning sky to burn it, so powerful. Yi Mo was covered in sweat. Yi Mo using instant second in here was many times stronger than outside. After all, this world was his. Once his cultivation level reached a powerful point, he can even stop the flow of time in the Golden Page world. Yi Mo's face was pale after using the instant second. Yi Mo took out that mask and burned with blue like morning sky. Since there was a mark in the jade slip, there was no way there wouldn't be a spirit sense mark in this face mask. Indeed, another spirit sense mark charged out of the mask and shot at Yi Mo. With his previous experience, Yi Mo used another instant second without hesitation and burned with blue like morning sky. This spirit sense mark was instantly vaporized. Chapter 2026, Chang Fei Divine Dao City. He used 2 instant seconds. Even though this Golden Page world was Yi Mo's world, Yi Mo almost couldn't handle it. Luckily, the chaos tree in his Dan Tian quickly released life force. In just 15 minutes, Yi Mo completely recovered. Yi Mo breathed easy. Chaos tree made a huge difference. He checked over his body and made sure there was no problem before he grabbed the jade slip. He felt that these 2 marks were made by at least Dao Essence Divine Emperor. Probably even Taba Feiyan wouldn't be able to escape the mark. He was able to escape because he had the Golden Page world, instant second and God Flame to burn the mark. 15 minutes later, Yi Mo put down the jade slip. He finally understood that the place he was at was indeed the God Necropolis domain, but it wasn't the real God Necropolis domain. It was just that the God Necropolis domain was in this region, so it was called the God Necropolis domain. Specifically speaking, this place was a broken domain of the Divine Tao realm. But in the Divine Tao realm, there was a true God Necropolis domain. That place had all sorts of Tao laws and Qi. There are also primordial God arts and the dead remains of powerful beings. Compared to God Necropolis domain, Muhua God Mountain was just a place of time law. Meanwhile, the God Necropolis domain was filled with all sorts of laws and Tao Qi. It's also the grounds of where a few primordial essence divine emperor died. It was because of this that many people would go to God Necropolis domain for Tao vindication. God Necropolis domain was too famous, so that the people here just named this broken realm after the God Necropolis domain. The Jade Slip said that many immortal emperors vindicated Tao at the God Necropolis domain. Some immortal emperors became wealthy there as they found the remains of primordial essence divine emperor and had the magic artifact of the primordial essence divine emperor. If they found the heritage of primordial essence divine emperor, it meant that had the path to the top of Tao. Mo put the Jade Slip down and thought for a while before eventually deciding to go to Changfei Divine Tao City. Regardless if he could go to that Tao discussion, he would have to try. If he went, he would benefit plenty from there.
Mo also wanted to learn about how to vindicate Tao in the God Necropolis domain. In the God Necropolis domain, the big powers had their own circle.
It was very hard to get into this circle and listen to their Tao discussion. However, it wasn't impossible. His gray hair couldn't turn into black hair yet. This was due to the damage on his essence Qi. It couldn't be repaired by eating a pill. After his essence Qi recovered, his hair would turn black, but Mo didn't want to wait that long. That woman had seen him with the gray hair. Even if he took off the mask, she would recognize him. Mo just shaved off all his hair and made a top-grade immortal artifact Buddhist bead and hung it on his chest.
Thinking of Du Feng Monk, Mo made another gourd and put it on his waist.
The wine inside was made by small ginseng. After taking his mask off, he returned to his original look. The reason Mo chose this look was because after talking to Du Feng Monk, he had some understanding of Nanming Heaven Zen Temple's cultivation method. Most importantly, he had a golden bell Buddhist fruit. If he took out this Tao fruit, no one would suspect his identity. In this broken divine Tao realm, it wasn't easy to find a top sect. The main reason was resources were scarce here, and it was the law of the jungle. Most people wanted to vindicate Tao and weren't willing to take out their resources. It was because of this that some God Corner families were more powerful than ordinary sections. Changfei Divine Tao City was an exception.
Even the Divine Tao realm was broken, it was still boundless. It was no surprise that such a prosperous city existed. Mo walked in and felt a completely different atmosphere to the immortal realm. It felt depressing. It wasn't as comfortable as the immortal cities. There weren't many monks, but there were monks, so Mo's look wasn't very unique. At this moment, Mo suppressed his power to Immortal Emperor peak stage. He was planning to go into a bar and search for news. Just when Mo walked in, he saw a figure dash out, and then there was a red light hacking at that figure. Mo moved iced and that figure fell to the ground. Seeing how that red light was going to hack the person on the ground in half, Mo suddenly kicked. That red light was immediately crippled. The person on the ground got up and quickly saluted with his fists. "Thank you, Qianbei, for saving me." Mo didn't answer and just looked at the person chasing out. This person was only an immortal monarch middle stage. Wanbei greet Qianbei, sorry for offending Qianbei. The immortal monarch saw that it was some monk whose power level he couldn't see through. He quickly bowed. This really was the law of the jungle. You have no business here. Mo waved his hand. He just casually saved that person, as in that instant, he thought of when he was kicked down by Fengkong Grand Emperor. Seeing Mo didn't blame him, the immortal monarch saluted with his fists and disappeared. Then, Mo started to look at the guy he saved. He seemed very young but was Immortal King peak stage. He seemed very chubby and his eyes were narrow. He seemed miserable, as though he was always bullied. But then, Mo noticed something different. He felt some ancient chi on this chubby boy. He felt such chi on Shadowless before. "Boss, this guy has the same chi as me." Shadowless sound transmission from the Golden Page world. Same chi? Mo immediately remembered that Shadowless came from the dragon race. Was this chubby kid a dragon too? However, he looked like a human. "Come in with me." Mo nodded and called the chubby boy in. The chubby boy followed Mo into the bar. There were some people here. Mo glanced casually and saw a few Immortal Emperor and even a Tao Molding Divine Emperor. he immediately took back his spirit sense.
He really didn't understand how there were so many powerful people here and yet that little immortal monarch dared to kill someone here. No one said anything about him stopping the immortal monarch.
Yemo realized no one would mind other people's business. Chapter 2027, Hard to enter Dao discussion square.
Yemo wanted to find a room and ask about this chubby boy, but when he asked for a room, everyone stared at him with a strange look. Yemo immediately knew he said something wrong again. Shenbei, the bar is just a place to drink.
There are no rooms.
The chubby boy said, "Oh, I see."
Yemo said casually, although Yemo was poor, he still had the god crystals to drink.
He took the chubby boy to a corner and sat down.
When the waiter brought the wine over, the chubby boy's eyes never left the wine kettle, so this chubby boy is a wine addict.
Yemo opened the wine kettle and found this wine was really trash. The chubby boy gulped down some saliva. Shenbei, the wine of this bar is really good.
It's median high quality and half-god wine. Yemo almost spat the wine out. This sort of wine was called half-god wine?
He pushed the wine kettle to the boy. "I don't like this wine, you can have it all."
"Thank you, Qianbei,"
the chubby boy said and grabbed the kettle. Yemo took out the wine gourd from his waist and drank. Just when he wanted to ask, he heard a shocked voice say, "Good wine."
Yemo dazed. No shit, it was good wine.
His wine was made with corner soul weed and een blue plum. After he found plenty of top god spirit herbs, he made small ginseng work the wine again. The person who said this just smelled it and knew it was good wine. Clearly, he was a wine lover too.
"Dao friend, may I sit here?"
A slightly coarse voice sounded in front of Yemo. It was that Dao molding divine emperor.
Yemo's eyes spasmed.
Although he killed a Dao molding divine emperor as an immortal emperor peak stage, he didn't cockily think he could take one out for sure. People could kill in here and no one stopped the immortal monarch from killing the boy. People could kill here without being responsible. If this Dao molding divine emperor attacked him and he shot out the 4 golden bow of divine extermination arrows, he would be a goat waiting to be slaughtered. Of course, Dao friend, have a seat. Yemo saluted with his fists. The chubby boy didn't care who came over as long as he had wine to drink.
Dao friend indeed drank good wine. I've been through countless divine Dao societies in the God Necropolis domain and countless God corners. It's the first time I've smelled such good wine. Where did you buy this wine? The Dao molding divine emperor asked. Yemo gave his kettle to the Dao molding divine emperor. "I made it myself. If you like it, then have it." "Thank you, Dao friend." The Dao molding divine emperor took the kettle and drank. Yemo was wary. This Dao molding divine emperor's god essence was dense and seemed stronger than Taba Fei Yang.
His long hair was braided and his chiseled face made him look extremely handsome. "Thank you, Dao friend, this is a great wine. I'm called Duqishi."
The Dao molding divine emperor clearly had different views of Yemo. After drinking his name and told Yemo his name, Yemo realized. In the God Necropolis domain, spirit items were rare and people wouldn't use it to make wine.
The things he used to make his wine were all precious. Plus, the recipe was from the ancestor of making wine, Shuchen Divine Emperor. "I'm called Yemo." Yemo saluted with his fists but didn't keep taking out wine. Duqishi drank half a kettle and said, "Brother, you seem to be here the first time?" Yemo quickly answered, "I haven't been able to vindicate Dao after reaching Immortal Emperor peak stage, so I've been searching around for opportunities. I heard there would be a Divine Emperor Dao discussion square here at Changfei Divine Dao City, so I came over wanting to hear the Dao discussion. There were no teleportation formations in the God Necropolis domain as there were void fissures everywhere. Even flying with magic artifact could get you devoured by the void fissure, much less teleportation formation. It's probably not going to be easy to get there." Duqishi put the wine kettle down and looked at Yemo. "Brother Du, you're probably already Dao molding Divine Emperor, right? Isn't the Dao discussion square Dao molding Divine Emperor discussing DOA and then Immortal Emperors listen?" Yemo asked in confusion. Duqishi smiled bitterly. "It's held by all the big powers joined together. There's not only Dao Nourishment Divine Emperor but also Dao Actualization Divine Emperor discussing Dao. There will even be the number 1 Dao Essence Divine Emperor of Changfei Divine Dao City, Sikong Shan, coming to discuss Dao personally." He had been stuck in Dao Essence Divine Emperor for countless years. After he discusses Dao this time, he would head to the God Necropolis domain to find opportunity to break through to Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. Before he goes there, he would take some immortal emperor with him.
Who wouldn't want such opportunity? Does one have to be taken by Tao Essence Divine Emperor to go God Necropolis domain?
Yemo asked in shock. Duchishi rolled his eyes at Yemo. Brother Yi, I can tell you know nothing about Tao vindication.
Of those who can vindicate Tao, 90% of them did so at the border of the God Necropolis domain. You can't go to the border without Tao molding Divine Emperor power. Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor and Tao Actualization Divine Emperor can only go to the border of the God Necropolis domain alone. They can't bring someone there. Only Tao Essence Divine Emperor can bring someone there.
Tao Essence Divine Emperor can bring 10 people there. The Sikong Qianbei is quite a nice person.
Yemo sighed. Duchishi glanced at Yemo and said those Tao Essence Qianbei who went in the God Necropolis domain never came out.
Sikong Qianbei is gambling one last time by entering the God Necropolis domain to vindicate Primordial Essence Tao. He's not taking the 10 people for no reason.
He needs top leaf Tao fruit and God spirit item.
He will see who was greater contributions and then take them in. Yemo nodded. This meant that an outsider like him has no chance even if he went to the Tao Discussion Square. Brother Du, may I ask if you know about the Muhua God Mountain?
Yemo asked. I've heard about it. It said it recently opened once. It's too far from the Changfei Divine Tao City. It takes decades to just get there. Otherwise, I would go to the mountain once.
Duchishi sighed. Hearing this, Yemo's mind was set. The further away it was from Changfei Divine Tao City, the better it was for Yemo. It seems Brother Du is here for the Tao discussion?
Yemo asked.
That's right, but I have no chance to unless I have a top spirit item or a Tao fruit. But if I do, I wouldn't want to use a Tao fruit to get a spot to listen to Tao.
Duchishi said. Yemo was planning to risk things and act as Taba Feiyang, but hearing this he immediately said, Brother Du, you're saying you can definitely go to the Tao Discussion Square if you have Tao fruit?
Chapter 2028, Take Away Chubby Kid. Of course, do you think it's that easy to get Tao fruits? I heard 9 Tao fruits came out of the Muhua mountain this time. What a pity.
Duchishi sighed. Yemo finally realized why Taba Feiyang could vindicate Tao this quickly. That guy was in the Muhua God Mountain.
As soon as it opened, he would be able to go out and scavenge Tao fruits first. This guy definitely had a lot of good things in his storage ring, but what a pity, it was destroyed. Yemo felt Duchishi was a nice person, so he sound transmission. Brother Du, I have a Tao fruit.
Just say you're a friend of mine and see if you can go in with it.
What? Duchishi said in shock that he even forgot to sound transmission. Yemo could only say, I want to try my luck and see if I can get into the Divine Emperor Tao Discussion Square.
Du Qixi reacted and immediately got up. Of course, let's go now.
He couldn't wait anymore. Don't be in a rush, I still have some important things to ask this little brother. Yemo saw that the chubby kid had finished the kettle and asked Duchishi. Duchishi seemed to know Yemo had business with the chubby kid, so he got up and smiled. I'll wait for you at my spot, just let me know when you're ready.
What is your name? Where do you come from?
Yemo set up sound barrier restriction and asked. The chubby kid looked dazedly at Yemo and there was a sliver of fear in his eyes. Yemo felt this and smiled. Don't worry. Although I guessed your origin a bit, but I just want to get it clear. You should know that if someone else guessed your origin like me, you probably would have been killed already.
I.
The chubby kid was clearly more and more scared.
He feared this the most.
He knew clearly what the consequence would be if people recognized who he was. After a long while, the chubby kid finally calmed down a bit and stuttered, I'm called Xiaorang. When my mother gave birth to me, she told Uncle Ian to sneak me away. Then, Uncle Ian used rune and we came to God Necropolis domain. Then Uncle Ian died protecting me. Yemo finally understood. This chubby kid was called Xiaorang. He probably came from dragon race. His mother was a young girl waiting to be married. She seemed to live in a huge water palace. Yemo guessed that was the Dragon Palace. However, the rules there were very strict. His mother was pregnant before marriage and this was a huge violation of law.
Xiaorang was a target of hunting.
Xiaorang's mother let her personal assistant Uncle Ian take Xiaorang and flee. Uncle Ian came to the God Necropolis domain somehow, but then later people realized there was a subtle dragon horn on the chubby kid's head and wanted to take him away. Uncle Ian died with that person trying to protect Xiaorang. Xiao Rang had no survival capabilities and could only starve. However, this guy loved drinking so much that he would forget his own name.
He was beaten because of it countless times.
He seemed quite lucky to be alive though after all these dangerous times. Yemo scanned his spirit sense into the chubby kid's hair and found a dragon horn popping out.
Yemo knew that he definitely did something that was no good to himself.
The chubby kid had been in the city for this long and loved drinking that much. He should have long been killed, but he still survived now. The only explanation was that someone knew the chubby kid was a dragon and was secretly protecting him. Xiao Rang had no family here, so of course they weren't protecting him for his benefit. This way, there would only be two motives. One was to use the chubby kid to draw other dragon race here, and the second was to just keep the chubby kid as livestock. Emo believed the second possibility was greater. Dragon essence blood had dragon chi, it wouldn't form if you locked him up. If that person wanted to use the chubby kid's dragon chi to cultivate, he can't lock the chubby kid. Emo was speechless. He was wondering why things were so coincidental that he saved the chubby kid. Even if he didn't intervene, someone would. Emo wanted Xiao Rang to go, but he was only half divine. Even in the immortal realm, there were people stronger than him, much less Changfei Divine Dao City. The person who dared to keep Xiao Rang was no simple character. At this moment, Shadowless suddenly made the sound, "Boss, this chubby kid is so pitiful and he's dragon race. Why don't you let him stay in the Golden Page world with us?"
Emo hesitated.
If the chubby kid went into the Golden Page world,
he could never go away.
Otherwise, his Golden Page world would be exposed. Shadowless's words resonated with him.
He was abandoned too. Shadowless and the chubby kid had a similar fate to him.
If he didn't intervene, this chubby kid would be dead for sure, and in a terrible way. Thinking about this, Emo sound transmission to Shadowless. "I'll ask him.
If he's willing, then I'll take him away. If not, we can't mind too much business." Seeing the chubby kid's fearful look, Emo sighed. "Xiao Rang, do you know that if you keep staying here you would die sooner or later?" Unexpectedly, the chubby kid nodded quickly. Emo shook his head. "You don't know your situation. Someone already knows you're a dragon race, but he didn't capture you because he wants to you grow up here alone. He's keeping you as a livestock. Think about it, every time you're in danger, does someone help you, or when you need cultivation resources, does it just magically come into your hands?" The chubby kid heard this and dazed, but soon reacted. He stared at Emo in shock, soon realizing what he meant. "It seems you're not too dumb. Let me be honest with you, you were saved before because people were protecting you. Otherwise, you're a little immortal king and you go around stealing wine. How can you live for so long here? But me saving you this time is a real coincidence." Seeing the chubby kid get scared, Emo continued, "I have a friend who is also dragon race. He wants me to help you. If you're willing, then I'll take you away, but if you're not willing, I'll give you a kettle of wine and you can leave yourself. If you're willing to come with me, there's a condition. You must not go out. Even if you leave in the future, you must swear to not spill my secrets." Qianbei, Wanbei is willing. The chubby kid agreed without hesitation. Emo was confused. The chubby kid wasn't dumb. Wasn't he scared of him tricking him? "You're not scared of me tricking you?" Emo immediately asked. "Qianbei, you're definitely not from the Dao City. You come from a faraway place. Otherwise, you wouldn't be asking for a room here. Even if I don't leave with Qianbei, I will probably die here. If I leave with Qianbei, I might be able to see my mum again. If Qianbei wants my blood, I'll just be dying earlier. I've already known this over the years." The chubby kid said firmly, "Not bad, you're very smart, but don't worry, I won't take your blood. The things I have are countless times better than your little impure dragon blood. Relax and I'll take you in." Emo laughed. He quite liked this kid now. The chubby kid subconsciously looked at everyone in the bar. Emo said yes, now. He had decided to take the chubby kid away. Even if he went somewhere else, people would know, so he might as well take him away publicly. No matter how strong the guy who wanted the chubby kid was, he wouldn't dare to go to the Dao Discussion Square. He would go there now. Chapter 2029, Terror of the Dao Essence Divine Emperor. He still had another condition for going to the Dao Discussion Square, and that was for that Sikong Shan to take him to the God Necropolis domain. Otherwise, he would be wasting that divine Dao fruit.
When he went to the god Necropolis domain, who would be able to find him? The chubby kid was strictly speaking not human, he was a dragon. Even if Yemo's golden page world wasn't complete, he could put him inside, much less now. His golden page world was completed. There were quite a lot of people in the bar and they were shocked to see Yemo take the chubby kid away.
People here weren't dumb. The chubby kid didn't have a simple origin. Yet Yemo was an immortal emperor and dared to take him away.
He didn't want to live. Other people were wondering how Yemo had the guts to take him away, not how Yemo took the kid away. Most immortal emperors had their small world or cultivation home magic artifact. You didn't do this well. That chubby kid is nice, but you're not the only one interested in him. Duchishi said. Hearing this, Yemo realized Duchishi knew the chubby kid was a dragon, but Yemo wasn't scared.
He sound transmission. Can we enter the Dao discussion square with Dao fruit? Of course, but do you think everyone can get Dao fruit? Although you haven't taken it out, I know you wouldn't lie to me.
Good, I have Dao fruit.
We can both go in and then ask Sikong Qianbei to take us to the god Necropolis domain border. Who would be able to find me there? I'm worried about you. You came with me. If those people can't find me, they might blame it on you.
Yemo said plainly. If Duchishi didn't dare to go with him, he would go alone. Duchishi said pridefully, although I'm a solo cultivator, I'm not scared of anyone.
Duchishi wasn't bluffing.
He didn't dare to offend big powers, but they wouldn't offend him for no reason either. They clearly knew that Yemo took the chubby kid. They wouldn't be dumb enough to still offend him. A Dao molding divine emperor. Good, unless those people dares to come for me now.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be scared. Yemo laughed.
Even if he couldn't go to God Necropolis domain this time, he was confident in his transmission means. Duchishi said calmly, don't worry, even if they want trouble with you, it would be after you leave the city.
This is the Dao discussion square?
Yemo and Duchishi came to a barren outback. The view ahead was blurry. Clearly it was barricaded by restriction. Yemo thought the Dao discussion would be in a grand palace, but there was no signs of buildings at all here. Duchishi nodded. Dao is miniature. Of course you can't discuss Dao inside. Only outside would you feel a sliver of the Dao they discuss.
Good knowledge. Another DMBD came up to Duchishi and saluted with his fists.
Then the Dao molding divine emperor said, but the Dao discussion is about to start here, please move aside, Dao friends. Yemo immediately came up and said, we came to listen in. Sorry, not everyone can come, move aside. The divine emperor wasn't so polite to an immortal emperor peak stage. Yemo wasn't angry and instead said with a smile, brother Du and I both want to enter the Dao discussion square. I also want to ask Sikong Qianbei to give me a spot to the god Necropolis domain.
Ha ha. That divine emperor was so angry he laughed.
A mere immortal emperor dared to say this.
Who did he think he was? The 10 spots were already decided. How could other people intervene?
I have a Dao fruit and I want to give this to Sikong divine emperor Qianbei.
Yemo said loudly. They discussed this together.
If they really dared to take the Dao fruit and sign up alone, they would not only lose the Dao fruit but their lives too. Yemo and Duchishi didn't come from some big power. If the organizers of this Dao discussion took their Dao fruits, even Sikong Shan might not know. So they came to the agreement to take out the Dao fruit outside the Dao discussion square and say it loudly. Only then would the organizers be concerned. As soon as Yemo said this, that Dao molding divine emperor's face changed.
He immediately said, you really have Dao fruit? What Dao fruit is it? Show me. Yemo said in contempt, what Dao fruit I have has nothing to do with you. This is for Sikong Qianbei.
In time, I'll just give it to Sikong Qianbei. The Dao molding divine emperor calmed down and said plainly, even if you have Dao fruit, we need to check it before we let you go in.
If you don't even know what your Dao fruit is, how are we going to report to Sikong Qianbei?
I have a Dao fruit, so of course I'm giving it to Sikong Qianbei.
If Sikong Qianbei isn't here, I will wait for a while. After all, the Dao fruit is too precious, I don't trust giving it to you. Yemo said loudly. The Dao molding divine emperor said plainly, in that case leave. We don't welcome liars here. There was faint killing intent on the Dao molding divine emperor and Yemo could feel it.
He was certain that as soon as they leave, there would be someone to stop them. Since they don't want Dao fruit, I'm going.
Brother Du, didn't you say that Sikong Qianbei was collecting Dao fruits? I finally found one and now they said they don't want it.
Yimo's voice was not only loud but also carried some god essence. The Tao molding divine emperor was furious, but before he could continue, a plain voice sounded who said, "I didn't want Tao fruit?" Sikong Qianbei. The Tao molding divine emperor quickly bowed. A gray-robed skinny man appeared before the three, and moments later, two more people came. Yimo's eyes spasmed. Although he knew Sikong Shan would probably notice if he said Tao fruit loudly, but when Sikong Shan came up to him, he realized how terrifying he was. His spirit sense has been watching the surrounding, but despite this, he didn't notice at all when Sikong Shan came before them. He didn't even notice the two people behind Sikong Shan. One could see how pitiful his power was to a Tao essence divine emperor. The Tao molding divine emperor bowed and didn't even dare to stand up. He couldn't even control the sweat going down his back. This wasn't just fear but a powerful Tao rune pressure. Chapter 20:30. Suspicious. That skinny man ignored the scared Tao molding divine emperor and just stared at Yimo seriously and asked him, "Sikong Shan, you called me over because you have a Tao fruit?" Yimo knew his schemes couldn't trick this person, so he said, "Yimo greet Qianbei." Wanbei said that loudly because Wanbei knows that only if I deliver the Tao fruit to Qianbei personally would I get a chance to enter the Tao discussion grounds. Yimo didn't say that if he didn't hand it to Sikong Shan personally, the Tao fruit probably would be robbed away, but he was hinting to this. Seeing Yimo didn't argue, Sikong Shan nodded. "Take out your Tao fruit." He knew what Yimo meant and knew it was the truth, but he was about to go vindicate primordial essence due, so he wasn't going to hassle with these families over this. Yimo immediately took out the jade box containing golden bell Buddhist fruit to Sikong Shan. Sikong Shan didn't promise anything, but Yimo had to take it out. Even if Sikong Shan took the Tao fruit and didn't want to do anything, Yimo would have to suck it up. Sikong Shan opened the jade box and immediately shut it. There was extreme surprise and joy on his face. He didn't expect he had such huge fortune. Yimo gave him golden bell Buddhist fruit. This was one of the top Tao fruits. Only an outsider like Yimo would think that if you didn't cultivate Buddhist god art you didn't need this Tao fruit. The fruit was extremely useful to anyone. It not only had Buddhist Tao power but also a sliver of Buddhist source power. Any Tao fruit that had source power was the highest level of Tao fruit. "Great, great," Sikong Shan said and put away the jade box. He was extremely happy. Even if he got nothing out of this Tao discussion, just this Buddhist Tao fruit would be enough. You cultivate Buddhist Tao and yet can take out this Tao fruit. You're rather genuine. Sikong Shan didn't doubt Yimo's appearance. His spirit sense checked Yimo's storage ring. Yimo knew that if he took out Tao fruit, people might check his storage ring, so he changed the restriction to an ordinary one. Otherwise, Sikong Shan might not be able to check it. After checking Yimo's storage ring, Sikong Shan was even happier. Although there were good things inside, this Buddhist fruit was the most precious. He didn't suspect Yimo would have a second fruit, as each tree only had one fruit. "It seems you desperately want to vindicate Tao. I'll take this Tao fruit, tell me what you want." Sikong Shan smiled. Yimo rejoiced and quickly bowed. Wanbei and friend Du Qishi want to listen to Qianbei's Tao discussion and also hope that Qianbei would take Wanbei to God Necropolis domain border. Sikong Shan nodded. These two requests aren't too bad. I agree. Go inside. After the Tao discussion, I will add you to the list and take you to the God Necropolis domain border. Thank you, Qianbei. Yimo rejoiced and thanked. Sikong Shan nodded slightly and disappeared. Yimo knew the Tao discussion hadn't started, but he could go in now. He looked at that Tao molding divine emperor and said, "Open the restriction, I'm going in with my friend." The Tao molding divine emperor's face was green, but he had to do this and let them in. "Idiot." That Tao molding divine emperor cursed. Only an idiot would take out a Tao fruit just to enter the Tao discussion square. "Wait." A crisp voice called out behind Yimo. Yimo's heart sunk. He could tell this voice was Taba Feiyang's martial sister. He looked at the half-divine woman and asked, "Immortal goddess, were you talking to me?" The woman's face changed and reproached, "I'm not from Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect." "Be careful of your words, monk." Yimo cursed. He just said that out of a respect, but he didn't realize that Immortal Goddess had to be from that specific sect. Du Qishi quickly sound transmission to Yimo, "You must not call those not from Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect Immortal Goddess, just call them Goddess. She is Shandu Goddess State Young Mistress Shan Ingyao. She's not easy to mess with." Yimo immediately realized and saluted with his fists. What business does Goddess have with monk?
Sha Ningyao's face eased and stared at Yemo, asking coldly, "I'd never seen you in the city before? Did you just come here?" Yemo was shocked.
The woman must have realized he was different.
Luckily, he didn't keep using Taba Feiyan's disguise or he would have been dead.
She probably recognized the fake Taba Feiyan already. "Yes, I'm indeed from somewhere else.
Brother Du told me that there was a Divine Emperor Dao discussion here and told me to come. I hurried and luckily came on time." Yemo said. Sha Ningyao glanced at Du Qishi.
She knew him but didn't expect this monk was his friend. "There are limited spots to go in. How did you get in?" Sha Ningyao asked. "He got a Dao fruit and Sikong Chenbei came here."
The Dao molding Divine Emperor guard wanted to suck up to Sha Ningyao and explained, "Dao fruit?" Sha Ningyao looked at Yemo in shock and said, "You're quite lucky."
She felt Yemo had this familiar chi but she couldn't tell what it was. Her cultivation method and talent was unique and could easily discern chi, that's why she stopped Yemo.
Luckily Yemo acted as a monk.
She couldn't think of when she had seen a monk no matter how hard she thought. In an extremely ancient palace, a yellow-bearded man was furious.
He just got news that the little dragon he kept in the city was taken away.
This person who took him away had a Dao fruit and gave it to Sikong Shan. He even got the promise to be taken to God Necropolis domain border. "Lord, we definitely have nothing we can do now that the person is entering the Dao discussion square. But since he's going to the God Necropolis domain border, our Zhu Dragon God Tower has someone going there too. The city Lord Zhongsu and Xinhuai's son and Qi Shao God Corner's master Hong Haoyan would all be going.
If we contact them and give them some benefit, that Yemo would never be able to escape."
A woman beside the man said calmly. The yellow-bearded man nodded. "Okay, we'll do this. There's one day before the Dao discussion starts.
Go contact these people first." Sha Ningyao stayed here to wait for the person acting as Taba Feiyang.
But she knew there was a very small chance that Guy came. After entering the Dao discussion area, Yemo realized this place was no different to any wilderness.
There were already tens of people sitting on cushions. Yemo and Du Qishi found a distant place to stay and then Yemo asked Brother Du, "Is that Sha Ningyao not simple?" Du Qishi nodded. "That's right.
She comes from Shan Du God Estate.
There's a Dao actualization powerful being there. She's really loved in the estate and no one dares to mess with him. If I'm not wrong, she will definitely get a chance to go to God Necropolis domain border.
So you need to be careful not to offend her." Chapter 2031, Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect. Even if Du Qishi didn't tell him, Yemo wouldn't go offend Sha Ningyao. Plus, he pitied her. "Brother Du, what is the Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect she spoke of?"
She seemed very scared of that sect?
Yemo asked. Du Qishi said seriously, "Even Dao Essence Divine Emperor don't dare to challenge Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect in the God Necropolis domain.
In the God Necropolis domain only Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect people can be called Immortal Goddess. They're this dominant?" Yemo asked in surprise. "No, they're not dominant.
The reason the women from Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect are called this way is not due to their own accord, but people respect the Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect.
You must not go into the Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect range, otherwise that is suicide." Du Qishi said. "Why?" Yemo didn't understand God Necropolis domain at all and could only ask. Du Qishi explained God Necropolis domain is the original Divine Dao realm. Due to battles between ancient powerful beings, the realm itself crumbled.
Eventually, the Divine Dao realm was about to be pulverized and those powerful beings fled the broken Divine Dao realm.
However, the saint of Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect Qing didn't flee.
She used the utmost high god art and turned herself into the law of the Divine Dao realm. That stopped the crumbling of Divine Dao realm and now it became the God Necropolis domain. In order to pay tribute to her sacrifice, the Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect members are respected as Immortal Goddess.
They rarely come out though. With the Divine Dao realm so broken, sects stronger than the Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect have disappeared but they remain intact.
Seeing Yemo's shot, Du Qishi smiled. Those sect members of Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect are all extremely beautiful.
The more you cultivate their cultivation method, the prettier you become.
So everyone wants an Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect member as Dao partner.
True. Yemo nodded. Everyone loved beauty, even immortals, hee hee.
Duchishi smiled. Brother Yi, I need to remind you that the immortal goddess sacred sect members never dual cultivate with people and rarely even speak to outsiders. The hardest thing in the god necropolis domain isn't finding a Dao fruit but getting an immortal goddess as Dao partner. But if you think that way, you're not far from death.
You understand? I understand? Yi Mo wasn't dumb.
He had to be respectful to immortal goddess, whether it was the immortal realm or the cultivation realm. He had seen too many beautiful women. He had even lived with someone like Xinbingyu. His wives were all extremely beautiful.
He wouldn't be surprised no matter how pretty the woman was. No matter how pretty the immortal goddess was, she would at most be Qing Ru's level.
Brother Diyu, I have one more thing to ask you.
Do you know a sect called Suyu Divine Dao? Yi Mo asked. Suyu Divine Dao?
Duchishi repeated in confusion and then shook his head. I've never heard of such sect, but the god necropolis domain is boundless, and despite being broken, it's not something a Dao molding divine emperor like me can travel across.
Yi Mo didn't ask anymore. The sect wasn't far from this city.
Since Duchishi didn't know, this meant that the sect was extremely ancient. Yi Mo started asking about all sorts of stories of the god necropolis domain.
He also learned the terror of god necropolis domain border. Even Dao molding divine emperor might be crushed by the Dao runes there.
There was a Dao wave line at the border.
Those weaker people would be diced. Since ancient times, countless immortal emperors and half-divines died at the god necropolis domain border.
Countless divine emperors never came back after entering the Dao wave line. About tens of thousands of km from Nemo's place, two women were desperately looking around. One wore blue robes while the other wore yellow robes. They were both extremely beautiful. Sister Biyue, how come we're not at the same place with Master after using the transmission rune?
Is this the god necropolis domain? Why does everything seem so barren?
The yellow-robed woman asked. Xiaoyun, it's probably due to the space being unstable here that some problem occurred. We held on to each other so we're not separated, but Master is probably very far away from us. Sister Bus said, Xinzhong Divine Emperor didn't know the space here was this unstable. When he brought his two disciples here, he immediately saw someone stronger than him come. In his desperation, he immediately used his only space transmission rune. It was a battle lute of his. After using it, Xinzhong Divine Emperor immediately realized he did something stupid. The space here was extremely unstable. It was suicide to use such rune here. When he grabbed at his two disciples, they were already very far from him. The two girls were lucky that they didn't fall into void crevice and instead survived here, without their master to take care of them. Both of them were worried. They didn't even dare to talk and just hurried, wanting to leave this barren place. A day later, two dashing lights landed before Luo Biyue and Mu Xiaoyun. They finally saw people. Luo Biyue and Mu Xiaoyun rejoiced but were also nervous. They heard Master say that the people at God Necropolis Domain were very scary, but soon, they were shocked. It was two women before them. They were too pretty. Where did you two come from? How did you come here? The taller woman glanced at the two and frowned. My martial sister and I followed our master here, but we got separated and lost. Luo Biyue quickly said. The taller woman stared at Mu Xiaoyun for a while and suddenly frowned and released a blue long sword. The shorter woman quickly stopped her and said, Martial sister and Hai, don't attack first. Since they appeared next to our sect, it means they have fate with us. Why don't we them back first? Luo Biyue and Mu Xiaoyun were dazed. They didn't even do anything and that taller woman wanted to kill them. Was the God Necropolis Domain this unreasonable? And Hai sneered, this woman has lost her virginity and dares to come to our sect? It's an insult to us. What's the point in not killing such shameless person? Luo Biyue was dazed. What reason to kill was this? Mu Xiaoyun's character was soft and yet strong. Hearing this, she was furious. Yi Mo was her husband. So what if she gave her virginity to her husband? There was such crazy woman in this world. Luo Biyue had been with Mu Xiaoyun for a long time and knew her well. She quickly pulled her, signaling her not to talk. The woman was still going to attack. Luo Biyue was ready to fight. She knew the two of them combined was no match for this woman, but she wasn't going to sit and wait. Another dashing light came, Martial Uncle Qilin. The two women quickly bowed. Luo Biyue and Mu Xiaoyun stared at this woman with even more shock.
What sect was this? One was prettier than the other. You two probably came from the immortal realm?
The woman's tone was much softer. Luo Biui and Mu Xiaoyun were dazed. Chapter 2032. Dao discussion begins. You don't need to say anything.
I already know.
How about this? Come with me to the divine sect first. Otherwise, even if you leave here, you wouldn't be able to get to the nearest god corner of Divine Dao City. The woman's tone was very nice. Wan Bei is willing to follow Qian Bei to the sect.
Luo Bus saw that Mu Xiaoyun wanted to talk and quickly said before her.
She was afraid Mu Xiaoyun would reject. When they came to the outside of the sect, Mu Xiaoyun and Luo Bui were completely dazed. All they had seen on the way was the devastated landed, but now what was before them was lush green immortal mountain and god water.
It was like heaven and hell. They weren't just dazed at the scene. The small heaven domain they lived at was extremely beautiful too.
They were dazed at the extremely dense god spirit Qi. They almost didn't need to cultivate and could feel their progress. This is such a good place.
Luo Bus sighed. Immortal goddess sacred sect.
Mu Xiaoyun saw the 4 words before the sect and felt worried. She felt this wasn't a place she should come, but she couldn't resist at all. Martial sister Qilan, why did you bring a woman whose qi is impure? They just walked into a palace and heard a displeased voice. The woman who brought them in quickly asked martial sister Yunhui, these two are called Mu Xiaoyun and Luo Bue.
They came from the immortal realm. Although Xiaoyun is only abstruse immortal cultivation leave. She has extremely pure immortal wood spirit root. Martial sister Qilan, you want to take someone who has lost her virginity into the sect?
Yunhui said coldly. Mu Xiaoyun was extremely uncomfortable. She never said she wanted to join here, and these people brought her here and reproached her. She gave virginity to her husband. What did it have to do with this immortal goddess sacred sect? Yunhui, everything is fate. Since Qilan wants to take her as disciple, it's fate and fortune.
Plus, there are such precedents in our sect. Qilan, take your 2 new disciples and leave. No need to see me. Remember, don't do this again.
Another voice sounded. There was surprise and joy in Qilan's eyes, and she bowed. Thank you, sect leader.
Qilan understands.
15 minutes later, Qilan took the 2 and came to a distant mountain peak. She took them to a hall and said, I believe you don't really understand the immortal goddess sacred sect, but that's fine.
Just remember that our sect is the #1 sect in the divine Dao realm. I'm called Lan Qilan, I will be your master.
Qian Bei, martial sister Bue, and I already have master. Mu Xiaoyun felt this Qilan Qian Bei were much better than the other women. Lan Qilan smiled, I know that, but it's fine.
After you understand this place, you will know what I mean. Mu Xiaoyun didn't speak this time. She could tell Lan Qilan had good intentions towards them. If it wasn't for her,
they would have probably been killed already. Master, Bue and Xiaoyun are willing to join Master's sect.
Luo Bus said. It was common occurrence to have a few masters in the immortal realm.
She was confused why this place became Divine Dao realm but not God Necropolis domain, but she didn't dare to ask. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoyun kneeled down to Mu Xiaoyun greet Master, thank you for saving my life, Master. Lan Qilan nodded, inside you can cultivate at my Lan E peak.
Try not to leave here. Yes, Master.
The 2 responded.
They had nowhere to go anyways. Seeing this, Lan Qilan smiled. Do you know why I took you guys in as disciples? Luo Bue looked at Lan Qilan. Didn't she say that Xiaoyun was extremely pure immortal wood spirit root? Lan Qilan said immortal goddess sacred sect is a saint heritage.
They don't like non-virgins. My martial sister was locked in the prison door mountain and tortured to death due to losing her virginity. My mother brought me here, and before I even saw my master, she was killed by people of the sect. The reason is the same as Xiaoyun, because she wasn't a virgin. Lan Qilan's eyes went dim. My master saved me in time and took me back to the sect. But due to me, the immortal goddess sacred sect split apart. My master was very powerful, and in order to save me, she calmed this disaster all by herself. However, due to this internal conflict, my master was weakened and soon went into reincarnation. Before she left, she handed me over to my martial uncle ancestor, who is the current sect leader. Mu Xiaoyun was ashamed. She realized that her master was saving her. But this immortal goddess sacred sect heritage was too absurd. How could there be heritage if women didn't get pregnant?
Without heritage, what was the immortal goddess sacred sect? No need to think much, just stay here and cultivate. With Xiaoyun and Bu's talent, you guys will have the chance to vindicate Dao. Lan Shilan comforted, yes, master. Mu Xiaoyun quickly answered. Her master didn't ask them about the immortal realm, clearly not wanting to know about these things. Mu Xiaoyun knew she had to bring her power up quickly or she would never be able to see her husband. Yi Mo and Du Qishi chatted happily and learned a lot of things here. Brother Du, monkey, may I sit here? Shan Yingyao interrupted their conversation with her crisp voice, of course, please have a seat. Du Qishi quickly said. He could tell Shan Yingyao was interested in Yi Mo. He didn't understand why such a beautiful woman would be interested in a monk, but he didn't want to offend her. Shan Yingyao sat down and smiled. Just call me Yingyao. My cultivation level is much weaker than Brother Du. He wasn't worried Shan Yingyao could recognize him, as the two spirit sense marks weren't something ordinary people could remove. Now that he had 0 spirit sense marks on him, how could she recognize him? Monkey, may I ask which branch of the Buddhist sect you're from? Shan Yingyao spoke politely to Yi Mo. Yi Mo said calmly, Goddess Yingyao, no need to call me monk, just call my name. I'm just a cultivator that's finding my own path. I don't dare to say which branch I belong to. At most a small branch of Buddhism. Just when she wanted to talk, she heard a clear voice. The Divine Emperor Dao discussion begins now. I now invite Dao Essence Divine Emperor Sikong Chenbei to discuss Dao for us. The skinny Sikong Shan suddenly appeared in the air. He sat in mid-air and said calmly, this Dao discussion was originally going to go for half a year and I would discuss the world great Dao meaning in the last month. However, due to some special reasons, I have to go in God Necropolis domain quickly, so I will be discussing my Dao vindication experience in the first month. After this month, I will be heading to the God Necropolis domain to seek primordial essence. Yi Mo knew that the fruit he gave Sikong Shan wasn't simple, and it was probably why he changed his mind. Yi Mo didn't mind. The quicker they went to God Necropolis domain, the better it was for them. The place was silent. Everyone held their breath, getting ready to listen to a Dao Essence Divine Emperor's understanding of Dao. Such opportunity was once in a lifetime. Chapter 2033 Yi Mo Understand Dao, Dao Person, Its Origin, Before the World. Dao enlightenment is learning the heavens and the earth. Gather millions and then see the true path. Tai Chu once said, Dao is with spirit. Spirit is Dao. Mortal Dao, the world is united and yet have hundreds of troubles. Same path but different endings. No art, no Dao. No root, no stem. No leaf, no blossom. Dao is everything becoming alive and then forming. This is called human way earth, earth way heaven, heaven way Dao, Dao way nature. Sikong Shan was getting to the exciting part and completely forget he was discussing Dao. The people below were immersed in this. Some of their essence spirit even left their body and used the essence spirit to feel the world Dao. Yi Mo nodded hearing this. Sikong Shan's understanding of Dao was far stronger than him. There were many things he didn't understand, but after Sikong Shan explained it, he immediately connected the dots. Sikong Shan's Dao in some places were in sync with the 3 birth chant. This made Yi Mo very happy. He had never had a master and this was the first time he listened to Dao. This Dao explanation was perfect for him. Sikong Shan meant that Dao formed before the heavens and earth. It's ethereal and indescribable. There were all sorts of different Dao and you couldn't say any one of them is wrong. This meant that people used different ways to vindicate Dao, but their direction was the same and the result they pursued was the same. At the same time, Sikong Shan believed Dao was nature. Learn Dao from the heavens and earth just like everything else in the world. Immortal Dao, Essence Qi, the elite of Essence Qi, Qi Dao is life. Immortal Dao person, full but doesn't spill. Prosper but not cocky, diligent but not boastful. Sikong Shan talked about heaven Dao and then immortal Dao. Then, he spoke from immortal Dao about how to reach Dao vindication. People were mesmerized by his discussion. Yi Mo also combined Sikong Shan's Dao with his 3 birth chant and was very shocked. A Dao Essence Divine Emperor was this terrifying. There were many things which if Sikong Shan didn't say would take him maybe hundreds or maybe millions of years to think of. This Dao fruit wasn't wasted. It was really worth it. Later on, Sikong Shan stopped talking and just emitted his Dao waves.
His voice spread in the Tao waves, making everyone feel his Tao waves and his understanding of Tao. 1 month passed quickly. When people were still immersed in this, Sikong Shan suddenly stopped. Everyone woke up abruptly and felt time went by too quickly. Emo breathed.
He benefited the most.
There were many Tao theories that his three-birth chant could derive, but he didn't understand.
Now, he understood a lot. He gradually perfected his Tao.
Everyone's Tao was learned through all the constituents of the universe, but the three-birth chant was different.
He finally understood what Sikong Shan's theory of Tao's origin from nature was.
Sikong Shan meant that Tao gave birth to one gave birth to two gave birth to three, and three gave birth to everything else. This meant that Tao existed before the world and everything. Everything was derived from Tao, but the three-birth chant didn't describe it that way. Its opening statement was chaos birth one birth two birth three, and three birthed everything.
Emo didn't really understand this before, but he had an approximate understanding now.
This sentence could be understood as, chaos gave birth to one and this one might be Tao.
Then, Tao gave birth to the world. Then everything else was born in the world.
In the universe, chaos was first, then Tao, and then the world. This was the theory of the three-birth chant. Since Emo got the three-birth chant and cultivated it, he could only borrow Sikong Shan's Tao but not listen to it. If he did, he would be vindicating a small Tao. A light flashed across Emo's brain. In order to vindicate Tao through three-birth chant, he needed to understand the law of all things and surpass Heaven Tao and vindicate chaos instead of learn the law of all things and then vindicate Heaven Tao. Chaos Tao and Heaven Tao were two completely different things.
Chaos was before, Heaven Tao was after. Emo breathed.
He knew his Tao was too hard, but he cultivated the three-birth chant and had the chaos world, so he had to vindicate chaos.
Otherwise, the divine damnation of the Heaven Tao wouldn't let him go.
He had seen this countless times.
At this moment, Emo finally realized why his divine damnation was always many times stronger than others.
It was because he cultivated the three-birth chant and needed to vindicate chaos Tao. Heaven Tao wouldn't allow a being who can surpass it to exist. If he didn't practice body refinement, he would have long disappeared in the divine damnation. Sikong Shan glanced at the people still immersed in his Tao and said, "My Tao discussion has ended. The remaining time will be for other divine emperors to explain the Heaven Tao. I need to go to the God Necropolis domain immediately. The 10 fortunate people, please come with me." Sikong Shan waved out a dark gray cloud and 10 people immediately got up. Emo saw that including him, there were 11 people. Clearly, Sikong Shan didn't take one off. Emo knew clearly that at this time, the last person to go up would be left behind mercilessly. The 12th person would be the unfortunate person Sikong Shan implied.
Emo quickly said to Du Chishi, "Brother Du, I'm going first. We'll meet again."
Then, he dashed up to the dark gray cloud. Shan Ingyao had been staring at Emo. Seeing him go up, she followed without hesitation and stood next to him immediately. She didn't understand why Emo dashed up so quickly, but when she saw everyone else come up quickly and Sikong Shan throw down the last person, she finally realized. The immortal emperor who was thrown down glared at Emo. Emo took his spot and he wanted to kill Emo, but he didn't dare to go up again. Go. Sikong Shan disappeared with the 10 from the cloud. With Sikong Shan gone, many people weren't interested in the Tao discussion and some left. Du Chishi wanted to listen for longer, but seeing many people leave, he left without hesitation. He had been with Emo and Emo offended too many people. Sikong Shan was extremely fast. The gray cloud formed a barrier of cloud. There were only the 10 people inside, but Sikong Shan was nowhere to be seen. Emo carefully used his spirit sense to check outside and immediately felt this dizziness. He was very shocked. A Tao Essence Divine Emperor's speed was this terrifying that his spirit sense couldn't even see outside the cloud. There was void fissures. How? Just how fast would Sikong Shan be if there were no void fissures? If Sikong Shan didn't take them, how fast would he be? "Brother Yi, you don't seem to be liked here," Shan Ingyao said, seeing people glare at Emo coldly. Emo glanced at these people and said, "I'm a monk. I'm not gay. Why do I need to be liked by them?" For the first time, Shan Ingyao felt Emo was this interesting and laughed. "Brother Yi, there's a few extremely pretty goddesses here."
"Not interested,"
Emo said, after she said these 2 sentences. Emo immediately annoyed the other 8 people. A woman who looked on par with Shan Ingyao just wanted to talk, but the gray cloud suddenly shook. Everyone subconsciously scanned this spirit sense out, terrifying time whirlpool mixed with space whirlpool. There were also dense fissures and Tao runes that sliced across the heaven every now and then that instantly destroyed their spirit sense. Their faces were all pale. This is near the entrance of the god necropolis domain. Be careful, don't scan your spirit sense out. A half divine said with a pale face, chapter 2034, find trouble with Yemo. Yemo said nothing. He found that amongst these 10 people, he lost the least spirit sense. This was probably due to his spirit sense being strong in him, refining his spirit sense in the time whirlpool in the Muhwa God Mountain. Sikong Shan didn't remind them at all and just scurried with the gray cloud. Sikong Shan's speed wasn't slow, but even with his speed, it had been many days and he still didn't reach the border of the god necropolis domain. This made GMO doubt if Tao Molding Divine Emperor could leave the god necropolis domain like this. Those people who wanted to look for Yemo's trouble didn't have the interest to keep talking. They were carried by someone flying outside the god necropolis domain. If Sikong Shan was in a bad mood and threw them somewhere, none of them would be able to live. Luckily, they didn't stay very long in the gray cloud. In just half a day later, the 10 felt the ground shook and then they heard Sikong Shan's voice. This is the god necropolis domain. Find your own fortunes. Good luck. Sikong Shan was long gone. These 10 people had never been to the god necropolis domain border. After hearing this voice, they used their essence chi to protect their body while searching around. Some people released their magic artifact and was very vigilant. The place they were at was dark gray. There were many time and space whirlpools and even void fissures, but these whirlpools were slow and the laws inside weren't strong. Even ordinary Immortal Emperor primary stage could deal with them, much less them. Yemo extended his spirit sense out and found why it was easier to vindicate Tao here. There were all sorts of broken word laws. The nearby law was very weak too. If you wanted to vindicate Tao, start with the weaker laws and gradually move inside the god necropolis domain. If you learn a law and fuse it into your Tao, then you're not far from Tao vindication. Whether it was the highest Tao or small Tao, it was a path for people to vindicate Tao. A few immortal emperors who realized this left alone. Yemo wanted to leave. He didn't want to stay with these people, but as soon as he was preparing to leave, he was stopped. Monk, I heard you're very cocky. You know that little dragon is kept by someone and yet you still dare to take it. An immortal emperor peak stage with a powerful force said. Those few people who wanted to leave saw this and all stopped to enjoy the show. They knew each other here and now there was a conflict. Of course they wanted to see their means. It has nothing to do with you. Yemo stopped and said. The immortal emperor released his magic artifact 5-element abstruse yellow ring and said in contempt, the emperor is Zhu Dragon God Tower, Taiwan Immortal Emperor Lian Chisui. That dragon is kept by my sect. Do you think it's my business or not? Hand over the cultivation home you keep the little dragon in and let me check your storage ring. Perhaps the emperor will let you leave. Lian Chisui spoke with intense killing intent. Even the people on the side could tell that he would kill Yemo regardless if he listened or not. Brother Lian, just do as you please. I, Zhongsu and Gangjie, will back you up. Another half-divine stopped behind Yemo. My Qishao God corners 2 spots in here had one squeezed off by you bastard. I'll see what powers you have to be this cocky. Another bearded half-divine stood out. Moments later, the 3 had circled Yemo. Everyone knew that this bearded guy was called Hong Hongyan. He was definitely a powerful person. It was pretty much extremely hard to survive a battle with him if your cultivation level was the same as his. Yemo knew no one here and no one stood up for him. Seeing Lian Chisui about to attack, Shan Yingyao quickly said, wait. Goddess Yingyao, even though you're the young mistress of the Shan Du God estate, but this Yi guy is my Zhu Dragon God Tower's big enemy. Are you going to help him? Lian Chisui said with annoyance. Shan Yingyao smiled, of course I won't, but I have a few questions to ask Yemo. I was planning to ask later, but since you guys want to attack now, I'll just ask him one question. Please give me some face. Lian Chisui's face was bleak. Zhongsu and Gangjie had been pursuing Shan Yingyao for a long time. Hearing this, he immediately waved his hand. Goddess Yingyao, just ask. It's only a few moments of time. No matter how strong he is, he wouldn't be able to escape after being trapped by us. Thank you everyone. Shan Yingyao saluted with her fists and stared at Yemo. Brother Yi, I'm going to ask about someone. He's called Taba Feiyang. Have you heard of him?
She stared at Yemo. If Yemo showed even the slightest reaction, she believed she could sense it. Yemo said without hesitation, "I've never seen Taba Fei Yang." Hearing this, Shan Yingyao breathed.
She knew she thought of the wrong person. Hurry up and leave from my side.
Hong Haoyan's power is terrifying. He's not someone you can beat. Shan Yingyao sound transmission to Yemo. Yemo was confused.
He didn't expect her to help him.
For their relationship, this was very nice, but GMO didn't plan to go. Two half-divines and an immortal emperor peak stage wanted to suppress him.
They were dreaming. Seeing Yemo have no intentions to go, Shan Yingyao sighed and retreated to the side.
She knew what Lian Shisui was after, and that's why tried to help the innocent Yemo. Since Yemo didn't want to go, then never mind. Their domains stacked together and it seemed Yemo was bound in the domain. Yemo didn't attack first.
They didn't pose a threat to him. He was interested in Lian Shisui's ring. 5-element magic artifact were very hard to make, but once made they were very powerful.
When the ring rose and 5-colored light rose, Yemo was certain it was a 5-element magic artifact.
Just when Yemo was about to release Zisu, another dashing light came. This dashing light's force was very powerful, far stronger than a half-divine. Clearly, it was a Dao molding divine emperor. Even Lian Shisui didn't dare to keep attacking. Everyone, even Yemo, felt a bit hard to breathe as the person was too beautiful. Even though she just wore an ordinary yellow dress, her beauty made the dress pretty. It was usually clothes making people look better, but she made the clothes look better. Even Shan Yingyao felt embarrassed of herself. Chapter 2035, So Powerful, Greek Immortal Goddess.
Everyone bowed, including Lian Shisui. Yemo just realized now that this extremely beautiful yellow-robed woman was from the Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect. For the first time, Yemo saw a woman who could match Cheng Ru. The woman stood before them and didn't go, but Yemo dazed. He didn't daze due to this woman, but because he thought of Susu. The first time he saw Susu, she also wore a yellow robe in the desert. The woman glanced at everyone and seeing Yemo didn't move, she said nothing and asked, "Did Sikong Shan bring you over?" "Yes, Immortal Goddess." Other than Yemo, everyone else nodded. The woman nodded and was about to leave, but Yemo heard Shan Yingyao sound transmission to him, "Brother Yi. She's the immortal goddess of the Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect, ask for help." The yellow-robed woman glanced at Shan Yingyao, clearly hearing her sound transmission. However, she turned and disappeared in a yellow line before Yemo asked for help. Yemo smiled. He never planned to ask for help. Luo Ying's figure flashed before him again. It was such a similar encounter with Luo Ying, but this woman left without wanting to help him at all, but Luo Ying was willing to give him everything. Lian Shisui didn't care about what Yemo was thinking and released the 5-element ring again. Yemo looked into the distance and made up his mind to quickly vindicate Dao and leave here and get back to the immortal realm. His golden page world was complete. He could bring people inside. When he went back to the immortal realm, he would try to get back to the cultivation realm. Seeing the activated 5-color light, Yemo extended his domain. Lethal force stacked in the domain. Hong Hongyan and Zhongsu and Gangjie just extended their domain and hadn't stacked it with Lian Shisui's domain yet, and Yemo's domain pressed over while he released Zisu. The purple ray didn't fall but instead swept the 5-element ring. At the same time, Yemo released 5 lightning spear destruction. He felt Lian Shisui's weak domain could do nothing against his domain. The difference in power was huge. If it wasn't to protect the ring, Yemo wouldn't even release 5 lightning spear destruction and just kill this Lian Shisui in one strike. When Yemo's domain pressed over, Lian Shisui felt his domain crack like an egg. Seeing this, Lian Shisui immediately knew that he was too cocky. He was a far cry from Yemo. Not just him, but the three of them added together was still far weaker than Yemo. Once this thought rose, Lian Shisui no longer had the fighting will. He wanted to flee, but the 5 lightning spear destruction had completely locked onto him. Lian Shisui forcefully released a defense magic artifact. His 5-element ring was stopped by the purple ray and couldn't break free. Crack! Lian Shisui's defense magic artifact cracked like paper and was pulverized by the 5 lightning spear destruction. Those lightning spears didn't change at all and kept smashing down. 5 bloodlight shot. Lian Shisui was killed before he could even resist. This entire process only took a few seconds. Plank! The 5-element ring fell to the ground. Yemo waved the ring into his hand.
After looking at it for a while, he put it into his storage ring and then collected Lian Chisui's storage ring. Not just Hong Haoyan and Zhongsu and Gangjie but everyone else looked dazedly at Yimo. Yimo was clearly an immortal emperor peak stage. How was his power similar to a Dao molding divine emperor / The reason Dao vindication divine emperor were so terrifying was because they understood the world law and could put laws in their god art. They were far stronger than immortal emperors. No matter how strong the immortal emperor, he would be killed by Dao molding divine emperor. Yimo killed an immortal emperor peak stage in an instant just like a Dao molding divine emperor would, so powerful. Sha Ningyao took in a cold breath. No wonder she called him to run a few times, but he didn't. He didn't need to run at all. Hong Haoyan and Zhongsu and Gangjie needed to run now. Everyone else looked at Yimo with concern. Yimo was far stronger than they had expected it. Yimo's domain swept out and bound Hong Haoyan and Zhongsu and Gangjie. Their faces were bad. Hong Haoyan was prideful, but after seeing Yimo attack, he knew he was no match for Yimo.
Their domains combined couldn't stop Yimo. Brother Yi, I'm no match for you. I'm just a helper asked by Zhu Dragon God Tower. It's my bad that I offended Brother Yi, please name a price.
Hong Haoyan said. Just when Yimo wanted to talk, his face changed and he quickly took back Zisu. Prepare 1,000,000 god crystals each and I will come collect it.
Then, Yimo dashed away. Why doesn't he want it now? Another immortal emperor looked at Yimo's direction and asked in confusion.
Moments later, another figure landed here. Only 3 seconds later, everyone looked at this figure and immediately knew why Yimo didn't want it now. They were shocked at the same time as they didn't sense a Dao molding divine emperor coming, but Yimo felt it. This person was tall and had this lethal force, but his hair was messy and his chi was unstable.
Chapter 2036 Scurrying Away, Truth Mang Divine Emperor Master.
Seeing this person, everyone bowed. This person was extremely famous. He was Qi Shao God Corner Down Nourishment Divine Emperor Bian Xinda, Divine Emperor title Zhenmang. Hong Haoyan breathed easy.
Zhenmang Divine Emperor was his Qi Shao God Corner Qianbei. He feared Yimo even more. This many people didn't sense the Truth Mang Divine Emperor coming back. Yimo did. Bian Xinda looked at Yimo's direction and said, who left immediately after seeing me come? And Solo Cultivator called Yimo.
He just called Zhu Dragon God Tower Lian Chisue. Hong Haoyan spoke about what happened before. Bian Xinda frowned.
He said to the people nearby, go find your own Dao. I'm going to talk with Hong Haoyan. After they left, Bian Xinda looked at Hong Haoyan and asked, did you say he killed Lian Chisue with just one move? What magic artifact did he use? Tell me about the specific process? And why were you three gaining up on him?
Hong Haoyan spoke of Yimo's magic artifact Zisu and 5 lightning spear destruction.
When he heard Yimo was lightning element, Bian Xinda was even more shocked. Hearing that Yimo took away Zhu Dragon God Tower's small dragon, Bian Xinda frowned and said, God Necropolis domain is a part of Chaos World. Now that the laws are incomplete, how can you use small world or cultivation home to bring people to the God Necropolis domain border? Hong Haoyan quickly said, Xiu Rang is dragon, not human.
Bian Xinda sneered. Sikongshan doesn't like people to hide things. If that Yimo really used small world to bring dragon race without telling him, he would have kicked Yimo off immediately.
Do you think a small world or cultivation home can trick a Dao Essence Divine Emperor like Sikongshan? It can't even get past me. Martial Ancestor means Yimo didn't bring the little dragon here?
Hong Haoyan suddenly thought of something and said, I know, he probably gave that little dragon to do Qishi. This time, Zhu Dragon Tower lost big. They didn't get anything and lost to Lian Chisue. Bian Xinda frowned and after a long while he said, what if Yimo really brought that little dragon in? What? Hong Haoyan didn't understand yet. Bian Xinda just said quickly to Hong Haoyan, when you encounter that Yimo you must avoid him, you're no match for him. Then, he dashed in the direction Yimo left. Bian Xinda saw things clearer than Hong Haoyan.
If Yimo didn't bring the small dragon in, then Hong Haoyan was right. Yimo might have given Xiu Rang to do Qishi.
But what if Yimo really had Xiu Rang with him and Sikongshan didn't notice this? Then there was only one reason. Yimo had a 5-element world or something beyond it, only 5-element world or something beyond that could be hidden in the essence spirit or sea of consciousness. As long as Sikongshan didn't intentionally look for it. He wouldn't be able to find it. While Bien Shinda was chasing after Yemo, Du Qishi was running like crazy. After he left the Dao discussion place, he immediately realized. Yemo took Xiao Rang to Sikong Shan's cloud, but Sikong Shan didn't throw Yemo down.
This meant that Sikong Shan didn't notice it. What cultivation home could allow Sikong Shan to not discover it?
Only 5-element world or something beyond that. He was certain Yemo had such thing, as only he knew that Yemo didn't give the little dragon to him. This was why he had to run. Clearly, other people could think of this too, and while they would definitely send people after Yemo at the God Necropolis domain,
they would send people after him.
Luckily he had ran early for many days but didn't find any signs of people chasing him.
Du Qishi panted.
He had decided to not come back to Changfei Divine Dao City unless he reached Dao Essence. Whether Yemo was dead or alive, it was something beyond his control. Bien Shinda was shaking with excitement. With the news he got from Hong Haoyan, he was almost certain that Yemo had something beyond 5-element world, otherwise, Yemo wouldn't be able to instant-kill a peer. He had been stuck at Dao Nourishment Divine Emperor for countless years but couldn't press one bit. In order to reach Dao Actualization Divine Emperor, he had spent 100,000 years at the God Necropolis domain border but still got nothing. He didn't dare to go inside the God Necropolis domain. If he crossed that ling, he would have been long dead. Now that he had the chance to get the 5-element world, how could he let it go? He was thinking about getting Yemo's 5-element world before other people caught him. Yemo didn't know this and just kept using mobility technique at the border. If Yemo knew that Dao Nourishment Divine Emperor was looking for him, he would have long gone into the depth and not dare to use mobility technique at the outskirts. The border of the God Necropolis domain was huge and spirit sense was limited heavily. That Dao Nourishment Divine Emperor wasn't able to find Yemo in a short time.
5 days later, Yemo stopped.
He stopped in a chaotic space and felt a shaking from his essence spirit. There seemed to be a huge invisible wall that separated the inside from where he was. Yemo's spirit sense carefully reached into this space and immediately felt all sorts of laws entwined together in like a net and grinded his spirit sense to pieces. This was probably the inside of the God Necropolis domain. No wonder Dao Vindication Divine Emperors could only stay at the border. Other than powerful beings like Sikong Shan, who would be able to go in, Yemo didn't dare to go in.
No one who went in has ever come out.
Even if someone has, he didn't dare to go in. Yemo's spirit sense scanned around and decided to set up a formation and then find a time whirlpool to learn time law. A subtle wave appeared in Yemo's spirit sense. When Yemo felt the danger, he went into the Golden Page world without hesitation and controlled the Golden Page world to fly into the huge wall he didn't want to go into. He had seen the power of divine emperors.
He couldn't even beat a Dao molding divine emperor.
He felt the danger from that wave. If an immortal emperor came over, he definitely wouldn't feel danger. So this meant that it was a Dao Vindication Divine Emperor coming. Thinking about the Dao Nourishment Divine Emperor he saw before, Yemo went into the terrifying Law Whirlpool wall without hesitation. As soon as Yemo disappeared into the wall, a figure landed where Yemo was.
It was Bien Shinda. Bien Shinda's spirit sense scanned around, but he frowned more and more. Is it not that guy?
He muttered to himself. He didn't see Yemo go in the wall and he didn't believe Yemo dared to go into the wall. Bien Shinda investigated for a long while and was finally certain that Yemo went in the huge wall with some magic artifact. It was probably the 5-element world. Despite knowing the dangers in here and how it's fabled that everyone who went in never came out, Bien Shinda still clenched his teeth upon thought of Yemo's 5-element world and released a yellow fan. Then, he released countless fan shadows that circulated him before he charged in the wall.
Yemo didn't know that Bien Shinda had followed him in here.
He could only float around in this place. He could control the Golden Page world but couldn't allow it to choose a direction and run as his spirit sense couldn't go out. Yemo couldn't extend his spirit sense out, so he meditated in the Golden Page world. Yemo's face didn't seem so good, so usually shadowless and small ginseng wouldn't interrupt Yemo at this time. Xiao Rang, who already liked this place, listened to Big Brother Shadowless and didn't dare to go to Yemo. Chapter 2037, Great Primordial God Rune. A day later, Yemo checked the outside with his spirit sense. Just like before, his spirit sense was grinded as soon as it scanned out.
Yemo could only hand himself over to fate.
If there was a powerful being looking at his Golden Page world, he would be dead. After that, Yemo would check with his spirit sense once a day. On the 4th day, his spirit sense wasn't grinded. Yemo found in joy that his golden page world had brought him out of the chaotic law whirlpool. Yemo immediately came out of the golden page world. The golden page world had chaos chi, so it was extremely dangerous to leave it outside. An ancient chi came rushing into him.
Countless Tao waves circulated around him. Yemo was dazed. What was this place? Was this the real God Necropolis domain?
There were so many Tao waves here, making it many times easier to vindicate Tao than outside. Before Yemo could check with his spirit sense, another cold ancient chi swept over in his spirit sense.
Yemo held his breath and didn't dare to move.
He felt with his measly power, he would be instantly turned to dust. Dang dang. A few bell sounds came from the extreme distance. It seemed to convey an ancient sorrow. It seemed to rob the soul away as each strike of the bell struck on Yemo's heart.
Yemo couldn't stop it at all.
His heart cracked and he spat a mouthful of blood. The chaos tree immediately released countless life force to repair Yemo's injuries.
Yemo took in a cold breath. If this was the inside of the God Necropolis domain, it was too scary. Without the chaos tree,
how could he survive here? The bell seemed to have crossed the universe. It came and left quickly, in just a few seconds. The sound of beasts yelling, bell sounds, drum sounds and magic artifact sounds smashed together. As it came, Yemo gradually got used to the terrifying environment here. If it wasn't for the chaos tree, he would have been dead many times. Yemo turned around and wanted to find that chaotic law whirlpool. He felt that although it was scary, he could still comprehend it. There was nothing he could comprehend in here. No matter how he searched, he couldn't find anything.
The chaotic law wall was gone. Yemo carefully walked forward a few steps.
His footsteps landed on the solid black ground. Each step created this echoing sound. Two wave-like cracks appeared on the pitch-black ground. Yemo's spirit sense scanned it and there was this dizzy and murderous feeling. Yemo knew there were eerie things everywhere. He didn't dare to cross this rune. Instead, he took out a top-grade immortal artifact and carefully threw it on the rune. When the top-grade immortal crystals fell on the ripple rune, it was instantly pulverized. Yemo took in a cold breath.
Such powerful ripple rune. Who left such rune behind?
It's been who knows how many years, but it was still this terrifying. He carefully sta down as his spirit sense cut into the border of the rune. The dizzy and murderous feeling came again, but there were more things mixed. The endless space of the universe seemed to have been pressed on these two ripple runes and then it disappeared. Space was devoured and everything nearby seemed to have been destroyed by taste. Two runes forming a dark void. Yemo seemed to have been taken in by the two ripple runes and sunk into darkness. My Tao, great primordial, great beginning person, the beginning for form, great primordial God rune, tear the heavens and shatter the earth, destruction to everything. This was great God art, great primordial God rune. Yemo rejoiced and sunk all his mind into this rune. This was just a rune fragment left after battle, but it was a treasure to Yemo. This was his first time coming in contact with great God art. A great God art he could touch, even though this God art was fragmented. Yemo dined mind. The Tao waves and the powerful God art chi was devoured by Yemo and slowly became Yemo's. That sliver of Tao wave cleared up in Yemo's brain. After an unknown amount of time, Yemo suddenly woke up. He waved two God runes out. These two runes didn't leave any ripples in the sturdy space, but Yemo knew his two God runes had a sliver of the great primordial God rune essence. When he perfected his own God art, this God rune would be his powerful lethal blow. This is indeed the place of great Tao.
Yemo sighed. He finally realized.
Those bell sounds, drum sounds, beast roars were all sorts of God art Tao runes and all sorts of law chi. If you have the capability, you can learn all sorts of God art law and learn all sorts of top means. Yemo looked at the two great primordial God runes.
They seemed to be blurring. Yemo threw another top-grade immortal artifact on it, but there was no reaction.
Yemo realized that the Tao wave and chi of the two great primordial God rune had been taken by him. From now on, the two great primordial God rune would slowly fade and disappear. Realizing the benefit of the God Necropolis domain, Yemo never thought about leaving again.
Cultivation was struggling in danger.
If he retreated in fear facing such great fortune, he would never achieve great Tao. Yemo took out Zisu and put it on his back as he carefully moved forward.
Yemo wanted to find a place to vindicate Tao first, and then his survival abilities in here would be much strong.
Then, he would be able to gradually go to the center of the God Necropolis domain, Rumble.
A huge explosion sounded and Emo was shocked. Was there someone fighting in the god necropolis domain?
Thinking about this, two figures dashed to him.
Emo looked dazedly at these two figures.
He had seen both of them. The yellow-robed figure was the immortal goddess Sacred Sect Immortal Goddess, and the other one was the Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor. As soon as Emo saw this Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor, he turned to flee, but then he gave up this action.
The Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor's chi was mess and his spirit sense wave was erratic.
Clearly, he was heavily injured. However, that immortal goddess was in a worse situation. Her clothes were broken and her snow-white skin covered with blood. There was a terrifying wound on her chest. She was clearly in the lower hand, and moments later, she would be killed by the Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor. Emo was shocked.
Were all immortal goddesses respected? Why were they fighting like this? Emo didn't underestimate her at all. She was only Tao Molding Divine Emperor but could fight with Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor to this degree. Emo didn't leave. That Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor was clearly at his wit's end.
He placed his spirit sense on the golden bow of divine extermination. When the two were almost done fighting, or when the Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor killed the immortal goddess, he would draw the bow and kill the Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor. Chapter 2038, 9 Flower Petals Fall. When Emo saw the two, they also saw Emo. Bien Shinda was overjoyed.
He didn't expect Emo to appear before him. He came here to find Emo. Now that Emo appeared, he didn't want to fight this woman anymore. He was very annoyed. If it wasn't that he was already injured, how could this Tao Molding Divine Emperor be a match for him?
Now, they were both heavily injured, but even so, he wasn't worried.
As long as he had one breath here, Emo, this immortal emperor peak stage, would be an insect to him.
He was further sure that Emo was able to come here due to 5-element world. When the immortal goddess saw Emo, she was also shocked.
Emo was only immortal emperor power level. How could he come here?
Even if he used means to cross to God Necropolis domain border, it would be suicide to stay in such place covered in Tao waves. When she saw that Emo didn't leave, she knew that Emo wanted to wait for them to both be heavily injured and then come in. Thinking about this, she sneered. Even if her or the Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor only had one breath left, Emo, an immortal emperor, wouldn't be able to take them both out. Thud.
Another gray beam pierced the woman's ribs.
There was a sliver of despair in her eyes. She knew that if she kept fighting, she would be dead for certain.
She subconsciously looked at Emo.
At this moment, she wanted to ask Emo to help. If Emo could help, she might be able to kill this Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor, but Emo just stared at them and didn't intend to fight at all. Seeing this, the woman sighed. She knew that the reason Emo didn't help was because she didn't help him when he was about to be killed. There was karma in this world indeed. She ran her god essence more crazily after knowing that Emo wouldn't help. A blue beam flashed and 9 flower petals fell.
The killing intent dimension instantly became sad.
An extremely sad chi diffused from these flower petals. The extremely terrifying lethal force of the Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor was also affected by the flower petals. It was as though it didn't want to damage these 9 flower petals. Emo felt an extreme sadness come. He suddenly couldn't control his emotions and wanted to use his body to block the dark ray so that the woman wouldn't be hurt at all. At this moment, the yellow-robed immortal goddess became Luoying and looked at him deeply. If I go, don't miss me. When the 9 petals drifted down, it was powdered. If she's going to die, why should I live alone? Endless sadness rose up in Emo's heart. He could no longer control his sadness and instantly released Zisu.
At this moment, the chaos tree wave sending over life force and chaos chi. Emo instantly woke up and sweated cold.
Such a terrifying god art, he had been cultivating under the bitter bamboo for so long and cultivated the 3 birth chant but was almost caught in this. However, he didn't put away Zisu. Instead, his killing intent grew as though he was going to get revenge for the woman. Bien Shinda saw these 9 flower petals and his face changed. However, his fan spun and enveloped him. When the sad Tao wave struck his fan, it only created some ripples. Seeing Emo raise his magic artifact in sadness, he rejoiced. His target was no longer this woman but Emo. The woman saw Emo's sadness and resolution and suddenly felt guilty. Her flower petals powder suddenly gathered and formed 9 flower petals again. These petals formed a blue light that wrapped around her as she disappeared. I will get revenge for you. These were her last words before she left. Emo sneered but didn't really attack with Zisu. He had released Golden Bow of Immortal Extermination and shot the first arrow out. The nearby space that was filled with sadness instantly became dead. Dense destructive chi was shot out from the golden bone arrow. This space was filled with Tao waves, but due to this arrow, the Tao waves dispersed. At this moment, there was only this arrow in this space. Bien Shinda could have stopped the woman from leaving, but GMO was here, so how could he chase after that woman? He set his gaze on Yemo and released the yellow fan at Yemo. To him, it was all too easy to catch Yemo. He could catch Yemo like a small chicken. The fight golden scroll of destructive chill came at him and broke all the Tao waves nearby. Golden arrow of divine extermination. Bien Shinda immediately recognized this arrow. He swept the fan at this arrow without hesitation. Rumble, the golden arrow shot on the fan and the lethal force split apart. The destructive killing intent was blocked by the fan, but at the same time, the fan exploded. Bien Shinda didn't rejoice at all. He knew there were 9 arrows to the golden bow of divine extermination. He didn't know how many Yemo had. If Yemo had more than 5 and could shoot them all, he would be in danger today. Luckily, he saw form the first arrow that Yemo didn't completely spirit control the arrows. He could only release less than 5% of instant second power. To Bien Shinda, it was this little immortal emperor's cunning mind that was the scariest. He pretended to be mesmerized by the 9-flower petal god art, but he was actually very conscious. He released the purple sword, but he was actually releasing the golden bow of divine extermination. If it wasn't that their difference in power was too great, he would have been shot by the arrow. He didn't have the mood to check the broken fan. He released a huge seal. If his full power was here, he could crush Yemo just by reaching out his hand, but now he was too heavily injured. Yemo was shocked at the same time. This Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor was too powerful. He was at his wit's end and could still block that ambush first arrow. If the Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor wasn't heavily injured, then even if he had all 9 arrows he wouldn't be able to touch him. At this moment, Yemo shot the second arrow without hesitation. The destructive killing intent swept up again, taking away all the life force of this space. Rumble. The second arrow was blocked by the fan again, but completely destroying it this time. Bien Shinda sneered. This fan had been with him for many years but was destroyed today. He wasn't annoyed. If he dodged all the golden arrows, then he would win. The golden bow of divine extermination was hundreds of times better than his fan, and the 5-element world was something of his dreams. Yemo shot the third arrow without hesitation. He knew that even if all 4 arrows were blocked, he would have to fight with his life. If he ran, he would die a gruesome death. Thud. The third arrow smashed with Bien Shinda's huge seal. Even the sturdy space here was cracking. The golden arrow and seal flew out at the same time and smashed into the sturdy black ground, creating a terrifying ravine. Bien Shinda sneered. If it wasn't that his injuries were too heavy, how could Yemo shoot his seal away with 1 arrow? Wait, Bien Shinda suddenly woke up. His fan was destroyed and his seal was smashed away. Even though the arrow was shot at him and blocked by the seal, how could it fly away? It should fall before him. Moments later, Bien Shinda woke up. The third arrow wasn't shot at him but the seal, so it could fly away. Bien Shinda immediately knew that since Yemo shot his seal away, Yemo wouldn't allow time for him to call back his seal. Chapter 2039, Terrifying Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor. Such terrifying calculations. Bien Shinda actually shivered as he grabbed at the golden bone arrow with his hand. With his current state, the golden bone arrow would quite possibly crack his hand open, but as long as he grabbed it he would have greater returns. As long as he had the 5-element world, he could grow his hand back at any time. Yemo's face was extremely pale. He didn't expect a Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor was this terrifying. He was already in such weakened state, and yet his 4 arrows didn't do much damage to him. If he didn't use instant second, this 4th arrow would definitely be stopped and at most blow his hand up. If Bien Shinda stopped the 4th arrow, then he would be dead for sure. Instant second. Yemo waved his hand and used his most powerful god art. When instant second was used, the surroundings paused. This entire space stopped moving. Bien Shinda's expression froze. When the golden bone arrow passed Bien Shinda's hand and shot at Bien Shinda's chest, Bien Shinda's hand suddenly moved. The entire space was moved away by him, and even the arrow was moved away. The golden bone arrow was aimed at his heart, but now, it could only pass through his shoulders, brining out a spray of blood. Bien Shinda's face instantly became fatigued. Clearly, it wasn't easy for him to use space god art. Yemo was extremely shocked.
He had already tried to overestimate Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor, but this Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor was still this powerful. He broke free from his instant second and moved the space in front of him. Compared to the Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor's space law, Emo felt like his space law was a baby learning to walk. This was a true great god art. Moving space. If Bien Shinda was fine, then even if he used instant second 100 times, it would just be a joke to him. Bien Shinda saw that his shoulder blade was blasted away and his face sunk. He grabbed the golden bone arrow and said coldly, "A little immortal emperor actually learned time law. No wonder you dared to stay behind. But I'm going to show you what true despair is." Yemo's face went as gray like his hair. For the first time, he saw such a terrifying person. Was Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor truly this terrifying? And this was an extremely heavily injured Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor. Emo truly realized how terrifying that Tao Molding Divine Emperor Immortal Goddess was to be able to fight with this Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor to this degree. Seeing the intense killing intent of this Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor, Emo knew he had no chance to hesitate. All his god art was nothing to this Bien Shinda. Emo instantly decided to fight one last time and used the newly learned god art at full power, Great Primordial God Rune. Great Primordial God Rune was a great god art, but Emo didn't have the power to release such god art. Essence blood and god essence was all burned by Emo like crazy. His hair instantly grew out and he went from a bald monk to a long-haired man. However, his hair was gray and getting whiter. When Bien Shinda released his god art, Emo raised his hand and said slowly, "Great Primordial God Rune. Tear the heavens and shatter the earth, destroy everything. Great Primordial God Rune." Bien Shinda's face changed and he immediately gave up his god art and turned to leave. The instant he turned, Bien Shinda was full of regret. There were countless regrets in one's lifetime, but Bien Shinda knew his greatest regret wasn't stopping Emo but turning away from the Great Primordial God Rune. Great Primordial God Rune ignored space and time law, but Emo was a mere immortal emperor. Even if he released Great Primordial God Rune, it would only have the look but not the actual force. He didn't need to be scared. Such Great Primordial God Rune wouldn't even be able to break through his space law. Why did he need to run? Even if he took it on by force, he could still run away. However, there was only one chance and now it was gone. He subconsciously wanted to run upon hearing the name of this terrifying great god artifact. Two subtle Great Primordial God Runes hit Bien Shinda and his body started to distort and cripple. A Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor died to the name of a god art. This was sad, but it also showed the terrifying name Great Primordial God Rune had. Only those who have heard of it would know instant second terror. Emo looked dazedly at this Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor. He really didn't believe this. He didn't understand why Bien Shinda ran when he released Great Primordial God Rune. With Bien Shinda's power, even if he walked over the two Great Primordial God Runes, he wouldn't die, much less his newly learned Great Primordial God Rune. It might injure him more but definitely wouldn't be able to kill him. Just what is Great Primordial God Rune? It made a Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor this scared of it? Emo murmured and looked at his hand. He was planning to use instant transmission the instant Bien Shinda stopped Great Primordial God Rune. He couldn't even care about his 4 bow and arrows. However, he didn't expect that the Great Primordial God Rune just annihilated this Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor. A wave of weakness came. Emo didn't dare to keep thinking. He quickly took his golden bone arrows as well as Bien Shinda's storage ring and magic artifact and turned to leave. He desperately needed to find a place to recover. Emo's injury was worse than Bien Shinda, but luckily the Chaos Tree kept nourishing his body. Even with 1 extra second, his injuries would recover a lot. After Emo left for 15 minutes, he suddenly felt things weren't good. He didn't see the essence spirit of that Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor. Was his essence spirit killed by the Great Primordial God Rune? Emo was suspicious. If a Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor essence spirit hid, it was normal that he couldn't see it. Thinking about this, Emo became more worried. He changed a direction and fled. Regardless if that essence spirit was killed, he had to find a place to recover and vindicate Tao first. After Emo left, Bien Shinda's essence spirit suddenly appeared. He stared at Emo's direction and cursed, "If I, Bien Shinda, don't pull your bones and burn your soul, I swear I'm not human." As soon as he said this, he screamed. A crack appeared in his essence spirit and his essence spirit dimmed down even more. "I hate this." Great Primordial God Rune's runic path.
Dian Xinda's essence spirit howled and finally disappeared. The terror of the great primordial god rune wasn't just with instant second rune but also the runic path left behind. If the person was still within the range of the rune, he would be killed by the runic path left behind. Chapter 2040 Sever Dao Dao Molding. When Dian Xinda's essence spirit disappeared, a bead fell down.
However, Emo didn't know about this at all. He just wanted to find a place to recover. Who took the two great primordial god rune Dao waves here?
A bald-headed old man stood where the two great primordial god rune waves were. Who dares to rob my business? The old man roared, but then he calmed down. The reason the great primordial god rune was left here for countless years without being learned was because ordinary people couldn't learn it at all.
Almost everyone who entered the god necropolis domain would come here to learn the great primordial god rune, but none of them have succeeded. Gong Yangan got quite some fortune at the god necropolis domain this time and came back to see if he could learn the great primordial god rune.
However, the great primordial god rune was gone. He calmed down so quickly because he could imagine that the person who learned this rune wouldn't be simple. Since the person learned great primordial god rune, even he might not be a match for this person. Gong Yangan sighed dejectedly. It seems I can only go to life-sucking barren restriction. I've stayed outside all these years just for the two great primordial god runes, but it's still not mine. Sigh.
Gong Yangan sighed and disappeared, in a very subtle place in the god necropolis domain. Emo let out a long breath in the golden page world. He had been recovering in the golden page world for many years with the help of the chaos tree. Before recovering, there were too many dangers in the god necropolis domain, but there were equally as many fortunes. If he didn't see the two great primordial god runes and learned it, he might have been dead already. He completely didn't expect that a Dao Nourishment Divine Emperor would be this terrifying. Although he knew he would benefit more if he went out, Emo didn't dare to go out. There were divine emperors everywhere in this god necropolis domain. Before Dao vindication, he was worse than an insect. If he vindicated Dao, he believed that he wouldn't even fear a Dao Nourishment Divine Emperor. He opened the two storage rings. He got a decent magic artifact from Lian Shisui's ring and 300k god crystals. As for god pills and god spirit herb, they were very rare. What made GMO overjoyed was the Dao Nourishment Divine Emperor's ring. There was not only a low-grade god spirit range but also 2 million god crystals as well as all sorts of god spirit herbs and forgery materials that were stacked in piles. If it was before, Emo would definitely organize the god spirit herb and materials first, but now, Emo immediately took out the god crystals and god spirit range into the golden page world and set up a top-level spirit gathering formation. He needed god crystals and god spirit range to vindicate Dao. Although Dao vindication was mainly about learnings and enlightenments and not infinitely devouring God Spirit Chi was still a necessity, just in case. Emo set Xiao Rang, Shadowless and Small Ginseng into the blue bead world. It wouldn't be good if something went wrong with his Dao vindication due to these three. Emo sat under the bitter bamboo. The chaos tree spun in his Dan Tian. In the golden page world, Emo completely relaxed. His essence spirit and consciousness had fused into one with his chaos world. Emo chose to vindicate Dao in the golden page world. He didn't have time to go find time law whirlpool nor space law whirlpool. After learning great primordial god rune, he had given up that way of Dao vindication. Using law whirlpool to vindicate Dao could allow him to learn law god art and then vindicate Dao. But this changed when Emo killed a Dao Nourishment Divine Emperor with great primordial god rune. He believed it was easy to vindicate Dao with the law whirlpool, but there was limitations to this Dao. It would make him unable to surpass Dao in the future. The three-birth chant Dao vindication was different to other Dao vindication methods. Three-birth chant vindicated the chaos Dao and surpassed the heavens, so when the five elements were united in the golden page world, Emo had decided to vindicate Dao in his chaos world. He was going to use golden page world as a bridge to vindicate the chaos great Dao. At the great primordial, there was nothing. Nothing had the name nothing. At the beginning of one, there was one but no form. Great primordial person, the beginning of Qi. Great primordial had Dao. Dao existed with spirit. Waves of great primordial law and great primordial Dao wave formed in Emo's will. The more he understood this Dao wave, the greater the great primordial Dao wave was. Emo's face suddenly changed. Great primordial god rune was just a great primordial god rune of his. He had already decided to not vindicate Dao through god art. How come everything he learned was related to great primordial?
If this continued, even if he vindicated Tao, he would never vindicate the Tao he needed. Plus, great primordial had Tao, Tao existed with spirit.
Such will was not even accepted by Si Kong Shan, even Emo felt it was wrong.
How could such theory exist in his will? The three birth chant derived a Tao with great courage, great wisdom, and great perseverance, not small tricks and games in God art Tao vindication. Emo showed resolution on his face.
He severed with his spirit sense without hesitation, severed great primordial God rune. Rumble. An explosion sounded in Yemo's spirit will.
Yemo's face went paler and he spat out a mouthful of essence blood. The newly learned two great primordial God runes were severed. At the beginning of chaos, Tao formed, 5 elements BOM. Something flowed, it had no shape nor matter, it was time.
The instant of time can become eternity. Yemo's face changed again.
In order to vindicate Tao, he severed great primordial God rune God art, but it turned into instant second time God art. At this rate, he was going to vindicate Tao through his instant second God art and time law. He was certain that if he did this, his instant second God art would be hundreds of times stronger, but Yemo didn't want such Tao. Such Tao was no different to great primordial God rune. I will vindicate Tao chaos, the most high Tao, sever.
Yemo was extremely resolute and severed his God art instant second. Sever God art shatter sky.
Sever God art 5 lightning spear destruction. Sever God art crevice. Yemo's face went paler.
The God arts he learned after countless hard work were severed mercilessly by him.
He would sever any God art that influenced him from vindicating great chaos Tao, rumble. When Yemo severed his final God art void, he had fused with his chaos world. At this moment, he was connected to the chaos world. He saw everything and heard in the golden page world. He knew when a speck of dust moved in his golden page world, there started to be space ripples in the golden page world space as though the entire world was waving. The border of the chaos expanded. The entire golden page world expanded more than 100 times. Under the bitter bamboo, Yemo found that the laws of this world became more perfected. The laws that he saw before but didn't understand became easier to understand. Yemo's figure condensed and he suddenly got up. A powerful chi filled the golden page world. His gray hair turned black and no longer had the weakened chi. The God arts he severed circulated around him and soon fused with the chaos chi. They were learnt by Yemo again and soon completely fused as one with Yemo. There was no lightning, just a chaos rainbow cloud falling from the sky and landing on Yemo. There was an extremely satisfying feeling. Yemo raised his fist and punched. A huge ripple formed before his fist. He could let this punch smash any corner at this moment. Yemo breathed. He realized that after fusing with the God arts again, they became stronger. More importantly, they truly became his. He could easily turn them into great God art in the future. Yemo devoured the chaos rainbow cloud and suddenly a message appeared in his spirit will. He had molded chaos Tao. Chapter 2041 is saying, he just suddenly molded Tao. Yemo was a little surprised. He thought Tao vindication would be very hard, but after he resolutely severed Tao, he vindicated Tao. If he was any bit reluctant, he wouldn't be able to vindicate the Tao he needed. Feeling his powerful strength and the clear world laws, Yemo knew he needed to go into solitary cultivation and organize what he had learned as well as the follow-up cultivation method of 3 birth chant in Tao vindication. After Tao vindication, it was mainly about learning Tao, but it didn't mean you didn't need cultivation method. Without it, your cultivation couldn't progress. Yemo didn't know how much time he used to vindicate Tao. When he called Shadowless and Small Ginseng, Yemo realized that despite seeming like a short time, it had been more than 10 years. Yemo went into solitary cultivation again. Time flew by, but Yemo knew Tao molding even clearer. There was Tao molding Divine Emperor, Tao nourishment Divine Emperor, and Tao actualization Divine Emperor after Immortal Emperor. After reaching Tao actualization Divine Emperor, you could enter the second stage. Tao Essence Divine Emperor was the second stage powerful being. In order to Tao Essence Divine Emperor, it's purely about learning and stacking of resources. Even if you're extremely smart, you wouldn't be able to achieve Tao Essence. Even if you have mountains of resources. If you don't have great learning capabilities, you couldn't achieve Tao Essence. It was because of this that even in the easy to vindicate Tao God Necropolis domain, Tao Essence Divine Emperor were extremely rare. Each Tao Essence Divine Emperor was extremely powerful and unique. As he derived, Yemo felt the Tao he molded was different to ordinary Tao molding Divine Emperor. Although his power increased infinitely, he only vindicated a part of the Chaos Tao. Only when he reached primordial chaos would he perfect his Tao. Far away from Yemo and the immortal goddess sacred sect, Mu Xiaoyun got up in surprise and joy.
She reached great unity immortal. Xiaoyun, you reached great unity immortal? Luo Bua came over.
Mu Xiaoyun opened the restriction and said with a face of joy, "Yeah, Sister Bua, I feel cultivating here is better than the small heaven domain.
My immortal essence is also denser. Xiaoyun, we're cultivating with God's spirit chi here. Of course our power would be stronger. You need to be used to saying God essence, immortal essence isn't this dense."
Luo Bua said happily. Mu Xiaoyun nodded. If I was still at the small heaven domain, I would at most be abstruse immortal middle stage. If I continue at this speed, it wouldn't be long until I reach immortal emperor. Luo Bua knew what Mu Xiaoyun thought and said, "Xiaoyun, I know you want to bring up your cultivation level fast, but you must know that if you rush cultivation,
it will be detrimental. Even with how I'm recovering my cultivation level, I'm doing it in an orderly fashion.
Later on, cultivation isn't just about taking in more essence chi, it's also about learning and enlightenments."
Mu Xiaoyun quickly answered, "I know, Sister Bua." Just when Luo Bua wanted to talk, a few distant bells sounded. She looked at the direction and said there must be something at Immortal Goddess Peak.
"It has nothing to do with us.
Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect sounds like a big sect, but they're so stingy. If Master didn't take us in, we would have been dead already. Sister Bua, I want to find a place to test my power."
Mu Xiaoyun asked, "Okay, as long as we don't leave Lanyi Peak. No matter how arrogant those people are, they wouldn't come to our peak." Luo Bua also wanted to see how Mu Xiaoyun was after reaching Great Unity Immortal.
Mu Xiaoyun's cultivation method was a top-notch cultivation method that even her master felt was good.
Other than learning the beauty cultivation method of the Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect, she didn't need to change anything. "It's good that both of you are here, you don't need to go test your cultivation level. There's something big in the sect, come with me to Immortal Goddess Palace."
Lan Qilan said softly. Seeing their master come, the two quickly bowed. "Master, are we going too?" "Xiaoyun," Luo Bua said hesitantly.
Lan Qilan understood, of course. They were hiding in Lanyi Peak as they didn't want to go out and get abused by other disciples. Lan Qilan smiled. "It's fine coming with me this time. Don't go to other places after the Immortal Range Palace.
Just come back here directly. This thing is very serious.
All the direct sect members of the Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect must participate, so you guys must come too."
"Yes, Master."
Luo Bua and Mu Xiaoyun quickly said. The tallest peak in Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect was the Immortal Goddess Peak, and the biggest palace was the Ice God Palace. The distant bell sound spread across the sect. Countless Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect members flew towards the palace. The two knew they had little status here, so they followed their master closely.
Dang!
When the final bell sounded, almost all the sect members were here. There were at least more than 1,000 sect members here.
There was indeed no ugly women in the Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect.
Mu Xiaoyun couldn't see through their power level, but in this palace, she felt she was the weakest. At the very top sat a purple-robed woman. Mu Xiaoyun just snuck a glance at her and felt a powerful spirit sense fall on her. She quickly looked down. The palace was silent. The purple-robed woman scanned the sect members and said slowly, "Our Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect had been in the Divine Tao realm for countless years and have even become the most powerful and respected sect in the Divine Tao realm. We're respected because our sect once saved the Divine Tao realm, but also because of our power. The Divine Tao realm is broken and Tao vindication is getting harder and harder. Our Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect is far better than other sects, but we're still facing such trouble. 100 years ago, our Saint Ji left the sect and went to God Necropolis domain to seek Tao. However, 20 years ago, her soul lamp became extremely dim, and these few days it's about to go out." The quiet palace finally erupted in chatter. A high-status divine emperor asked desperately.
"In the Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect, the saint's soul lamp must always remain lit. If it was annihilated, it would mean that the Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect was going to decline.
So every saint of the immortal goddess sacred sect would have escaped means even if they were about to be killed. At the very least their essence spirit would be able to escape. Luo Biyu and Mu Xiaoyun could tell this purp-robed woman's voice was a bit coarse and she was the sect leader that let them stay. After the chatter went down a bit, the purple-robed woman said again, I think everyone knows why the immortal range bell was rung. The palace fell silent. Everyone realized that it was the day to choose a new saint and light up the saint's soul lamp again. The saint had very unique status in the immortal goddess sacred sect, but she had unique responsibilities. She must be ready to sacrifice for the sect at any time. She lived and died for the sect. The purple-robed woman sighed, we have plenty of sect members but it's very hard to find one with saint talent.
Sect leader, in terms of talent we really do have one. Her talent is even better than Saint Jishi.
A gray-robed woman got up and said. The sect leader's face changed as she said, Yunhui, which one? The gray-robed woman quickly said, out of the two disciples Qilan Martial's sister took in, there's one called Mu Xiaoyun. She reached great unity immortal from abstruse immortal primary stage in 20 years. Such cultivation speed is extremely hard to find even in the divine Dao realm. This Yunhui woman was the one who looked at Mu Xiaoyun with killing intent. Mu Xiaoyun didn't understand why this Yunhui always tried to sabotage her. Qilanqi couldn't resist it and got up. Sect leader, Xiaoyun is only great unity immortal cultivation level and she has married someone before, how can she be saint? Martial sister Yunhui, you said before that Xiaoyun lost her virginity and didn't allow her to stay in the sect.
What is your intention proposing for her to be saint?
Chapter 2042 Lose half soul. Seeing her master's desperate tone, Mu Xiaoyun knew there was something strange about this saint. Yunhui calmly said, Martial sister Qilan, I thought wrong before. Sect leader already told me, the ocean takes in all the rivers. Our sect had people who lost their virginity before.
Lan Qilan's face went green.
She knew Yunhui was talking about her mom and Martial's sister, but she knew now wasn't the time to argue about this. She immediately got up and wanted to say something, but the purple-robed woman said, Qilan, you don't get to decide this.
Xiaoyun, stand out.
Hearing this, Qilanqi didn't dare to say anything and sat down with a pale face. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoyun quickly stood out and bowed. Lanyi Peak Mu Xiaoyun greet sect leader.
MHM.
The sect leader studied Mu Xiaoyun for a while and said, not bad, dense essence qi and astounding cultivation progress.
Xiaoyun, you're as sect members of the immortal goddess sacred sect, are you willing to be our saint?
Mu Xiaoyun replied respectfully, sect leader, I'm already a married woman, my life goal is to cultivate successfully and go back to see my husband.
The purple-robed woman frowned and asked, who is your husband?
Mu Xiaoyun didn't dare to hide and told her everything about GMO. The purple-robed woman said nicely, according to what you said, there's no way your husband can find the teleportation formation you left the magical continent with.
It seems your husband is probably not alive anymore. The magical continent doesn't even have spirit qi, how can one cultivate Dao?
Sect member only has husband in my heart, I don't dare to seek the saint position.
Please see this sect leader.
Mu Xiaoyun said. Lan Qilan was very worried. She could reject Yunhui, but it didn't mean she could reject the sect leader. Mu Xiaoyun was her disciple and yet dared to object to the sect leader. How dare you, Mu Xiaoyun, you're a small sect member of Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect and you dare to talk to the sect leader like this? Yunhui reproached. Yunhui then said to the purple-robed woman respectfully, Lan Qilan is a Dao-molding divine emperor of the Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect and yet the disciples she taught are this rude. Sect leader, if our Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect continues like this, it would no longer have the attributes of the number one divine sect. I believe many people have already forgot about the prison door mountain.
Sect leader.
The purple-robed woman raised her hand and looked calmly at Mu Xiaoyun. Will do things like this.
Qilan, Mu Xiaoyun is your disciple. She has no respect for elders and it's your responsibility.
Your master was extremely talented but fell to such consequence due to one decision. I hope you make your decisions wisely. Lan Qilan knew that if she dared to say anything else, she would be sent to the prison door mountain.
Her master died in there and if she went, she wouldn't be able to come back too. Mu Xiaoyun didn't dare to talk anymore too.
Her master told her the story about it. The purple-robed woman waved out a bronze lamp. There were slivers of sparkles inside that could be annihilated at any time. Everyone looked at the lamp and realized that it was indeed about to go out. The purple-robed woman grabbed and Mu Xiaoyun felt something leave her body. The purple-robed woman took out the small light in the lamp and put the thing she grabbed into the lamp. Finally, the spark went out but the lamp lit up brightly. Lan Qilan's face changed and couldn't resist saying, "Sect leader, only one sliver of spirit will is needed to light up the lamp, why?" Before Lan Qilan could finish, the purple-robed woman said coldly, "Qilan, you've made many mistakes. If you do so again, then go to the prison door mountain." "Yes, sect leader." Lan Qilan bowed with a pale face. The purple-robed woman then looked at Mu Xiaoyun. "Xiaoyun, you're now the saint of Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect, you can't go back to Lanyi Peak. Stay at Immortal Range Peak." "Yes, sect leader." Mu Xiaoyun's heart was cold. How could she not know now that if she resisted, her master would be thrown into the prison door sect? Without her master, she would have long been killed already. Seeing Mu Xiaoyun agree, the purple-robed woman's face eased. She looked at Yunhui and said, "The previous saint is still stuck in the god necropolis domain. You and Ru waits I go have a look." "Yes, sect leader." Yunhui bowed and another blue-robed woman bowed too. "Master, is Xiaoyun okay?" Luo Blio asked immediately when they returned to Lanyi Peak. Mu Xiaoyun was already like a sister to her. She didn't want anything bad to happen to Mu Xiaoyun. Lan Qilan sighed and shook her head. "Xiaoyun is fine for now, but I always have a bad feeling. It's definitely the sect leader's will for Xiaoyun to be saint. As for what the sect leader wants Xiaoyun to do, I don't know." Sigh, one only needed a sliver of spirit will for the soul lamp, but the sect leader took half of Xiaoyun's soul. Lan Qilan felt this thing was very strange, but she couldn't think of why. Luo Biyue was shocked. People had 3 souls and 7 spirits. If half a soul was gone, it meant that the soul was incomplete. One couldn't achieve Tao through this. How could the saint of Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect not vindicate Tao? Even if master didn't respond. She realized that Mu Xiaoyun was not the real saint. She was just a temporary substitute. Such sect dared to call itself Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect. It was insult to these words. There was nothing her master could know and nothing she could do. She could only pray that Mu Xiaoyun would be fine. In the God Necropolis domain, 10,000 kilometers from Yimo's solitary cultivation grounds, there was an extremely huge. Even spirit sense couldn't scan to the bottom of this fist print. There were Tao waves ravaging in the fist print. People can easily be torn to pieces by the Tao waves. Those who came to the God Necropolis domain all knew that this fist was punched out by an ancient primordial essence divine emperor. In the depth of the fist print, there was a pond filled with purple water, and above the pond floated a woman with broken yellow robes. If Yimo was here, he would recognize her to the immortal range who fought the Tao Nourishment divine emperor. Her chi was very weak and seemed about to die at any time, but the purple well water below her rose up purple chi that enveloped her. Her chi was getting weaker, but her heavily injured body was getting smoother. The wounds left by the battle were already gone. Eventually the purple chi dimmed to a stop. When the purple chi completely disappeared, the life force of this woman disappeared. A few seconds later, her life force suddenly rose. The woman flipped up and stood in the air of the colorless pond. She murmured, "Where is this? How did I get here?" She soon realized she was in rags and quickly put on a new set of clothes. After this, she exclaimed in shock, "How come I don't sense the divine sect soul lamp? What is going on?" She looked at her white hand in even more shock. She moved and the nearby space was taken away. There's no connection to the soul lamp, but my cultivation level reached Tao Nourishment divine emperor. What is going on? She stood dazedly in the void. She walked over the pond and landed on the side as she recollected her memories. Before, she battled a Tao Nourishment divine emperor and they were both injured. Then, both of them saw an immortal emperor peak stage who was the one she didn't help before. That immortal emperor wanted to be the ultimate hunter behind them, so she used that idiot immortal emperor to escape. Then, she came to the primordial essence fist ditch. She wanted to fly over it, but she was too heavily injured and was brought inside by the Tao waves. Luckily, her protection laws around her were activated and let her survive. She was swept by a nearby space whirlpool and floated above a purple pond. Right, the purple pond turned her into this. What pond water could let her go from Tao Molding Divine Emperor straight to Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor? It also washed off everything related to the divine sect on her. Chapter 2043, Tao Mark Shenanigan. Yemo stood on the God Necropolis domain surface again. The nearby ancient chi gave him less shock, but Yemo felt his chi was strange. In the Golden Page world, he was definitely Tao molding Divine Emperor, but in the God Necropolis domain, he felt his chi was still at Immortal Emperor peak stage. It was at most half divine. Emo was certain that he didn't stealth his cultivation method, but his cultivation level showed at Immortal Emperor. Was the Tao he vindicated inside the Golden Page world not recognized by the outside world? In his shock, Emo raised his hand and punched out. Fist God Art Void. This was his earliest god art and had a sliver of space law. Before, he could brought about the space lethal force with killing intent, but now, all the space was brought up in the fist force and the sharp killing intent gathered in the space thud. The sturdy space was punched out ripples, but this punch. The sturdy ground was punched out a huge ravine. This punch was no longer killing intent brining out space lethal force, but fist force bringing about space.
This was far stronger than before. Emo breathed easy.
Although his chi showed at Immortal Emperor, his cultivation level was completely a real Tao molding Divine Emperor. As long as his cultivation level was there, it was fine for Emo. Without the actual power, it was pointless even if he appeared to be Primordial Essence Divine Emperor. 2 hours later, Emo stood before a huge fist ditch. He was extremely shocked. Ever since he vindicated Tao, he had a systematic understanding of laws. His god art was changing into a law god art, and he punched out a huge ditch as well. This fist ditch was countless times bigger than his.
His spirit sense couldn't even scan to the bottom. He didn't even know how big this fist hole was. Emo had seen many battle marks and ones more terrifying than this one outside the God Necropolis domain. But Emo knew that the space here was more than 100 times stronger, and so was the ground. What shocked him the most wasn't instant second size, but the terrifying Tao wave chi inside. Even with his Tao molding Divine Emperor spirit sense, it was grinded immediately. To be able to leave such terrifying fist hole and such terrifying Tao wave, this person was more than 100 times stronger than him. Yemo's joy of vindicating Tao was long gone. He didn't know if this was left behind by Primordial Essence Divine Emperor or not. If it really was, then the terror of Primordial Essence Divine Emperor was unimaginable. One can actually cultivate to such extent and leave such a terrifying fist hole in the God Necropolis domain. If it was outside, couldn't one punch destroy half the broken Divine Tao realm? Emo murmured. After saying this, Emo seemed to have grasped something, but this thing was very subtle, making it hard for him to completely grasp it. Insolent.
A cold voice sounded. And then, a yellow figure rose out of the fist hole. It's you.
Emo took a few steps back and stared at her with vigilance.
She knew this woman. She was the Tao molding Divine Emperor who fought with that Tao nourishment Divine Emperor. She was now a Tao nourishment Divine Emperor too. There was a sliver of shock in her eyes as she said coldly, I didn't expect a mere Immortal Emperor like you can not only survive in the God Necropolis domain but also escape a Tao nourishment Divine Emperor.
I underestimated you.
Although she said this coldly, her voice was extremely pleasant. She guessed that Emo had a lot of secret, but she didn't ask.
Who here didn't have secrets?
Those who didn't have secrets have long turned to dust in the river of time. Emo just stared at her coldly and said nothing. Despite this woman being extremely pretty, he knew she wasn't easy to mess with. When she was still a Tao molding Divine Emperor, she could fight to death with a Tao nourishment Divine Emperor. Now that she was Tao nourishment Divine Emperor, who knows if she could match with Tao actualization Divine Emperor. Plus, his spirit sense was immediately grinded OT nothing inside, but she could fly out of the fist hole. Just from this, she was stronger than him. Emo had never fought with Tao Actualization Divine Emperor, but he knew that it was probably a bit hard for him to beat a Tao Actualization Divine Emperor, but it wasn't easy for Tao Actualization Divine Emperor to beat him either. On the account of what happened before, I'll tell you something. I said you were insolent as you don't know what this place was when this punch landed. When this punch landed, this place was still the hardest place in the Divine Tao realm. It was 10 times harder than now. The Immortal Range said coldly. Emo knew that she meant on the account of using him to escape before, however, he was still shocked by what she said. The space was 10 times tougher than now? What notion was that? That punch wouldn't even be something he could fathom. If you dare to go in the fist hole, the Tao waves could kill you at any time. Then, the Immortal Range was turning to leave. Wait. Emo suddenly stopped her. The Immortal Range stopped and looked at Emo calmly. I'm saying this because you happened to help me a little bit.
If you think that's saving my life and want to use that against me, then I suggest you give up that thought. Even without you, that person wouldn't be able to kill him. Yemo said, use that against you? You think too highly of yourself. I just want to ask, what's the way out? If you tell me, then I won't care about you using me before. Won't care? The immortal range shook her head. Don't even think about going out. Coming in the God Necropolis domain is for vindicating primordial essence.
If you don't reach primordial essence, Divine Emperor, no one wants to go out and no one can go out. The immortal range said calmly. Yemo frowned and she added, those divine emperors who came in here and didn't die would go to the outskirts of the life-crippling barren restriction.
Some of them have gone in. If you have the guys to go, you can ask them. I've only been in here for a few decades.
But on the way to the life-crippling barren restriction, there's Law Dao waves everywhere.
Some are calm but some are lethal. Countless divine emperors have died on the way there. Her last sentence was clearly to warn Yemo not to go, as he was only an immortal emperor. Where is it? What she didn't expect was that Yemo still asked how to go. The immortal range looked at Yemo speechlessly. She said it so obviously, but Yemo still wanted to know how to go there. You really want to go there?
The immortal range repeated, that's right, tell me where it is and our conflict is gone. Otherwise, even when you vindicate Tao essence, you will feel bad as you used an innocent person and almost got him killed.
Yemo said. She had never even cared about using Yemo.
She didn't care at all if Yemo died, but now it was different.
Yemo brought this up and said it might affect her Tao essence.
This was very sly. She didn't care about it at all and definitely wouldn't remember it at Tao essence, but now that Yemo said it, her mindset might actually crack a little due to this. This might ruin her Tao essence. For the first time, she looked at Yemo seriously. Without a clear understanding of Great Tao, he wouldn't be able to say this. Only those who vindicated Tao and understood Tao vindication would say this. Was Yemo a Tao nourishment divine emperor too and just hid his power? The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. Otherwise, how could he escape from a Tao nourishment divine emperor? I told you a lot before just because we've had a common enemy. You might have casually helped me, but I don't feel you owe me anything. The immortal range said coldly. She must not leave a mark in her heart due to this. Chapter 2044 Primal Stage Sword Tao.
Yemo smiled. Playing Tao mark shenanigans with me.
Even if you're Tao nourishment divine emperor, you're still a far cry from me.
Yemo said calmly, because you used me.
You feel guilty, that's why you said a lot.
In fact, your words didn't help me at all. It just wasted some time. You used me. It's a small thing to you, but it's life or death to me.
If I wasn't lucky, I would be dead now.
You need to know that you were the one who was supposed to die. The immortal goddess's face went pale. She knew she couldn't keep talking now.
This thing has already left an extremely deep mark in her heart. If she didn't remove this mark, she definitely wouldn't be able to reach Tao essence.
The road to life-crippling barren restriction is very far.
Even if a Tao nourishment divine emperor comes in, there's less than half chance that they can reach there.
It's not that I don't want to tell you where it is, but even I don't know where it is. The immortal goddess said, Yemo dazed.
He thought that the reason she argued with him till now was because she doesn't want to tell him where it is.
In the end, she actually didn't know.
Why didn't she say it earlier?
Are you not going to life-crippling barren restriction? Yemo asked in disappointment.
If she wasn't going, he would leave immediately. I am going to the life-crippling barren restriction.
The immortal goddess said helplessly. Yemo sneered, you just told me you didn't know where it is and now you're telling me you're going there.
Ha, your immortal goddess sacred sect is such a trash sect?
Full of lies.
The immortal goddess's face sunk. If you dare to say anything else about the immortal goddess sacred sect, I will kill you here.
Yemo laughed and raised his hand. Zisu appeared in his hand and he also said, if you want to fight then fight. Would I be scared of a woman like you? The immortal goddess didn't fight. Yemo could escape from that Tao nourishment divine emperor and she felt things was strange. But if Yemo stealthed his cultivation level, why did he keep asking her about the life-crippling barren restriction?
All those who vindicated Tao in the God Necropolis domain can feel the calling of the God Necropolis domain. You're a mere immortal emperor, of course you can't sense it.
Feeling its call doesn't mean you know where it is. Some people have felt its calling and haven't been able to get there after a few hundred years.
The immortal goddess said calmly. Hearing this, Yi Mo's face blushed.
He vindicated Tao in the Golden Page world. No wonder he couldn't feel the calling of the life-crippling barren restriction. Are you going to the life-crippling barren restriction?
Yi Mo put away Zisu and asked casually. Seeing this, the immortal goddess got less angrier and answered yes.
Very well, I will follow you. After we get there, the conflict between us will be over.
You can cast aside the burden and reach your Tao essence, Divine Emperor. Yi Mo immediately said. Yi Mo then added, as long as you're heading towards the life-crippling barren restriction, even if I'm killed by the Tao waves of the God Necropolis domain, it has nothing to do with you and our conflict will also be gone. The immortal goddess ignored Yi Mo and started to go. She didn't believe a mere immortal emperor can keep up with her. If something happened to Yi Mo on the way, she definitely wouldn't help. Yi Mo knew what she was thinking, of course, but he didn't care. She went very fast and didn't even care about some of the Tao waves. 4 hours later, she stopped and looked coldly at Yi Mo. You're a Tao Vindication Divine Emperor and yet you act as an immortal emperor.
You're following me with such low means. Don't you think it's shameless?
If you're thinking of getting close to me in such way, I'm telling you, it won't work.
Since Yi Mo could keep up to her, he definitely wasn't an immortal emperor.
In that case, Yi Mo can definitely sense the calling of the life-crippling barren restriction. Since he knows how to get there and still wanted to follow her, he was clearly doing this on purpose. Since Yi Mo didn't know what treasure she had, he came for her. Yi Mo sneered. You're not the princess you think you are.
I heard the women from Immortal Goddess Sacred Sect aren't very talkative. Why do you have so much SHT to say?
Just lead the way. Any of my wives are prettier than you.
The Immortal Goddess was almost shaking with anger.
Luckily she still had reason and just ignored Yi Mo as she sped up. 3 days later, she stopped. Before her was this land of pebble stones filled with death. There was a long single-edged sword rune and a long double-edged sword rune crossed together. The heaven-covering Tao wave was emanating murderous intent. It made the already lifeless place more suffocating. As soon as the two walked in, the pebbles on the stone immediately turned to dust. The immortal goddess came up to the double-edged sword rune and sat down.
Yi Mo knew that she wanted to learn the god art there. He went to the single-edged sword rune and sat down. Even if she didn't sit down, Yi Mo would sit down to feel the sword Tao waves. If she didn't want to wait for him, he would use words to make her. Yi Mo devoured waves of Tao runes. He saw a huge man waving the sword ray in his hand. The sword ray sliced a crack in the void. Meanwhile, his opponent pierced out a double-edged sword. It seemed very plain, but it could stop that heaven-tearing single-edged sword ray. Yi Mo gradually learned the sword Tao Chi and even forgot he was still learning it. The next moment, that deep sword mark on the ground turned into a true sword mark god art. At this moment, the immortal goddess suddenly felt a sword mark slice from the void at her forehead. In this desperation, her will brought out the sword wool on the ground and smashed against the sword mark. The clear sound of swords clashing appeared. The sword mark turned into all sorts of sword beams while the double-edged sword will turned into countless sword chi. The sword beams and sword chi clashed together, turning all the pebbles to nothing. The sturdy black ground was carved with sword marks. At this moment, Yi Mo and the immortal goddess didn't know this at all. They were immersed in this slaughter and didn't dare to let loose at all. It was as if that if they let loose for one moment, they would be killed. Yi Mo felt that he had too many sword marks, but it couldn't stop the sword chi. Suddenly, the scene of him killed the Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor appeared in his sea of consciousness. The Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor was killed by the Great Primordial God Rune. What if he fused the two Great Primordial God Rune into his sword mark? Chapter 2045 Vindicate God AR. Yi Mo was immersed in this enlightenment of sword Tao. When he thought of the two Great Primordial God Runes, he immediately started to fuse it. But no matter what Yi Mo did, the two Great Primordial God Runes wouldn't fuse into the sword mark. Yi Mo derived his own god art, cultivation method, and even Tao. He immediately knew what was going on. The Great Primordial God Rune god art and the sword mark god art he learned himself weren't on the same level. The level of the Great Primordial God Rune was too high. His newly learned sword mark was good but a far cry from the Great Primordial God Rune. After giving up this idea, Yi Mo immediately felt his sword mark change.
His newly learned sword mark god art didn't fuse into the great primordial god rune, but it was inspired by the great primordial god rune.
It now had some ripple shape too.
It wasn't big, but the ripple would sweep over the nearby lethal force with each pulse, rumble. The rippled-shaped sword mark smashed on the sword chi. Her sword chi dispersed and the powerful killing intent made her unable to keep learning. A blood light flashed across her chest. She was hacked away a few thousand km before barely being able to stand. She woke up from the enlightenment and stared at her bloody chest in shock. She even forgot to heal herself. She was just learning sword Dao and knew the change in the sword mark very clearly, just like how Yimo knew her sword Dao change clearly. Before, the two swords were equally matched, but later on, the single-edged sword mark suddenly changed and formed a ripple-shaped sword rune. That sword rune seemed to be able to distort space.
It gathered the space-lethal force in an eerie way and smashed over.
After that, her sword chi could no longer stop the sword mark and she was smashed out.
She was heavily injured too.
She knew that this had nothing much to do with cultivation level, but since Yimo could injure her, clearly he was no ordinary person. Just what was the sword rune that made it become so ferocious? Yimo didn't feel guilty injuring her at all. He was using her to learn god art, but so was she. Even if he was killed, she probably wouldn't feel guilty. Yimo deeply felt the power of this sword rune. At this moment, he closed his eyes and learned the sword rune god art. That last ripple rune was learned from the great primordial god rune. He would name it Falling Mark Sword Rune. Although he only had one rune for it now, the Falling Mark Sword Rune would be complete when runes fell like flower petals. Yimo opened his eyes and looked at the immortal goddess and saluted with his fist. Sorry, I accidentally injured you there. The immortal goddess didn't care at all if Yimo was genuinely apologizing.
She just stared at Yimo in shock. What was that sword rune god art? It definitely wasn't learnt here.
Great primordial god rune was one of his lethal moves. Yimo wasn't going to tell people so easily. He said __it_ as something I came up with on the spot.
It's nothing. Nothing can hurt her? Immortal goddess didn't care about Yimo's conflicting words.
She suddenly said, I can take you to the life-crippling barren restriction, but one thing. If I see a Dao wave god art I need to learn on the way, you must attack and help me.
She felt Yimo's powerful learning capabilities.
The reason she was the saint of the immortal goddess sacred sect was because her learning capabilities were unparalleled. With her powerful learning capabilities, she still lost to Yimo. One could see that Yimo's learning capabilities were larger than hers. Not just that, after Yimo learned the sword mark, he fused his own thing into it and hacked out that extremely terrifying sword rune. She had never seen such insane learning capability. If someone like this helped her learn, she would go much further. She would also be able to find her weaknesses easier. Yimo thought this was perfect. She needed someone to attack her, but so did he. Yimo nodded, of course, but I have a condition too. If I stop to learn god art, you must wait for me.
Okay.
The immortal goddess agreed without hesitation. Even if Yimo didn't want her to wait, she would still wait. Such a good opponent was hard to find. After the two left, the sword mark and rune disappeared slowly. On the way, the two encountered many Dao waves and law god art. After learning it, they fought each other without hesitation. The both of them knew clearly that they were fighting for real. If the other was killed, then too bad. The two encountered all sorts of god arts and even Buddhist great poem god arts. Their cultivation level grew rapidly. Due to fighting, the two were injured many times.
Yimo didn't show mercy and the immortal goddess was very fierce in her attacks.
Luckily, Yimo had the chaos tree, so he would rapidly heal back. Seeing Yimo heal back so quickly every time, the immortal goddess knew Yimo had a great secret, but Yimo never asked about her secret. She never asked about Yimo's. The god necropolis domain was boundless and they didn't even have a direction to the life-crippling barren restriction, but both of them weren't in a rush. They were learning god arts and practicing them. They would reveal their Dao wave laws from time to time to make learning and correcting their god art easier. At this time, both of them wouldn't use lethal blows. This never-before method of practicing allowed their cultivation level and god art to progress rapidly. Both of them felt their weaknesses from each other and wanted to learn more from each other. The immortal goddess came from immortal goddess sacred sect and had been taught by powerful beings at a young age. Her cultivation method heritage came step by step and the foundation was very big. Yimo understood a lot of things through fighting with her. Compared to Emo, the immortal goddess learned even more.
Yemo's cultivation in god art came from the understanding of the three birth chant.
The three birth chant god art and Tao waves would be shown on Yemo's god art.
This was pretty much opening another world to the immortal goddess, Black Lake.
The immortal goddess stopped and looked at this pitch-black lake. She had been walking with Emo in the god necropolis domain for half a year. Emo saw that this immortal goddess was always very calm and never spoke other than fighting. Even if she learned a god art, it would just be some slight joy. But today, it was Yemo's first time seeing her so shocked. What's the Black Lake?
Emo asked strangely. There was not a single drop of water in this lake.
It was extremely black and the banks of the lake were cracked open. It said that the Black Lake is transformed from two magic artifacts.
Two primordial essence divine emperors died here together. Two prenatal spirit artifacts that were just below chaos artifacts were locked here and turned to the Black Lake.
Some say that it's not prenatal spirit artifact locked here but postnal spirit artifact.
Immortal Goddess said. Emo was very shocked. He knew that chaos artifacts were like his chaos tree in Golden Page World.
His bitter bamboo was only prenatal spirit artifact, but now, there were two prenatal spirit artifacts trapped. Emo didn't care about magic artifact, but prenatal spirit artifacts were different.
He didn't even want to let it go if it was postnal spirit artifact.
God artifacts were powerful, but it could be forged. He had never heard anyone forge postnatal spirit artifact.
What treasure is it? Emo asked Immortal Goddess. Chapter 2046 Black Lake. The Immortal Goddess looked at Emo plainly and said, "Don't tell me you want to take the two magic artifacts here?
Do you know how many Tao Essence Divine Emperors have come here but these two magic artifacts remained here?
The only change is that the Black Lake shrunk by a third. Is this a legend too?" Emo stared at the Black Lake and asked. If it was before, the Immortal Goddess wouldn't answer this.
But now they were using each other. In this half year, her cultivation level had been rising straight up, so when Emo asked, she nodded. That's right, ancient legend.
Emo laughed before. You told me that the legend said those who went in the God Necropolis domain never went out. If you come in God Necropolis domain, you can only stay in here forever. Since no one went out, where did the Black Lake legend come from?
She couldn't beat Emo in a battle of words, or she wouldn't have lost to Emo before in the Tao Mark shenanigan.
She fell silent for a while and said it said that the Black Lake is formed by a 3-treasure primordial essence gourd and 36 lightning sea god orbs.
The 36 orbs locked the gourd and turned into the Black Lake.
What? Emo was very shocked.
He didn't know other things, but he knew the lightning sea god orbs too well.
He got 12 in the cultivation realm and gave it to his daughter.
He then got 24 in the immortal realm, but these 24 were different. The first set of 12 was the same as the ones in the immortal realm, but the 12 he got in the Abyssal River Lightning Kill Palace was completely different. It had a vast and powerful chi with devastating lightning lethal force. At that moment, Emo knew that the ones he got before were fake, but the ones he got from the palace were real. There were only 36 orbs. If he got 12 real ones, how could there be 36 orbs here? Emo looked at the Black Lake again. It did look like a gourd indeed. The Black Lake had always been in the God Necropolis domain, but it's said to constantly change position. Not everyone who comes in is lucky enough to encounter it. There's also many God art and restriction Tao waves in the lake, so it's a fortune. Then, the Immortal Goddess sat down next to the lake and started learning the Tao waves. Emo didn't do this. He jumped into the bottom of the lake without hesitation. The Tao wave laws there were extremely powerful, but after fighting with the Immortal Goddess all this time, Emo could face it. He jumped to the bottom not for the Tao waves but for the 36 orbs. When he got the 12 fake orbs, Emo was so happy. If he got the 36 real ones, Emo would be overjoyed. As soon as Emo jumped in, he felt all sorts of Tao wave lethal force as well as a whirlpool force suck him and drag him to the bottom of the lake. Emo wanted to check the bottom of the lake, so he didn't resist the suction force. He just shielded his entire body. The Immortal Goddess saw Emo really jumping in and was dazed. Moments later, she realized that Emo was after the 2 spirit artifacts. She hesitated for a brief moment and jumped down too. On the way here, although she didn't say it, but she extremely admired Emo. His learning capabilities were far stronger than her and dealt with things in much smarter ways. Since Emo dared to jump in, it meant he had a way. If she followed him closely, she might be able to get a prenatal spirit artifact too. Who didn't like such treasure? It would increase her power by many times, but as soon as she jumped down, the immortal goddess noticed something wrong. She could block the lethal force here, but there were whirlpools sweeping at her from the bottom of the lake. She couldn't resist at all and could only take out a powerful magic artifact to protect herself. This black lake didn't seem deep, but the suction force was endless. The two had been spinning for many hours but still didn't reach the bottom. The immortal goddess began to regret. She had a few top defense magic artifact, but it wasn't some prenatal spirit artifact. It wasn't even extreme grade god artifact. Later on, the suction force grew very strong and the bottom of the lake shot out lightning. These lightnings were extremely ferocious. Even with her defense magic artifact empowered by her god essence, it was making cracking sounds. Crack. Two bolts finally pierced her defense magic artifact and smashed on her body. A large part of her robes were torn, bringing out bloody mist. The immortal goddess was extremely shocked. She began to regret. During the half year of fighting with EMO, she felt that her cultivation level was no weaker than EMO, maybe even a bit stronger, but now, she almost couldn't hold on. Her spirit sense scanned EMO. He wasn't far from her, but when she saw EMO casually let the lightning hit him, she realized she was being overconfident. This immortal emperor-looking guy had too many means. He was probably a lightning element body refinement cultivator. To be able to block such lightning, his body refinement cultivation would be at least immortal god body peak. Thinking about this, the immortal goddess took in a cold breath. This person had so much power. Splurge, another bolt struck her and her ribs sprayed bloody mist again. At this moment, she couldn't care about anything and waved out a 9-petal lotus stage. This stage emitted blue light that instantly wrapped around her. The lightning at the bottom grew denser and fiercer, but when striking the stage, it only created some blue beams. Yemo knew she was in trouble, but he didn't want to help. She clearly followed him for the spirit treasure. It was limited. If he saved her, he would lose some. Even if he were to save her, it would be when she had no power to spirit control the prenatal spirit treasure. Now that she released this lotus stand, Yemo immediately recognized that it was what she used when she fled. Its worth was no lower than a prenatal spirit treasure. Perhaps it was a prenatal spirit treasure. The immortal goddess sat in the stand and breathed slowly. She had never released the lotus stand in this half-year fighting EMO, but now she exposed it. It was her secret, her greatest acquisition in the god necropolis domain. Its defenses were amazing, but it also had offensive and escape effects. She still hasn't completely spirit controlled it up until now. This definitely wasn't some ordinary thing. It was something no weaker than a prenatal spirit treasure, but now, she exposed her treasure before even getting the prenatal spirit treasure. She didn't know if EMO would greed after her magic artifact, but if EMO did, she would fight with her life for it. EMO didn't have the time to greed after it. He had too many good things. He was now busy refining his lightning sword. The golden page world was his, so his breakthrough didn't have any divine damnation. He lost the chance to refine lightning sword. Lightning sword was his earliest magic art. It was far from a god art, but it gave birth to a few god art. The 5 lightning spear destruction and lightning sand all came from lightning sword. Yemo just begun refining it and then his foot hit solid ground. He was at the bottom of the lake, but that terrifying suction power wasn't gone. However, it just couldn't move him at all. The bottom was filled with murderous and chaotic Dao waves. With these striking EMO, even his body started to bleed. Yemo's heart sunk. He couldn't barely even stay alive here, much less find the prenatal spirit treasure. His powerful spirit sense and body refinement can only protect him for now. No wonder there was no bones at the bottom. Even the toughest bones would disappear in a place like this. The immortal goddess's lotus stand landed at the bottom too. She scanned her spirit sense out immediately, but the terrifying chaotic she instantly grinded her spirit sense into nothing. Chapter 2047 1 each. Yemo's spirit sense couldn't be released outside, but he was in a much better state than the immortal goddess. At least he didn't need to go in the golden page world. Yemo knew that with the situation here, even if he wanted to spirit control a magic artifact, he would have to set up a formation first to block the chaotic Dao waves. At least part of it. Yemo started to set up formation flags. The immortal goddess didn't know what Yemo was doing. She could only hide in her lotus stand. She had a mean to escape, but that was just escape. She was very shocked that Yemo could stand at the bottom of the lake without using any defense magic artifact. Yemo threw out formation flags and the nearby violent killing intent and lightning grew less. At this moment, the immortal goddess scanned with her spirit sense for the second time and immediately noticed what happened. She came out of the lotus stand. You're actually a formation grandmaster. She could tell that Yemo's formations were beyond ordinary immortal formations. She was truly shocked. She knew that Yemo didn't understand a lot of things. To be honest, Yemo probably got a very insane cultivation method and reached here purely by himself, yet, it was already extremely shocking for a person like Yemo to reach immortal god body, but now he was a top formation grandmaster. This was unheard of. Any of these two things would cost a lifetime. Yemo glanced at her and said nothing. He still continued his formation setup. After the blocked some of the chaotic laws and lightning, the bottom of the lake cleared up slowly. 2 golden bone arrows were scattered at 2 corners. Yemo almost exclaimed seeing these 2 golden bone arrows and immediately grabbed at one. The immortal goddess also saw this. Without thinking, she grabbed at one too. There were all sorts of chaotic Tao waves here and terrifying lightning. Under such cruel conditions, the 2 bone arrows were still perfect. Clearly, they weren't ordinary. They were probably from one divine emperor. When Yemo grabbed one, the immortal goddess grabbed the other. Give that bone arrow to me. Yemo immediately knew it was the golden bone arrow he was looking for. The immortal goddess sneered, why should I give something I grabbed to you? Don't say that you set up the formations there. We said we were collaborating. If I didn't take you to the Black Lake, you wouldn't even be able to come here. Yemo dazed. In his impression, the immortal goddess was no match for him in arguments. It had only been half a year. How did she become so good? Seeing Yemo unable to rebut, the immortal goddess felt a little happy. Half a year ago, Yemo almost gave her a sliver of Tao mark in her heart. She had been thinking about this problem. A month ago, she found the real answer. If she just said that Yemo stayed there to take benefits from them, she didn't owe Yemo anything. However, she didn't think of this at the time. A month later, she thought of it, but she didn't want Yemo to leave. After all, she learned a lot from Yemo, plus, as soon as she grabbed this bone arrow, she knew its origin. How could she give it to Yemo? Yemo saluted with his fists. My name is Yemo. I've come with you all this way and we've learned from each other. Thank you. What's your name? The immortal goddess's face was calm. She could tell that Yemo really cared about the arrow. It was quite possible that the golden bow of divine extermination was in his hands. Just where did he get all these good things, even if the golden bow of divine extermination was in Yemo's hands? She didn't want to give the arrow to Yemo so easily. The value of golden bow of divine extermination was too precious. Even if her sect got it, it would be a huge benefit. We're just using each other. You don't need to ask for my name. After we get to the life-crippling restriction ground, then we have nothing to do with each other. The immortal goddess said calmly, you know that if I take the formation flags away from here, you can only hide in your lotus stand. If you give me the bone arrow, I promise to take you up. Yemo promised. The immortal goddess couldn't even be bothered answering. She took out a rune and said, you don't need to worry. I can go out at any time. But you should think about how to get out yourself. Yemo's face was bad. She had this rune to escape, but he didn't. Even if he wasn't scared of these lightning, could he escape these whirlpools? Yemo thought about what he could use to exchange for that bone arrow. Yemo also started to study the bottom of this lake. Although it was pitch black, it was much smaller than the surface area of the top. Yemo released Zisu and hacked at the dark bottom. Zisu didn't leave any marks on it. So tough, Yemo was shocked. It said that the Black Lake is formed from the 3 treasure primordial essence cord. If a mere half-god artifact can hack it open, it wouldn't be this famous. The immortal goddess saw Yemo's naive actions and said. Yemo ignored her. Since this was a magic artifact, he would find a way to spirit control the core. You can check here, I'm not going to stay. The immortal goddess said. She used her rune. The rune even loped her in yellow light, and the next moment, she flew out from the bottom of the lake. The immortal goddess was scared that Yemo would suddenly take away the formation and trap her in the lotus stand. Although she could leave in the lotus stand, but she would need to use another defense rune. She didn't want to waste it. I don't believe I can't get to life-crippling restriction grounds without you,
Yi-Mo said.
He knew from what she said that she saw through the Tao mark he left her.
But even so, Yi-Mo didn't care. There might be 2 prenatal spirit treasures here. Yi-Mo didn't want to give them up. After she left, Yi-Mo didn't follow.
He had decided to spirit control these 2 treasures. To do that, he needed to find the entrance to the core of the magic artifact. It was very dangerous trying to spirit control these sealed magic artifact, as one might be devoured by the magic artifact too. Yi-Mo wasn't scared because he had the golden page world. He threw out a few more formation flags. Although he couldn't completely seal the Tao wave Kais, there weren't much chaotic law Kais anymore. Small ginseng, check with your spirit sense, see if you can find the core of this gourd.
We're probably at the opening to the gourd. Yi-Mo sound transmission to small ginseng. Small ginseng had an instinct to natural formations.
Since this gourd was a prenatal spirit treasure, it was something natural too. Boss, we're not at the entrance to the Algord, we're at the center.
Small ginseng said, how do you know?
Yi-Mo asked. Small ginseng immediately said, I have this natural instinct to natural spirit items.
This gourd is definitely natural. So this means, this gourd really is a prenatal spirit treasure?
Yi-Mo rejoiced. Small ginseng quickly said, I don't know if it is a primary stage, but this gourd was reforged before becoming this.
Yi-Mo was very satisfied.
He just needed to open the blockage in the middle and land at the entrance. Chapter 2048, whose spirit controls faster. A day later, Yi-Mo's formation was broken by the chaotic Tao laws.
He went around a few times at this place and didn't find any marks.
He used all sorts of ways, whether it was smashing with the world rock or magic artifact or burning with fire.
They were all ineffective, but Yi-Mo didn't want to give up like this.
He set up another defense formation and started searching again. A day passed again, seeing that his defense formation was about to be broken again.
Yi-Mo sighed.
No wonder these 2 prenatal spirit treasures stayed here for this long. Crack.
The formation flag made a slight sound and Yi-Mo knew his formation was about to shatter.
The formation flags corresponded to each other. If one formation flag completely broke, then the rest would be smashed by the chaotic Tao laws. Just when Yi-Mo wanted to give up, that lotus stand came from down.
Yi-Mo immediately knew that the immortal goddess came back again. Yi-Mo knew that she definitely came down for these 2 magic artifacts.
She was scared that he would take it all for himself. He had made up his mind that he must get this bone arrow. He didn't like robbing other people's things, but the golden bone arrow was a set. He had to gather it all. This immortal goddess had far less experience than him. Perhaps he could trick it over. As soon as Lotus Stand came down, the immortal goddess came out. Yi-Mo saw her change a set of clothes, but there was still blood seeping out of her clothes. Her state was wittier and she very unstable. Yi-Mo knew she was heavily injured. The same time he found she was injured, Yi-Mo thought of something. Before, he wasn't confident in taking her out, but now he was. There's no point in killing me.
A Tao actualization divine emperor has chased here. If we don't work together, you will die too. Yi-Mo was furious.
This woman led a powerful foe to him. Before Yi-Mo could rage, she threw the golden bone arrow to Yi-Mo. You can have this bone arrow, but you must fend off the enemy with me.
I have an extremely powerful Tao bead. It can heavily injure him. You just need to attack when he's heavily injured. If you kill that Tao actualization divine emperor, I just want a blue bottle. The rest is yours. Yi-Mo's anger finally appeased a bit.
The golden bone arrow was the most important. He had 6 arrows now in total. He wondered if the arrows he got from the Lightning Kill Palace were from here. Thinking about this, Yi-Mo suddenly had an idea. He got a dagger at the palace. In order to dig this gourd, he used everything but the dagger. He remembered that after spirit controlling the dagger, it had a name called Melt Space. Thinking about this, Yi-Mo took out the dagger and dug at the hard ground. Screech. Melt Space was like digging through tofu. Everywhere it went past, the materials melted and soon a black hole was formed. Yi-Mo jumped in the hole. The immortal goddess saw this and woke up from her shock. She jumped in without hesitation. At this moment, Yi-Mo's formation finale cracked apart. The chaotic chi filled this place again. That huge hole EMO opened with melt space closed again. By the looks of it, it would close up to what it was before in just a few seconds. Before the hole could recover, another figure landed here. He had a pale face, the nearby chi struck his body like it was striking a powerful magic artifact. It couldn't hurt him at all. Even the lightning couldn't do any damage to him. Where did that immortal goddess sacred sect girl go? She clearly ran here. Even if she was killed by the laws here, her lotus stand should still be here. Suddenly, he stopped talking as he saw the fist-sized hole. Seeing this, he dashed towards the hole without hesitation. He had heard of the Black Lake, of course, and knew what it was. He immediately guessed that the way to spirit control it was in the black hole. When EMO and the immortal goddess came in, that pulling feeling from whirlpools were gone. There was no lightning, just a grayish space. Moments later, that man came in the hole too. EMO and the immortal goddess both sensed it. They sped up, running towards the entrance of the gourd. The man arrived later but was faster than EMO and the immortal goddess. He charged towards the entrance first. He couldn't care about them too. He wanted to charge to the entrance and spirit control this prenatal spirit treasure. EMO was worried. He threw out a few pills to the immortal goddess and said, "Hurry up and heal, I need to speed up." EMO had to help her. Even if he got to the gourd entrance alone, he would be no match for that man. The two had to work together to fight that man. Otherwise, he would have to leave. EMO didn't want to give up the lightning orbs he was about to get. The immortal goddess didn't reject this at all. EMO burned his god essence to speed up. 5 minutes later, EMO and the immortal goddess landed at the entrance. They immediately saw the man sitting on the side. He was holding a rune with one hand. Clearly, he was starting to spirit control the 3 treasure primordial essence gourd. EMO was furious. He was the one who opened this place up. Just when he wanted to attack, he saw 24 lightning surrounded orbs at the border of the entrance. There was 36 spots but only 24 remained. EMO rejoiced. He charged up to spirit control these 24 lightning orbs immediately. He knew why the man didn't go for the lightning orbs first, as 12 was missing. Even if he spirit controlled it, it wouldn't be a complete magic artifact. Perhaps he also thought that when he spirit controlled this gourd, he could easily kill them. The immortal goddess had pretty much recovered now. Seeing the man spirit control the gourd and EMO spirit control the lightning orbs, she actually had nothing to do. Just when she was thinking about if she should spirit control a few lightning orbs and exchange things from EMO suddenly sound transmission to her, "Hurry up and go out." If this guy spirit controlled the gourd, none of us would get away. We're all inside the gourd. The middle of the gourd is sealed. How do I get out? The immortal goddess said. EMO threw the dagger to her. "Hurry up and spirit control part of this dagger and then slice off the middle of the gourd. Don't stay here. I think that barrier at the middle is definitely very important. It must be a crucial part to the gourd. If you cut it away, even if this bastard spirit controls the gourd, he wouldn't be able to trap me." Hearing this, she knew time was of the essence. She immediately grabbed the dagger and went back while whining about why EMO didn't do this himself. She didn't know how much the 24 lightning orbs were to EMO. The man was immersed in spirit controlling the gourd. There was Tao waves circulating around him and a defense formation disc there. Chapter 2049. Too wicked. EMO knew that if he was to spirit control all the lightning orbs, he definitely wouldn't be able to beat that man. But he had to spirit control one layer of restriction for each orb to remove it from the orb. Seeing this, EMO set up a stealth formation and threw out the time formation disc and started to spirit control the orbs. As soon as the man started spirit controlling the gourd, he knew his plans had some error. He didn't attack the two immediately because he was certain that they couldn't escape. He knew it would take at least half a day to escape from the entrance. He definitely would have spirit controlled the first layer of restriction by then. With that, the gourd would be his. They were inside his gourd. How could they escape? There was 24 orbs here, but he definitely wouldn't spirit control them first as the set was incomplete. If he chose the gourd, those two would definitely go after the 24 lightning orbs. No one can ignore such treasure. If they did so, they would waste more time in the gourd, which would benefit him even more. But soon, he realized he thought of things too simply. Each level of restriction was extremely hard to spirit control. He would need a long time even for just the first level. He knew that EMO set up a stealth formation, but he couldn't care. He just wanted to finish the first layer quickly and take the gourd away. with the time formation disk set up, Yemo immediately sped up. When he pulled all 24 orbs from the gourd, it only took 4 hours. Yemo didn't even take the stealth formation flags and just left the gourd entrance. He knew that he would spirit control this gourd faster, but he didn't dare to do it. The man can't stop now, but if he tried to go spirit control the gourd too, the man might just come to kill him. The man immediately knew when Yemo left, but he couldn't stop now. His first level of restriction was almost done. By then, he would be able to putty gourd away. If he did that, there was no way the two in here could get away. Yemo clearly knew what the man was planning. After taking the 24 orbs, he immediately charged up. When Yemo came to the middle of the gourd, he saw the immortal goddess desperately holding the dagger. When she saw Yemo come, she quickly said, "I've dug out the middle of the gourd, but I can't spirit control it, so I can't put it in the storage ring."
"I'll do it."
Yemo took the dagger and immediately started spirit controlling the barrier at the middle. Yemo just spirit controlled a bit and there was a huge laughter. "Not good," he finished spirit controlling the gourd, "we can't get away."
The immortal goddess immediately released that rune, wanting to run away. Yemo couldn't care anymore.
He just took this blockage and sent it into his golden page world. Just because a storage ring couldn't store it, didn't mean that his golden page world couldn't store it. Indeed, before the man finished laughing, the blockage was sent into the golden page world. How did you do it?"
The immortal goddess looked dazedly at Yemo.
Yemo sneered, "Hurry up and run, do you want to wait for him to put away the gourd?"
Then, Yemo dashed towards the Black Lake.
The two of them noticed that after Yemo took the blockage, the whirlpools and lightnings were gone.
So were the chaotic laws. Seeing this, the immortal goddess immediately followed. "You still want to run when you're in my gourd? Ha ha."
The man laughed. If someone was next to the Black Lake, he would notice that lake was gone.
What remained was just a huge basin.
The man was holding a gourd standing at the basin laughing. Ha!
Another wave of laughter sounded. The man dazed, and then he noticed that the one laughing was the immortal emperor little brat. He didn't think Yemo was an immortal emperor. Otherwise, how could he come here?
He was dazed.
Wasn't he in the gourd? How was he laughing outside? Yemo really wanted to laugh.
He was laughing so much his stomach was hurting. He felt he was too smart. The blockage he cut from the gourd was definitely the bottom of the gourd. For some reason, the bottom of the gourd shrunk and fell to the middle. This was what caused the Black Lake. The Black Lake was a gourd, but one that could be entered from the bottom. When the man laughed, Yemo and the immortal goddess were indeed scared, but then they saw a sliver of light. The two dashed out from there without trouble. If a gourd didn't even have a bottom, how could it trap people? The man saw Yemo laugh so much and dazed for quite a while before raising the shrunken gourd and looked from the entrance. Then, he saw that he could see through to the other side. He saw from the entrance of the gourd Yemo laughing and raising his middle finger. Although he spirit controlled one layer of restriction, the bottom of the gourd was gone.
The man immediately realized what happened and his face went purple. "Do you see me? You're so old and you're using a gourd to be a telescope. Ha 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 ha."
Yemo felt he was too smart to have dug the bottom of the gourd out, although he didn't know what telescope was nor why Yemo raised his middle finger.
But the immortal goddess saw the man's face and then looked at Yemo. She couldn't resist laughing too. She had never laughed like this ever since entering the immortal goddess sacred sect. But today, this Yemo guy was too wicked. He dug out the bottom of the 3 treasure primordial essence gourd. Is it very funny? The man's face recovered and he stared at Yemo asking coldly. Yemo raised Zisu and said, "Seriously, that's right, it's very funny. You're this old, probably tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands year old, but you still play with kaleidoscopes like a little kid. Can you not see me directly with your eyes? Do you have to look at me through a gourd without a bottom? Die." The man could no longer control his anger. His sun and moon 8 trigram spear carried out a pale crescent strike at Yemo. At the same time, his Tao actualization divine emperor domain smashed out. The surrounding spacetime seemed to have been bound by him. The immortal goddess immediately released her lotus stand and smashed 9 blue rays at the man. She knew that if something happened to Yemo, she would have to keep running. Yemo, who was seemingly bound, smiled. Zisu suddenly started to distort and broke free from this binding. The space distortion around Zisu grew bigger. Before the crescent landed above Yemo, countless purple beams were bomb out of nowhere.
They rapidly formed a twisted sword wave and smashed out.
Thud!
The pale white crescent clashed with the purple twisted sword wave and the crescent immediately exploded. Then, a faint red sun will that was about to form also crippled. Before the man could be shocked, he swept up countless spear shadows with his spear that formed a barrier around him. Crack! The barrier completely blocked the lotus stand's beams. The man didn't keep releasing his spear but looked at Yemo in disbelief. What god art is this?
It stopped my crescent moon? Give me that gourd telescope and I'll tell you. Yemo smiled. This falling mark sword mark was indeed powerful.
He just learned it and only released one, but it stopped half the attack of a Tao actualization divine emperor. Seeing Yemo was this powerful, the immortal goddess felt assured and rejoiced that she fled to hear. The man's face sunk. He knew that neither of them were a match for him, but the two joined up, making it quite impossible for taking them out. Give me the bottom of that gourd, name a price. The man didn't keep fighting and chose to negotiate with Yemo. Chapter 2050's Scare Off. How could Yemo give the bottom of this man? If he did, this man would have the complete gourd. Same, I want your bottomless gourd, name a price. Seeing the man negotiate, he knew that the man couldn't take them out. The main thing was that the immortal goddess's lotus stand was too powerful. The man sneered and said to the immortal goddess Jishi, I'll give you the blue bottle. You can go. You're a powerful person from the immortal goddess sacred sect, I won't do anything to you. Why stay with this wild brat? If you keep doing this, I'll report all your tracks to the immortal goddess sacred sect, I think.
So the immortal goddess was called Jishi. Yemo immediately knew his predicament.
If Jishi agreed to this, he would be in extreme danger. Jishi dazed. She completely didn't expect that the man was willing to give her the blue bottle just so she wouldn't attack. She then immediately knew that he was using the blue bottle to trade for everything Yemo had. This was a huge profit, and she knew that the man also planned to keep hunting her after he killed Yemo and then take the blue bottle back. She sneered. When the blue bottle was in her hands, he dared to think about getting it back. He was dreaming. As for reporting to her sect, she didn't care at all. The man was certain that Jishi would agree to his condition. He knew that Jishi had a lot of secrets and he might not be able to get back the blue bottle, but he wasn't worried. He just needed to take out Yemo. Yemo had much greater secrets on him. Yemo took the 24 lightning orbs before he could spirit control the first layer of restriction. Clearly, Yemo had some time manipulation magic artifact or even time formation disk. Otherwise, there was no way Yemo would finish before him. Both of them stared at Jishi.
Yemo didn't explain the man's intentions.
He knew that Jishi would be able to think of it. Yemo was thinking that if Jishi agreed, he would run immediately. The man was thinking that as soon as Jishi agreed, he would seal this place. Jishi hesitated. She really wanted to get the blue bottle so easily and she wouldn't feel guilty at all. After all, she gave Yemo a golden bone arrow, but Yemo didn't help her at all. She didn't get a share of the gourd nor the lightning orbs. Although she discussed with Yemo to use a Tao bead to heavily injure the man, but whether they would be able to keep him was another matter. Plus, the bead was too precious to her. She only had one. Yemo's heart sunk.
He was ready to release instant second.
In that second, he would be able to instant transmission away. Pale face, people really do meet everywhere. Another dashing light came. It was a Tao nourishment divine emperor. The man looked younger than him. His red hair was braided, but his eyes were icy blue. There was a sliver of arrogance and wildness on his face, but his hands were long and white. Kong Cheng Tian.
I didn't go find you, but you dare to come to me. I don't have time to waste with you today. Move away.
The pale-faced man said. If it was another time, how could he take this Kong Cheng Tian seriously? But at this crucial moment when Jishi was about to agree, he suddenly popped up. Are you two fighting this pale face?
Count me in. We can gain up and beat the SHT out of him.
Kong Cheng Tian said. Jishi sighed. She knew she had no chance. Regardless if she agreed or not, there was no point in staying here. Even if she agreed, the pale-faced man wouldn't agree. Now that another Tao Nourishment Divine Emperor came, even if she didn't join, Yemo and that guy wouldn't fear the man. Seeing Kong Cheng Tian release his magic artifact, the man saluted with his fists. Ace changed. He disappeared into a dashing light without hesitation. If it was 3 ordinary Dao Nourishment Divine Emperors, he wouldn't care, but he knew that Kong Chengtian and Ji Shi were peerless.
This strange immortal emperor wasn't easy to mess with too, so he might as well flee. Ha ha ha.
Pale face, you finally fled in front of your granddad.
Kong Chengtian laughed. Yi Mo had a golden immortal of this Kong Chengtian not because he saved him, but he seemed to be like Dingjie. Ji Shi hesitated before, and now she didn't have the face to keep staying with Yi Mo. She said nothing and turned to leave. Isn't she your woman?
Why did she leave?
Kong Chengtian asked in confusion.
Ji Shi didn't go far, and hearing this she almost tripped and wanted to come back and fight Kong Chengtian. Luckily she had some reason and knew she was no match for Kong Chengtian. I would never want such woman.
Thank you for helping Brother Kong. The white face was scared off.
Yi Mo saluted with his fists.
That's true, pretty women are usually bad, that's what my dad told me. Kong Chengtian laughed and then saluted with his fists. My name was said by that pale face. What's your name?
I respect you for daring to stand off with him.
I'm Yi Mo.
This white face came looking for my trouble for no reason.
One day, I'm going to take him out.
Yi Mo said without hesitation. The reason he was going after that man was because he wanted the gourd.
Plus, he knew that even if he didn't go after the man, he would come for him.
Okay, I want to kill him too, but I can't beat him yet.
We used the woman's threat a bit too, but that woman just walks off. Kong Chengtian was annoyed that Ji Shi just left.
But then he immediately patted Yi Mo's shoulder. Not bad, you're only an immortal emperor, but you dare to appear in the God Necropolis domain.
It seems your power isn't ordinary. Yi Mo didn't mind Kong Chengtian patting his shoulder.
He seemed to be this straightforward person, it was impossible for him to leave any marks on his body. Yi Mo wanted to admit he was Dao molding Divine Emperor, but then he thought that if he admitted that he couldn't sense the life-crippling restriction grounds, then Kong Chengtian might be able to guess he vindicated Dao in the 5-element world.
Thinking about this, Yi Mo laughed. I have some luck, but I don't fear ordinary Dao molding emperors.
Great, I respect people like you.
I'm going to the life-crippling restriction grounds. Are you going?
If so, let's go together. Don't worry, I'll protect you since that woman is gone.
Kong Chengtian said generously. I want to go.
I went with her before for her to bring me there. Now that she's gone, if Brother Kong can take me there, I would be very grateful.
Yi Mo thanked. Kong Chengtian waved his hand. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Yi Mo thought that he was indeed a Dao molding Divine Emperor now, but he could only at most survive in the God Necropolis domain.
He had 6 golden bone arrows and 36 lightning orbs. If he didn't turn that into his means, he would be an idiot. Thinking about this, Yi Mo saluted with his fists. Brother Kong, I have some private matters to deal with. It would probably take a few years, so please go first. I'll go after I'm done dealing with my own things.
Kong Chengtian said generously. No problem. I'll leave some spirit sense marks on the way.
Have this jade card, you can use it to find my spirit sense mark.
Yi Mo rejoiced and quickly. Thank you, Brother Kong.